slightly mistimed, but g'day, battlers, and welcome in for the Silph Arena Showdown for the month of April 2022, where, as you know, we're going to be having some of the best battlers in the world fighting it out for a spot in the Silph Arena Continentals. Now, I'm Steve, you know me, I'm a guy with lots of ease, but we have to my this side, the 6'4 Ninja, who has replaced an E because there's so many of them were taken with a 3. Just wasn't enough to go around, unfortunately. But Ninja, how's it going? Yeah, so this is, as Ninja said, this is going to be the Nemesis Cup. So for those who aren't familiar, doesn't matter too much if you aren't familiar. It'll just be a lot of fun battles, but it's one of those metas where you've got a few different slots. You've got one slot on your team of 6 that can be a list of 10 fighters. You've got one slot that is limited to a pool of 10 anti-fighters, and then the rest of your team is going to be made up of bodyguards, dual types. There's a bunch of types banned. There's a bunch of types allowed. A Scavalier is banned as well. It's a very messy mess that is very hard to understand on the fly, as Ninja may or may not know something about, but it's going to be pretty clear once we jump into the battles how the meta is sort of going to be working, how it's going to be breaking down, and all of that. So pre-warning to... Oh no. Okay, I fixed it.
Hey! Hello, everybody. I'm the 6'4 Ninja. I'm missing an E in my name because I gave all my E's to Steve. I had to put a 3 there instead. And grateful for the opportunity to join you all today for some Silph Nemesis Cup Showdown action.
Yes, sorry, man. I think I made sure that Ninja was muted for the intro countdown bit, and I forgot to undo that bit. But let me know if you can hear Ninja now, chat. It should be all good. It seems like my because that chat wasn't popping up on my my end until I refreshed. So maybe I'm gonna hope that all of the chat comes through now, but regardless, we are going to be seeing some Nemesis Cup battles. Now, Ninja is only going to be joining us for the first while, and then he's going to, run off, just go build a school or something. I don't know, something important. And then,
Dojo business.
And then we're going to be replaced with Dr. Trotter and Twostel later on in the string.
Ooh.
So we're going to keep the action going, keep the fun coming through. At this point, I can actually post the...
we have brackets?
Yeah, actually, it looks like they haven't started yet. It looks like they haven't hit the go button. I'm just refreshing again. Yep, they're still checking in, awaiting start. I'm sure it'll start any minute now, though. But regardless, I mean, Ninja, how's your sort of Silph experience been? I know you got involved very early on, like way back in Boulder. So,
yes.
how's your sort of feeling towards the Silph? I know you're obviously very involved in factions as well.
Yes. When they added PvP to Pokemon Go, that was super exciting for me. I really like that kind of competitive aspect of games. Found some locals that were practice partners for me. Some of them are people you've probably heard of, like Jarunja. And then some other, For the Battles. And some other people that... are still playing on my factions team, Dr. Roast Beef, aka Poop Soup, and a few other, picked up some practice partners, and just really went ham at it, practicing. It was like a GBL set worth of practice most days, honestly. And that's kind of further into the story is I haven't done Silph monthly cups since season 2. Because I've been doing a GBL set worth of GBL sets and don't also have time to do a GBL set worth of practice. I did all the cups in seasons 1 and 2. Did pretty well in season 1. I think I peaked inside the top 100 global for just a little bit, and then ended somewhere around 300th globally in season 1, playing essentially one cup a month, going to different local tournaments in my area in California. Traveling about an hour to go to different tournaments, play against different people every month, get to meet other local communities, get to play a bunch of unique opponents. And then towards the end of season 1, the R44 organization, led by R44 May, started hosting pretty big tournaments about an hour away from me with prize money. And so those were pretty big draws. They hosted, I think the first one was I want to say Nightmare Cup. That was the Toxicroak, Bronzor, Kind of, I think both there were people with Zatus on their team for that meta. That was definitely an interesting meta. So went to that tournament, ended up coming in second in that tournament, learned some valuable lessons on my way to second place, losing in the grand finals game and getting, I think I got $20 instead of $100.
Still,
But
20 bucks.
learned valuable lessons, learned some valuable lessons in that one. And then, in season, went to regionals, tied for first place in the regionals, and then lost in the playoff because the regionals only had one invite for Continentals. And so if you had a multiple way tie, then there was a playoff afterwards. And I think our regionals was 6 rounds. I was the only 5-0 player, and then got knocked off in round 6 by the top rank player at 4-1. And then it went to a 6-way tie where we had a playoff, and I did not win I was mentally exhausted and did not do well in the playoff. And season 2, at that point, the regionals for season 2 were remote, I think.
Yeah.
And so I was a little less comfortable with kind of the remote tournament aspect, and it showed my performance, but still really have a huge respect for what Silph does and generating these metas. A lot of the metas are just really well designed, and this one's definitely an interesting one. We were going over earlier before stream some of the things that are meta in some of these tournaments and how Silph can craft them in a way that makes Mons like Incineroar, like a top 20 pick. I'm not sure we'll see any today, but that it can have that viability. It's a testament to Silph's, the people that design these metas. Even though I don't do the monthly tournaments anymore, still very involved in Silph factions, and grateful they've branched out into that kind of team format and had a lot of fun with the dojo squad. We came in there was 2 qualifying rounds, 2 qualifying cycles. Came in on the second one, and placed into platinum. Won the platinum division in NA in cycle 1, season 1. Went up to diamond, got our butts a little handed to us in diamond. I think we won like 48% of our games played and won 1 bout. Like just a bunch of close losses. And we learned a lot from that along the way, and went back down, had a pretty good cycle in cycle 3 in platinum, and looking forward to what season 2 brings us. The Melee's been a lot of fun too. So shout out to Silph for not only hosting an awesome factions tournament for the top teams in Diamond, but also throwing us the Melee for everyone else to have fun with. I think it's kind of inspired by the season 2 championships, right? The band 2 format.
Yeah. Oh, season 3?
Season 3 finals?
Season 3
okay.
Worlds, I think.
Season 2 finals was the draft.
Yeah.
Season 3 finals was the bands. Yeah. So shout out to Silph. They do an awesome job, and grateful to be joining today for some coverage of this showdown.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, big props to the meta team.
Yeah, you've really hit me with some nostalgia when it comes to like the regionals with the extra tiebreakers at the end. I remember our Sydney regionals went to tiebreaker as well.
Right, yeah.
Only because one of my fellow Newcastleites, I may have given him his only loss that meant that I had to go down. But regardless, we actually have the bracket live right now.
Oh, nice.
So what we're going to do, we were actually originally going to be following Stumpy 2517 in this first round, but unfortunately it seems that he hasn't woken up in time. It was at 3 a.m. his time, so instead we're going to be taking a look at final boss AJ in this first round. But I'll pull up the bracket right now so that we can take a little bit of a sticky peek at the matchups, who's going to be playing, the different teams that are going to be around. So do a little bit of a 1-2 hiya. Yeah, that's slightly off, it seems. But regardless, I think one thing that is important to note, if I control F Incineroar, nothing comes up. So unfortunately, I will not be seeing an Incineroar. And Mel, our only member, is in chat. For those who weren't around in the last showdown stream, we did decide that member was only to be said in all caps as well. But yeah, so we're seeing a lot of very familiar faces from the Silph Arena scene. We're seeing Stone Collection as the #1 seed going into this tournament. Very strong battler from Germany. We saw them in the World Championship qualifiers. I think that's what the World Championship preliminaries. The one that wasn't like the actual World Championship tournament, the one that was going to get an invite to World Championships. In that, I was seeing people like Dane WWW, Arbanav, Beach 7, Dial Up Cheng right at the top here. I was seeing kind of cute though. And this match, table number 7, is actually the matchup that we're going to be watching. So we're going to be taking a look at Final Boss AJ versus Bomber 00 or 01. Is it Bomber Oon? But, you know, we've also got Hot Pocket, Aerosol, Verdugo, Yen Solo, heaps of big green, heaps of great stuff here. But just while we are getting set up, oh, I forgot that that's going to share the Discord thingamajiggy. Just while we're getting set up on the back end, I think that straight away I'm seeing a lot of Quagsire in this fighting slot, to say the least. Is there anything that, like, just taking a look at only these top sort of teams, Ninja, that's sort of striking you as to sort of what people are using, what people are deciding to go with?
Yeah, I mean, also, Quag. Yeah, I mean, Quagsire and Poliwrath look like they're definitely, as we get a little further down the player list, we get a little more diversity, but those definitely feel like the two things that most players are going with. I think just the pressure those Pokemon put on with their charge moves may be a little bit preferred here over the few mons that actually run counter in this tournament. The 3, I think, eligible counter users for Nemesis Cup are Obstagoon, Lucario,
sorry
and
guys,
Blaziken.
the Echo Mel has let us know. Hearing Steve Echo. Why would that? Oh, okay. I think that we're good now. There should be no echo. Go over it. Just throw back to the previous
It's okay. I was just saying, like, there are a few counter users that are eligible here. Obstagoon, Blaziken, and Lucario. But notably, Lucario and Obstagoon also weak to counter. So don't expect to see very many of those. Well, I do see a few Blazikens going down the list. There's an Obstagoon. Yeah, not very many goons. Being double weak to counter in a tournament where everyone has a fighter, pretty high risk play. And so I think a lot of these teams, like every team has an anti-fighter as well. And so mons that are more, use their charge moves, give you a little more flexibility, especially with that mud shot energy generation from Quagsire or Poliwrath, enables those two mons to get to those like beefy coverage moves that can help them fight back in their bad matchups against some of these, some of the anti-fighters still are going to struggle against something that's throwing Earthquake or Stone Edge at them. And so I think that's a pretty good, solid case for why we're going to see a lot of Quag. And there are a couple grass mons in that anti-fighter slot, the potential for a Gourgeist or a Jumpluff. But I don't know that we'll see that many, and that makes a Quagsire really appealing, right? Having only one weakness and it being a double weakness to grass, there's just not that many. I mean, looking at the teams, there's some teams that have one Grassmon, but almost none of them have two. And even having one Grassmon, I see quite a few Credillies as kind of one of the Grassmons of choice here. Bullet Seed, not a lot of fast move pressure, even double super effective. And being able to throw back neutral Earthquakes at that still makes a Quag feel good, or Poliwrath being able to dynamic punch it for super effective. So not surprising to see those water fighters, we'll call them, with that ground coverage being very popular here. Yeah. Versus.
What we can do in the meantime is take a look at their
Yep.
Here we go. So we've got Final Boss AJ's team on the bottom, and that's whose screen we're going to be taking a look at. And then we've also got Bomber 01, coming in the top. So, I mean, Ninja, what are you sort of seeing? There's certainly some similarities between these two teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarity between. They're the same team. One has a Shadow Polyrath and the other has a normal Polyrath. Literally, they input their mons in a different order, but those are the same 6 mons. No Steve Sounds now? Question mark.
Oh no.
From Mel.
Oh, hang on. Yes, thank you. I thought that meant like no sounds at all, but it does look like I am having audio come through. So I think we're good on that front. Do let me know.
And I haven't dug into the sims enough to know the differences on the Polyrath versus Shadow Polyrath matchups against these mons in the meta. So not exactly sure what these players are seeing from that. Why Final Boss AJ would have gone with Shadow Polyrath here. My guess would be they're both still running Mudshot. I don't think there's much case for running Bubble on Polyrath. Just the energy generation a lot more valuable than that little extra damage on Bubble. Both players running Wormadam. I mean, this looks it looks like a Halloween Cup has come back to us. Wormadam, Drapion, Frostlass, Galvantula. Those are all players from Halloween Cup. If you've done any GBL recently, I think really there's nothing here that resists all of Drapion's moves.
Yeah.
So I like and Galvantula only the Cradily resists the Volt switches, and then the lunges. So just a lot of flexibility here from these teams. Honestly, it seems like a meta where players can be trying to look like winning lead probably isn't as important as getting some kind of shield or energy advantage. With these mons being able to throw, kind of medium to heavy charge moves, avalanches, discharges, iron heads from Wormadam, crunches from Drapion, stuff that doesn't one-shot most things. But if you get that little bit of energy lead on these mons, being able to throw 2 of them before your opponent puts your opponent in a really bad spot where they have to shield first or they end up losing a mon, and your Drapion, your Galv, your Wormadam, your Frostlass is still at half health, and they're still have to throw a charge move at it to kill it. And that can kind of snowball some of these games. Catching moves may become really important in that kind of meta. Being able to catch, an avalanche on your Wormadam, for example, to try to get that energy into resisted damage, to try to negate some of the advantage your opponent may have gotten earlier in the matchup. But it looks like they're locked in here.
Oh, and we're
going into game 1.
CEO as a Beast has predicted Galvantula, Wormadam on both teams. We'll see how it does end up playing out. It was at least 50% right. We've got the Frostlass in the lead up against that Shadow Drapion.
That's a Hex Frostlass.
That is a Hex Frostlass.
Interesting choice. Hex generates the same energy as Powder Snow, but does slightly less damage, 2 damage per turn instead of 2.5. But it's resisted damage here against the Drapion, so that's going to make it a lot harder for this Frostlass to kind of create farm down pressure. No shielding this first move. Crunch here, not quite lethal, but man, it hurts.
Yeah, you're not getting another.
And I think you get Poison Sting down from there, so having to swap out here to prevent that farm down into the Wormadam. And this Drapion's just going to pile on damage with these crunches. Should be able to get to 2 crunches before the Wormadam can get to a move.
Yeah, this is sort of like you were saying, Ninja. This is not really anything that is really doing super well against Drapion. Like, there's no sort of hard counters in there, which definitely makes it a little bit rough. But we do see that Sorpin's Galvantula first charge move coming off here. Little bit of, I think that lag is only coming through on the phone sharing bit. But regardless, burn the shield. Wants to keep this Wormadam around, at least to get this 1 charge move off. And there's the chance of the debuff here. Oh, just gonna let go.
Just lets it go. Recognizing maybe that he wants to save that 1 shield for his Drapion because it has so much play. It can come back in here, farm up a lot of Poison Stings. It's going to take 5 Confusions for them to get to a move. So you could throw 10 Poison Stings here, which is 90 energy before throwing this Crunch. And this Wormadam's in a bad spot, and the things behind it aren't in any better of a spot.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Final Boss AJ at all, unfortunately. I mean, look, we've seen that Frostlass before. It would just get Poison Stung down in this instance. So it really is just down to this Galvantula to try and do something, save her from the jaws of defeat here. We do not, oh, we do see a crunch debuff, which is really just rubbing salt into the wound. It does sort of leave potential to use Frostlass as a bit of a sacrificial swap at some point. Try and catch a move, clear the defense debuff. Get that last shield out of Drapion finally. Tries to catch a move onto Frostlass. We do see a swap into a trash Wormadam though, which is not awesome for this Galvantula.
Yeah, both players opting to bring that trash Wormadam as, I mean, if you look at their teams, that is the only thing in this meta that has some real bulk to it. And so giving them a little bit of flexibility dealing with these other mons that just don't really want to tank any of these hits. And we see, one Bug Buzz went out, taking out a Galvantula, and now a Bug Buzz comes back, taking out Final Boss AJ's Galvantula, and he is now down one game in this opening set.
She. Everyone on the internet is a dog. No proof otherwise. But yeah, regardless, that was definitely... I mean, I think going into this next one, we're going to have to see just Final Boss AJ trying to harder counter that Drapion, really, which might mean leaving the Hex Frostlass at home. It might mean swapping out to something maybe a little bit more akin to... I guess you could bring in Poliwrath, the only difference between the two teams, the Shadow Poliwrath, to try and get some big damage onto that Drapion. But even then, you're still not loving the moves. I guess you are resisting you're resisting Crunch.
Yeah, you're resisting Crunch. And worth noting, both those players left their fighter at home, the Poliwrath at home. Both players brought a Galvantula and a Wormadam trash. It's a you have to line that Poliwrath up really well if you're going to bring it in here. But it's your best answer to Drapion. So maybe it's bring Poliwrath in the back and try to get it onto a Drapion if they safe swap it. But we see a Galvantula mirror lead here. This is a pretty CMP dependent sort of matchup. We can get that first lunge, makes a big difference. Both players look synced up. Both of them going past the first lunge, and Bomber 1 throwing the first one here.
I don't think Final Boss AJ clicked the charge move there. I think they're just farming even more potentially. I'll have to wait 1 second to confirm. Yeah, we're seeing the swap out into a Wormadam now. So that Wormadam definitely able to tank at least one move. Interestingly, we do not see a single lunge thrown there. I suppose because this Drapion is going to be able to soak up this damage. Okay, it doesn't love getting hit by a Bug Buzz, but it's not the end of the world for it. So I guess valued keeping that energy on the Galvantula for later. Maybe those Galvantulas find themselves again, but that Crunch just does so much damage, even without the Psychic, right? I guess the Shadow bonus really coming in clutch there. Okay, no, I thought I saw a debuff there, but not a debuff.
And now the Drapion can just farm up here. The Confusions put so little pressure on it, and it just farms and farms. It's at 2 crunches right now, and the Wormadam has to shield this, otherwise it dies. I guess they can come back in. Both players have a move loaded on their Galvantula, and Galvantula will win CMP here. So maybe the play is you just let the Wormadam go, come in with the Gal throwing the lunge to try to deny that Drapion the rest of that energy they farmed up here.
Ooh.
But gets the charge move, the button delay, and not able to throw that lunge before the Drapion's crunch comes through here. Unfortunate. Does survive, able to get off this lunge to take out the Drapion if they no-shield this. But at this point from the Drapion, you could also just shield this and farm down.
Yeah. I mean,
they let it go.
Ooh, okay. Double swap.
And then they swap into their Wormadam trash.
And we've brought Credilli out here, which is actually really interesting because Credilli charges up so fast. It really does get these Stone Edges so quickly. It is really in contrast to that trash Wormadam that, as we saw before, it just takes so long to get to those moves. The one Stone Edge, enough to bring it down into the yellow. So at this point, it might be a bit of a game of where do we use our shields? Do we keep the Credilli alive here? Make sure that we get another Stone Edge. We let the Bug Buzz come through. Oh my gosh.
Ooh,
oh.
There was, and the defense drop. Looking very tough here for Final Boss AJ. Galv comes back in and just dies to that first confusion.
Yeah, it might have been a case of just hoping that maybe it wasn't a Bug Buzz, maybe it was an Iron Head. It still would have been super effective. Is that
yes?
Because of the rock typing.
Yes, but Iron Head is a little less efficient.
Yeah.
So maybe survive with enough health there to get to a Stone Edge.
Yeah, and then keep the shield for the Pokemon in the back, so you can get another charge move off onto the. Was it Drapion in the back? That was still
the Drapion was at very low health for Bomber 1.
Yeah.
Because it took that one lunge, went down into the red. But just a tough match, that opening lead matchup, that Galv on Galv, Final Boss AJ opting to shield the lunge, then swap out storing the energy, but then enabling Bomber 1 to respond by bringing the Drapion into the Wormadam trash. And Drapion just generates a lot of advantage in that matchup. The resisted confusions without stab, not doing much damage. The pacing on Drapion getting to 2 crunches when the Wormadam's getting to a move it's rough.
Yeah, it really was a place of there's just not much you can do, I guess. I mean, AJ did go for that strategy of not throwing for the CMP tie and swapping with the Trash Wormadam. I wonder, I guess really just getting locked into that Wormadam versus Drapion matchup is really a bit of a killer. But
and I think they had a plan. Like I think they had some kind of contingency for that, having swapped out with the Galv with the lunge. But we saw that even if they had been able to press the button and get that CMP there against the Drapion, the lunge was not lethal. So the Drapion was always going to be able to throw that crunch. It's just I mean, if you'd be able to get a little more damage on the Drapion, then maybe that made a difference. But I think as the way it played out, it just was just a tough matchup. Yeah, I think players will be wanting to avoid that. As we see, I mean, we can look at the bracket. I think there are a number of Trash Wormadams and a lot of Drapions. And I think that's a matchup you want to be avoiding in Nemesis Cup, is having that Trash Wormadam locked in on a Drapion.
Yeah, but as you also said like a little bit earlier, Trash Wormadam is sort of potentially one of the only sources of bulk for some of these teams, these two in particular. So it's like you want to be able to use these bulky Pokemon that can tank a move and still survive. But I mean, even though that being the case, even though we know that Trash Wormadam is bulky, we kind of saw how much damage it can take from a Stone Edge from Credilli in just a few Bullet Seeds, how much damage it takes from a Crunch from that Shadow Drapion. So it's not like it takes these moves really well, like something like a Noctowl might do a little bit better in some cases, but it provides enough that can definitely tank one big move, but then a second big move is probably going to sort of send it to the grave. So I almost wonder... I really understand the wanting to have the bulk, but I think that AJ maybe just needs to let it go going into this game.
Just put the pedal down, run 3 things that are just a little, do a little more damage.
Yeah. I mean, look, confusion. You can't say that confusion does do a lot of damage, but against Drapion, it definitely does not in any sense of the word. So I mean, what do you bring in instead? Like,
maybe it's Galv, your own Shadow Drapion, and the Poliwrath. The opponent is bringing the Drapion every game, so if you can find a way to line up your Poliwrath on that Drapion, it puts you in a pretty good spot. Most of the other things here a little more challenging. We see the Shadow Drapion lead into the Wormmem. Now that's a good lead for Final Boss AJ.
Here we go. It's time for the revenge, the throwback. Actually, was that Okay, I thought I saw a crunch there, but it wasn't. So we get a little bit of energy on the Drapion and then swap out into the Galvantula. Gonna go straight for this lunge, presumably. I'm assuming that we see a shield here on this first one, just because it does not have the attack debuff yet. Every move after the lunge would do a little bit less damage, so nice to burn your shields earlier on in the matchup than later.
Yeah, and the Poison Sting damage adds up a little bit, but not too much. You can see the Galv still here pretty healthy, and the Drapion shielding also. They'll throw right here in the middle of this next Volt switch to make sure they get this crunch off before another lunge. Galv winning CMP in this matchup. I think the Galv survives this pretty safely from this health. Gets the defense drop. Oh, an overtap there. And awkward position. None of the other Mons on Final Boss AJ's. Oh, an Aqua Tail. It came out one Poison Sting sooner because they're running Aqua Tail, not Sludge Bomb.
Dang, that's really rough. I mean, it's not one of the things that you can do when you've got a Drapion that's got so many different moves in this cup, I suppose. But Final Boss AJ, gonna use this crunch to try and get rid of this Drapion for good. Finally see it go down, and now we've completely flipped the script again, and we're seeing Galvantula on the other side of the field up against Final Boss AJ's Shadow Drapion. So gonna go for that crunch, going for that 1 in 3-ish defense debuff chance. Does get the shield, and we do not see the defense debuff, unfortunately. Tried to catch onto the Trash Wormadam there, but unfortunately I did not go through, so going to have to make the decision and burns the shield on this one.
Yep, shooting up that lunge, and it was they went for that. It's like, can I beat them to the move, throw the Aqua Tail? Wait, I want to swap out and catch this, and the game took the input there on the Aqua Tail, and now the switch out. But now your Wormadam's going to get lunged or discharged. Oh, saves the move.
Okay.
And we get a trash Wormadam mirror. Much slower pace than most of the other things that have been happening in these matchups. But both players essentially bringing the same team, right? Recognizing these are flexible things. They have lots of play, and just trying to make the most of these matchups. Interesting to go for Ironhead in this matchup. I think Bugbuzz is a little more DPE and also has the debuff chance.
Yeah, and we are seeing Bomber 1 going for that Bug Buzz. It does look like it does. I mean, I'm just going by eye, but I do think that it is more efficient there. Going for Ironhead again, maybe trying to like delay this as much as possible to try and swap back into Drapion and keep Wormadam around a little bit for the next matchup, maybe? I'm not sure the play is. Only one confusion away from another Ironhead, but gonna get taken out by a Bug Buzz here, or maybe even an Ironhead, to be honest.
Yeah, pretty low here. It is the Bug Buzz. It comes through. It is lethal. The Drapion's going to come back in. The opponent's switch timer is up, and they had that move stored on the Galvantula. And that's another win here for Bomber One. Bomber One navigating this really cleanly, choosing when they throw charge moves versus when they store the charge moves and swap out, especially on mons like Galvantula that wins CMP against most of the meta.
Mm-hmm.
Just really, really clean play by Bomber One. And Final Boss AJ just having a bit of a tough time in some of these matchups.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is sort of one of the cases where like you're in this tournament with some of the best players in the entire world. Bomber 1 at the like the cutoff of the month at the end of March, start of April, where rank sort of gets solidified for the month's ranking purposes. Bomber 1 was 25th in the world on the Silph leaderboard ranking. So when you get up against one of these just top opponents, it can be really tough, especially when you're in a spot where you basically have the same team. Bomber 1 is over there knowing how the team works. They know what wins, what doesn't, what their team's weak to, what it's good at doing. So by putting Bomber 1, this like 25th in the world battler, against another almost identical team, literally just one shadow flipped, a Pokemon that we never even saw, I think it does... it does mean that it puts Bomber in a really strong position there. And again, I don't need to like re-stress. Final Boss AJ, an incredible battler as well, was 102nd in the world going into this tournament as well. That did send those invites out to that top 128. So she really is incredible, and I will not be surprised if we see a huge comeback in this round 2 and potentially up the rest of the tournament. We will be swapping opponents later on, but just because our first fellow Aussie fell asleep. Yeah, we are.
And that's also kind of a confidence booster coming in, you know,
true.
And having the same team, like you show up and you're like, hey, look, one of the top 20 people in the world is running the same, like that gives you a little bit of confidence in the team. And also being able to take away, like sometimes when you lose to another team, like you can learn about like how your team interacts with some other mon that they have. But in this case, Final Boss AJ gets to learn about how their team interacts with other teams, right? Because they got to see how Bomber 1 played those same mons in the same situation. So I think there's a little bit extra that can be learned from playing in a mirror matchup here against another player that, just manage the timers, manage the energy really well, and being able to think about like, oh yeah, I can be, storing the energy on my Galv, swapping out because it's going to win CMP later. I can, when I get my Drapion in on that Wormadam, be farming up just that little bit extra, and trying to take some of those lessons with you to help you in your own future matchups, instead of just like your matchups against specific other things.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right about that. And it is really it's sort of one of the best parts of these sort of live tournaments. I think it gets lost a little bit in the drawn out tournaments that go for the full month, 3-day rounds. But when you're in this live setting, you're going to be doing 6 rounds in a row. You can sort of like learn this and take these lessons on like really as you go and keep them in the back of your mind. As you go into that next matchup, maybe she gets into another Galvantula mirror and she goes, okay, I'm going to play this like Bomber 1 played it and just try and go for that lunge and not swap out to the Trash Wormadam because that strategy might work a little bit better. It sort of really gives that opportunity to sort of learn and develop. And I think that's actually maybe one of the other benefits of the Silph Arena Showdown is that you are getting a chance to sort of spar against 6 of the other best battles in the world.
Yes.
Like you're not going up against some chumps that is just child's play for you. You are going against a bunch of people who really know what they're doing, who really practice every month, and who also really do want to get to the top of this tournament to take that Continentals invite so they can stress a little bit less when it comes to Silph Arena Regionals in a couple months.
Yeah.
So I think it is really it gives a lot of good opportunities, I think. And if anyone in the future is ever invited to a Silph Arena Showdown. Definitely worth getting involved with. Although this is the last showdown of the season, actually. So not until season 5 will there be another showdown. But so there's only one last Continentals invite to be given to a winner here. But we can take a look at some of the results.
So a little bit of extra pressure on this one then.
Look, last chance. If they don't get it here, then they'll have to do really well in regionals. Or there are those opportunities where they do give out Continentals invite to, I think, the top player on each country's leaderboard. Assuming they have enough players. So, the top player in Australia, the top player in America, the top player in Canada, they'll all receive a Continentals invite as well. Likely. I don't think that's been confirmed, but it was the case the last season, maybe the season before that as well. So I think we can take a guess at that one. But yeah, we'll take a look at the results before we get into round 2. Well, we'll be seeing again. We're seeing a lot of Dialect actually taking down brajSF. Beach, I think, was getting close to maybe like they were in the top 4 in the previous Silph Arena Showdown. But lots of big results here. 2 matches left to go. This is a refresh match. Again, I still just these 2 matches left at this time. Tony, Hot Pocket and Bruce now as well, and a lot of other things. Chatty equation 3-0.
They lost your audio, Steve?
Oh no, not again. Oh man.
Now we can see Discord. Hello, Discord.
Oh no. Where's that
He's working on it, folks. So we were looking at, he was just looking down the bracket. We have 2 matches left to go in this round. We're waiting on those results to advance to round 2. A few big upsets this round. Steve was pointing out Dilap Churn upsetting Beach 7 was one of the upsets there. Dilap, I think this is his first season doing Silph, but has been crushing it in various competitive aspects of Pokemon Go PvP for a long time now. Has won many of the $1,000 tournaments hosted by Mazer or Antimatter Gaming, and a lot of other independent tournaments as well. And then I'm just really showing his dominance here in Silph as well, being one of the top players in the world, invited to this showdown and getting that upset in round 1. A few other upsets further down, Dokusama upsetting Shadow Mimikyu, in the Wilson upsetting Javier. But these tournaments, it's not a single elimination tournament like some of those other ones. This is the standard Swiss format. So these players will be able to continue on through the tournament and have a chance to win subsequent rounds to keep advancing their position. And given that it is an odd number of players, real chance for a multi-way tie after the final round. So really important, even if you pick up that loss in round 1, to keep your head up, learn from that round, and try to apply those lessons in the subsequent ones. Because if you can end the tournament on 1 loss, doesn't matter if it's in the first round or the last round, you are in a pretty solid position for a potential tie. Actually, unless somebody comes through and just sweeps the thing. That happens sometimes too.
Yep. Lots of good battles here. They know what they're doing. There's definitely many sweeps to be had in these tournaments. But Mel actually mentioning in chat, just because we did mention the Nexus League tournaments, there is going to be a live Nexus League tournament coming up very shortly in the Community Day weekend over in Seattle. So maybe worth checking out the Nexus League Twitter, the Mazer Twitter, Melgood's Twitter even, to get some details about that one, because it is some fun. I think there's a confirmed $300 prize pool that may increase depending on the amount of people that do end up going there. But hey, worth checking out. But yeah, sorry about the audio thing. It turns out, so in the previous Silph Arena Showdown, I was having audio issues as well, and I duplicated my mic in this different spot to try and fix it. And so now my different scenes have different numbers of microphones on them. So this screen has a microphone that I muted on that other screen that I had 2 microphones on. So I'm gonna refine that one and delete. Was that on the what screen was that on that I was speaking twice? Was that the cast? Is that the phone screen? Or was the phone screen? Okay. Boom, boom.
Yeah.
And I think from now on, we should have just clean audio all the way through. Famous last words. But regardless, I'm going to hit the refresh button again. We can check if there's any disputes as well, because always a chance that is the case. But if anyone does want to check in the bracket link is pinned at the top of the YouTube chat. So you can just go straight there and take a look as well. Just checking the dispute channel. It is lit up, so we may well have a dispute here. We actually have a dispute in a Final Boss AJ's round. I haven't seen any more battles show up, but potentially may see a replay in there. Actually, that was 13 minutes ago, and we have seen them both report their results now, so probably not. I'm going to assume that was all sorted on the back end. But
it may be that they wanted to file a dispute for the CMP that didn't happen between the Galvantula and the Drapion in Game 2. But I believe under the current Silph rules, that's a non-disputable event.
Yeah.
While it feels, I could totally understand from the player's perspective why that would feel like something that is not intended and would be disputable, and you might want to ask a question about it from a TO. Under the current Silph outstanding issues page, CMP issues are not a disputable item.
Yeah, it isn't like, it's just a case where we really wish the game would just work properly, and these issues just happen so often that that is one thing that is sort of hard to, like, if you do give a rematch for that, I suppose you're going to end up with a lot of rematches, like a lot of rematches.
Yeah.
It's just really rough when it's like you play with that strategy in mind. You go knowing like, I'm keeping this move in the back. I know that I win CMP, so when this Pokemon comes in, I'm going to be able to finish this off. And then when it just isn't able to happen, it does make it really rough at these stages of the game. But look, Niantic has promised. They said they're going to be working on some fixes during this GBL interim season. Even though we've already won regionals in just Liverpool so far. I think there's another one coming up very shortly though. We'll see how these fixes go over time, and whether anything does end up coming to it. It does look like there was a dispute between Imero and Thony Velasquez. A rematch was granted, so they're going to be going into at least a game 4 here. No public dispute between Hot Pocket and Vroom Vroom Power though, so hit another refresh. And yeah, that Hot Pocket's just slow. Look, he's probably doing his homework simultaneously while he's doing these battles. So wouldn't worry about it.
Shouldn't he be on spring break? It's Easter weekend.
Oh, of course. You're absolutely right. Actually, that is very important. Happy Easter to all of the Aussies and APACers that are out in the chat, because it is presently, I know Morphus did ask in the chat and I didn't get to answer, but it is currently approaching 4 a.m. Easter morning over here. So happy Easter to all of you. I will be, as soon as this stream is over, I'm going to be running off to an Easter breakfast. So we'll keep this tournament running on time, players. Cut down those rematches. Regardless, what we can do is we can take a look at some of the teams that have been getting some successes. So these top 3 teams all ended up with wins here. 2 of them have got Quagsire, 2 of them have got Frostlass, but there is a fair bit of variety outside of that. So Stone Collection's team running the Ferrothorn, the Malamar, the Zweilous, and the Galvantula. Only Galvantula out of those 4 popping up on either of these other 2 top winning teams so far. Beedrill, also unique among this group of 12. Shadow Drapion, unique amongst this bunch of 12, but as we know, not unique in the tournament. Fortress, Hisuian Electrode, Kingdra, all unique in this little ball pit. 2 of them have brought in a dragon type, a dragon breath user, and I guess that gives them that neutral damage that really does sort of help round out a lot of teams, I feel. It sort of gives you some play against a lot of things. One thing I do like about Arbanarv picking the Kingdra over the top of Zweilous is Kingdra is not weak to the counter users like Zweilous is. Which is what you were mentioning before, Ninja, with that Zweilous having that dark typing, not loving the counter users that do seem to be very voluminous. In saying that, I mean, looking at these top teams, there aren't that many counter users. Like, there is a lot of Quagsire here. There is only 1 counter user in the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 ranked trainers. there's only one counter user. So maybe it's actually pretty safe.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when they have to, the damage output you get from Dragon Breath in those neutral matchups as things like a Quagsire or a Noctowl or even a Galvantula is like trying to get to its move. Like they get to the moves fairly fast, but just the Dragon Breath pressure in those situations, Dragon Breath users just generate more farm downs than a lot of other things in metas where there aren't fairies, right? There are a couple of legal fairies because of the Nemesis rules, the anti-fighter slot. Dedenne was a viable choice, and Mawile or Galarian Rapidash also options. But as we look at these teams, I see a few Dedennes as we scroll down.
I have a control left Rapidash, and there's not a single one.
Not a single Galarian Rapidash. Galarian Rapidash, interesting. Same typing as Gardevoir. And less bulky.
So,
when you're less bulky than Gardevoir, you're kind of in a weird spot, especially in these metas with a lot of neutral damage, right?
He's really spammy. Like you do got that Psycho Cut Body Slam spam going, which can be scary.
That's true. I just want to see how much damage a lunge does from Galvantula. We're going to go look that up here really quick. The lunge from Galvantula, only 53%. That's less than I expected, honestly.
I think are you getting confused with potentially Ultra League Rapidash?
Maybe.
I think
in Great League, I guess it's slightly bulkier than Galvantula. So, maybe I underestimate the staying power of Rapidash, but still none of our competitors opted for that for their team. We do see some Ghosts, some Gourgeist, a lot of Frostlass, though. That seems like the Frostlass and Noctowl seem like the two most common picks for that anti-fighter slot. And if those are the picks, Quagsire looks good. Stone Edge hits them both for super effective. When your fighter is doing super effective damage to their anti-fighter, that's usually a spot you want to be in.
Yeah, and that's sort of the benefit of those ground uses, the Quagsires, the Excadrills, the Flygons to some extent, is that they do have that really good pushback against the anti-fighter slot. So it's sort of they sort of puts them in a weird spot where they on the one hand they do some good damage against things like Crustle that has the rock typing with ground damage all the same, but then end against the steel types like Mawile, but then they also have that some rock coverage that they can throw back against a lot of the ice types, the flyers that are coming around in that slot too. It does mean that if you are going to be one of those people who uses Noctowl, who uses Frostlass, that is going to be a little bit weak to those moves, it does mean that you have to build out the rest of your team to cover it a little bit more. For example, if you just take a look at Imero's team here, who is running Quagsire and Noctowl, you see they brought Credilli. So Credilli gives that little bit more coverage to the Quagsires that are running around with some really fast C-bombs that does absolutely masses of damage to the water ground typing on Quagsire. So it sort of balances it out a little bit. And then also bringing in some extra coverage in here. Fortress also has access to a rock move, although it's not a great rock move. Technically rock damage, but I think it's probably still not doing great in the matchup against Noctowl regardless. Still waiting on these two battles. I do wonder what is going on between Hot Pocket and Vroom Vroom Pow, because no dispute has been raised.
There are three Kingdras in the tournament. That's a pretty wait. Kingdra. Yeah, there's three Kingdras in the tournaments. That's an interesting one. That's looks probably fringe spicy, right? When there's that few of them in the tournament, and Abanov here running it as one of the top 3 trainers. Yeah, definitely something that other people out there want to keep an eye on how he performs in this tournament, and maybe if he lets us know how that Kingdra is. But I mean, just and also the Hisuian Electrode. Are there any Hisu? That is the only one in the tournament. So just a very unique team here from Abanov.
Wow. And look, he's got a 2-1 in the first round, so he definitely knows what he's doing. He finished the month at number 11 in the world. Abanov is definitely a very strong battler. I think I could be completely mistaken here, but Arbanov may have been in the finals of one of the Silph Arena Showdowns as well, so definitely knows what he's doing. So even though this team is super spicy, you know that Arbanov knows what's up. Actually, how many Blazekins are there as well? Okay, there are 10 Blazekins. So there are a few of them running around. So 2 unique Pokemon, though, in this tournament with a bunch of the best battlers. It actually feels a little bit to me like a little bit of a throwback to the sort of Silph Arena Season 1 sort of tournaments. Back when there were fewer resources, there were fewer YouTubers putting out stupid meta simplifieds and whatnot, telling everyone what to use.
Yeah.
And you could bring that spice pick in and no one would know what it was doing. Like, you bring in the Hisuian Electrode and no one has practiced against Hisuian Electrode. No, people aren't even sure what moves that Hisuian Electrode has. They're like, oh, am I going to be able to take it out with 1 Icicle Spear, 2 Icicle Spears? What do I need to do here to take this thing out? And it's sort of, in my mind, it makes it a lot more fun. Some of my favourite memories from Season 1 were using some spice picks that no one really recognised, like using, in my Twilight Cup, I brought in Spiritomb, which was absolutely, like, no one should use Spiritomb. It was a terrible Pokemon. You shouldn't use it, but I won. And I think it was a little bit of luck, but, you know, I built a team of 5. In fairness, I built a team of 5, and I liked a team of 5, and I didn't need a 6th, so I went, oh, I guess I'll bring Spiritomb, just because I don't have a ghost on my team, but it does really play with people's minds a little bit. And I think that Arvanov may be trying to recapture some of that. Obviously, because there is GBL now, there's sort of this new meta, there's new Pokemon, there's new ways to explore using Pokemon. I think that people do become a little bit more used to new Pokemon when they are released. There obviously are a bunch of YouTubers that put out videos like, you know, using Hisuian Electrode in Great League, for example, when it was first released.
Yeah.
So people get a little bit more of an idea now as well. As to what they can do, what moves they might see, as long as they're sort of keeping their pulse on, I guess, that Go Battle League YouTube game, they get a little bit of an idea as well. But I don't know. I kind of hope Arbanov goes. Actually, we've got in chat. Arbanov swept Showdown this season. That actually might have been the 1-2 months ago. Maybe beating Rise to Occasion in the finals potentially. I could be very incorrect about that. Don't trust anything. But I guess Arbanov just coming in for the big rank gains that you can get from doing well against some of the top ranked battles in the world. But regardless, Morph is in the chat as well. Registered a Bastion and didn't have one. And ended up taking that tournament out. That's also one of the other fun things you can do. Which have you ever done that, Ninja? Registered a Pokemon you don't have?
Well, not intentionally, we'll go with. I have, in factions, registered a Pokemon with the wrong CP, which at that point becomes a Pokemon you don't have.
Yeah.
Because you can't legally bring it to a round. But I have never intentionally tried to bluff a Mon. But I prefer I value having the options over creating bench pressure. I generally don't think of my team in terms of building a team of 6 for Silph tournaments. I had a very kind of rigorous way of doing it. I had a lot of spreadsheets and would look up matchup data back when you had to export PvP poke matchups 1 row at a time, and building spreadsheets out of the matchup data by exporting, hundreds of rows of matchup data. And then essentially what I'd try to do is find a team of 6 that I had 2 answers to the top 70-ish meta picks. I had to have at least 2 answers to each thing in each of the even shield situations. So I wanted my team to have 2 answers for everything in the zeros, 2 answers for everything. They didn't have to be the same things, but just so that I knew I had answers for that. And so very little of my team planning was thinking about exactly what other people would bring, or trying to mind game the bench pressure. I just wanted to always make sure that I had answers. And so I wasn't big on bluffing or bench pressure sort of thinking. I was always thinking about my team from my perspective of when I sit down and look at my team and their team, I don't want anything on their team to beat my whole team. And I don't want anything on their team to beat everything except one thing on my team, because then they know I have to bring it.
Yeah, I guess using every Pokemon slot to the highest potential so that you don't have any useless Pokemon. You're intending to potentially use all 6. if
Yes.
so required, which definitely is a way to go. I admittedly may have bluffed a mod one time in the Ghost Stadium Battle for the World, which is, if I'm remembering correctly, potentially like 4,000 players that went down to 1,000, went down to 128, and went down to 1. Something like that. In the first round, maybe the second tournament, it was like a bunch of tournaments in a row. So like the first one was a bunch of 7-round tournaments to whittle down to 1,000. Then there was a bunch more 7-round tournaments, whittle it down to 128. And I think it was in the second stage potentially. Oh no, it was it was whittling it down from 1,000 to 128 potentially. I brought in a dugong onto my team of 6. Now I did have this dugong. It was powered up to 1,500. But it did not have Icy Wind. So I had no intention of bringing my Water Pulse Dugong along to the battles. It was purely bench pressure. I think there was one opponent that was like, I really should have brought Dugong in if only I actually had it. But it actually worked. It can work really well if you sort of build in certain ways. Like I was sort of trying to push people to use certain Pokemon and not use other Pokemon by bringing that bench pressure in, which is, I personally think it is a worse strategy than having 6 Pokemon you intend to use. But I was just having fun with it, and it ended up working out. I ended up going 5-2 in that tournament, which was enough to get to that phase 3, stage 3, whatever they were calling it, of the Battle of the World. I instantly lost first round in that next stage. Straight out of it. But
but you still made it to that stage, and that's still an accomplishment. Like, just, the players here today, some of them are not going to do well in this tournament. In any tournament, there are going to be people that are at the bottom of the matchup data at the end of the tournament, but still having gotten here is still a huge accomplishment. I mean, these are really high-level battlers, and having made it through 2 rounds of the Battle for the World and making it to stage 3, still a really big accomplishment. And speaking of getting to the next round, round 2 looks like it's up now. The other 2 battles have been completed.
Oh my!
And we have round 2 data.
Okay, so we're going to be jumping in for final boss AJ up against Beach 7. Oh man, final boss AJ cannot catch a break, taking on one of the best battles in the world as well. Now, I did only learn, I think 2 months ago, that you can in fact write in these sort of, is it comma? I think I have to do comma. I also typed it wrong. Beach, and now, oh no, I did do it wrong. It is and. And both teams come up right here, so we can actually see them right on screen. Isn't that handy dandy? But luckily for Final Boss AJ, we are seeing a completely different team. This is not an identical 6. We've got some variety. So Beach has gone for the Quagsire Noctowl core, which I think that this Frostlass might have some play against. I've got Roserade coming in, there's Wireless Dragon damage, and Malamar as well. So we'll see how... I'm
just immediately recognizing this, like, Final Boss AJ's Frostlass has Hex.
It does have Hex. You're right.
That feels like a really big setback against a team that's got Noctowl, Roserade, and Zweilous.
Yeah, you are right. Oh, I'm wondering if that was unintentional.
I mean, it may have been. Just looking at the meta as a whole, it feels really awkward to have the Hex Frostlass. But if you're going in tournament expecting to play against a lot of other Frostlasses, Hex makes sense. But you have to, it just makes it a much more narrow situation, right? It becomes much more, Frostlass usually is applied as a very strong generalist. The Powder Snow, the Avalanche, and Shadow Ball kind of hits most things. But when you go into Hex, you've narrowed the scope of what the Mon does. It becomes a much better anti-Ghost, anti-Frostlass itself, but is not as good against kind of the meta as a whole. You still can, like, Avalanche still really hurts all of these Mons that we just mentioned, the Noctowl, the Roserade, the Zweilous.
Yes.
But it limits our Frostlass ability to farm those things down if they're, at low health after a previous matchup. You just can't Hex down a Noctowl. But if you can get it in that matchup against another Frostlass, against another Ghost, it probably helps a lot in, like, the Frostlass, like, Gengar matchup, where then having the super effects hexes allows you to kind of keep up with fast move damage. But Beach 7's line is not the one you want to see for that Frostlass.
Yeah, Morphus in the chat also mentioning that Hex Frostlass has an edge over the Walrein matchup as well, which
that's true.
Is on like a lot of teams. Like I think there was another tournament where literally every player, it was the Australis Arena Australis Shield Tournament, which is a very early in the month sort of exhibition match with some of the best Australian players. And literally 100% of teams had a Walrein on it. So it is a Pokemon that is around a lot, but I'm not sure if you're really getting as like that much benefit by using Hex, because it's really not like, it's not swinging the tide so much.
Yeah.
Like you're still getting the same Shadow Balls off.
Yeah, I guess the main thing is if you're expecting kind of a water ice meta, then Hex Frostlass is better. And just when you narrow the scope of Mon, right, that narrows the scope of Frostlass. Then it becomes more dependent on some of the things that are outside your control. So in this case, who you get matched up with. Mm-hmm. If you get matched up with those specific things you're hunting, then you're in a much stronger position. But when you get matched up with over the course of the meta, if it doesn't line up the way you anticipated coming in, you can end up with more of those matchups that aren't as beneficial to your kind of niche moveset. Mm-hmm. You know, if you were expecting everyone in the tournament to show up with Quagsire as their fighter, you might run Energy Ball in your Galvantula.
Yeah. No, that's
but if you show up and, you know, less than half the teams have Quagsire, then it only helps you in the times where you get matched up against a Quagsire. So those niche moves, like it has value and it's important. And like, you're trying to make that like, what gives me the best chance to win sort of analysis. And sometimes it just doesn't quite turn out the way you want. Or sometimes you get matched up with, you know, one of the 5 people in the tournament that doesn't have the Walrein.
Mm. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And I think it might be something that Final Boss AJ's just gotten a little bit unlucky with going into these first 2 rounds. I mean, if I just control F Walrein, there are 32 Walreins out of the 51 teams. So like, there's a really good shot of being up against one of those Walreins, I suppose. But obviously that wasn't like the big thing, the big reason that we saw a Hex Frostlass come in. It probably more likely was for those Frostlass mirror matches that we just haven't really gotten the chance to exploit yet, I suppose. So, I mean, Beach 7 doesn't necessarily know about the moveset. They may still be a little bit scared until this.
That's true.
Frostlass.
The bench pressure is still there, like you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, the bench pressure's there. These ice bench pressures can do so much thing. It puts a little bit of fear into the Dragon, a little bit of fear into Roserade, a little bit of fear into Noctowl. But either way, I mean, if you were Final Boss AJ, what do you think is one Pokemon that you almost need to bring against Beach's line, knowing that Frostlass may not be your sort of saving grace?
I think this is a really good matchup for that Shadow Poliwrath. I think the Galvantula is a little bit scary, but I think with that Zweilous across the table from you and looking at, like, I'm Final Boss AJ, looking at these teams, like, the Poliwrath is the Galvantula does okay in that matchup. The Volt Switch is resisted. The Lunge does a whole lot of damage to Zweilous. But knowing that I have Hex Frostlass, I don't really want Frostlass in that matchup. Poliwrath looking pretty solid here. You have Ice Punch for the Noctowl, most likely. Expecting a Dynamic Punch, Ice Punch moveset here from the Poliwrath. So you have Ice Punch for that Noctowl, Ice Punch for the Roserade, Ice Punch as a coverage move for Galv. You still probably want to stay away from the Galvantula as much as you can. But having Dynamic Punch for Malamar, Dynamic Punch for Zweilous, Dynamic Punch for Quagsire, you resist the Stone Edge from Quagsire, which is kind of a big deal because then they kind of need to be throwing Earthquakes at you. Not that you want to tank Earthquakes, but it makes them charge up that little bit of extra energy and it makes your shields more valuable. So I think maybe that Shadow Poliwrath comes out here. The Wormadam Trash is going to have a hard time into a Malamar, Zweilous, Noctowl, Quagsire line. It just doesn't have that much to do against those. So kind of takes that one bulky option away. Maybe Credilli comes out a little bit more here as well because of that Quagsire and Stone Edge hitting everything on the team for either neutral or super effective, except Quag where you have grass moves. So Credilli looks like a really good option for Final Boss AJ. But I'm not really sure. Maybe they bring that Galv or that Drapion as kind of a neutral third pick, but we'll see here. We're jumping into game 1. And it's a Galv mirror again.
Okay. Now let's see this in action. Are we going to see it play out the same way? Are we going to see Final Boss AJ potentially adopt the other strategy, going straight for the lunge this time? Okay, so we are playing it a little bit differently. We did see Beach get a 4th Volt Switch through there, but Final Boss AJ may opt to stay in, may opt to... Oh, we've lost the video. Come back. Okay.
Zwelos has come in, and the Wormium Trash, not great in this matchup because the double resist confusions, but Bug Buzz is essentially lethal, and you resist the Dragon Breath. So you can afford to tank one move here, one Dark Pulse, and then get up to this Bug Buzz and pressure that second shield, right? I think the big reasoning here is we want to either kill this Zwelos or force them into a shields down situation, because the Galvantula and the Cradle, I think, was the third thing there. Both put a lot of pressure on teams when they can't shield.
Yeah.
Noctowl coming in here may go for a full farm down tanking an Iron Head. I don't think you'd want to throw your Sky Attack here to deny this. The Noctowl's one of those we talked about earlier, the few things in the meta with bulk, and so able to tank this move and keep farming to pressure those other 2 Mons here with just probably at almost 2 Sky Attacks here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could go one of 2 ways here. You can bring out the Galvantula, knowing that you're barely away from a charge move. You've still got 2 shields. You can burn 1 shield, go for another Volt Switch, and then try and get the discharge off before a second Sky Attack comes through. Or you could have gone the other way and gone for the Credillia that would resist it a little bit more. But this is just a perfectly fine play in my eyes. So bring in the Galvantula, burn both shields, actually throwing the lunge on the Galvantula swap. Wow. And now we don't quite know what happened necessarily on the other side, but it did look like Final Boss AJ's Galvantula maybe got hit by a lunge a little bit earlier. But so not sure where the energy was up to, but we are catching that move on to the Credillia. It is the lunge. It is super effective. Bring it down to about half. And I think Credillia is going to need to get 1 Seed Bomb off here to take the Galvantula out. And there's still a shield up on Beach's side as well. So this could be a little bit rough.
The Noctowl should be pretty much dry after throwing 2 Sky Attacks. The Cradle is going to get to a move here. The question is, can the Galv go for a farm down? I think the Galvantula can just kind of safely shield this and then lunge Final Boss AJ's Galv to kind of take the guesswork out of this. The resisted Volt Switch is just barely taking it down. And this lunge should be lethal from here. But I like what they were going for there, thinking maybe they could get to 2. They timed their Seed Bomb really well there to give as few free turns as possible, trying to minimize that damage. If they've been able to get to another Seed Bomb, then you have your Galv that's dry against a Noctowl that's dry, and you should outpace there. Just needed to get that the Galvantula out of the way, and just came up a little bit short on HP of getting to another move.
Yeah, no, really unfortunate there. I mean, I guess it is potentially one of those cases where IVs don't matter until they do. Maybe, a completely different IV spread would actually result in that Credillia hanging on. I suppose at that point you would be pushing Beach's Galvantula that have to throw a move on the Credillia, and then I think that Beach's Galvantula is probably still going to be ahead, even if that Credillia did force a move.
Yeah, if they did force a move, the Galv probably would have still been at 1 Volt Switch, and then it's a question of if 2 Volt Switches killed the Galv from that HP. Because if then maybe your Galv can farm them back. If they have to throw the move to avoid you getting to a second move, maybe then your Galv can actually farm them down.
True.
But it was a really, really close matchup either way. But Final Boss AJ just not quite able to get there. We did see the Cradillia, and we did see the Galvantula, but still opting to bring that Wormadam Trash even into, I guess, maybe feeling pressured by the Roserade. I'm not really sure. Wormadam Trash felt like it didn't have much play here. And also interesting, I don't think we've seen any of the fighters. This is the Nemesis Cup. It's fighter, anti-fighter. I don't think we've seen a single one of the fighters yet after 4 games. But maybe one of them will show up here. I can see why Beach would want to stay away. The Cradillia looking very strong for Final Boss AJ makes the Quag pretty risky bring. But Final Boss AJ maybe go for the Polyrath this time, but we'll see. I definitely like the Cradillia.
Yeah.
And Galv is also very strong and neutral against most of this team. especially knowing the Quag feels pressured. And not seeing that Quag in that game makes the Galvantula pretty likely again this game. But leading with the Wormadam.
We're not where
into
Wormadam wants to be.
Zweilous.
I guess you've still got the chance to get Bug Buzzers off here. So Bug Buzz still, as we saw earlier, going to do a lot of damage against that Zweilous. Maybe bringing Wormadam as a little bit of a bulky sponge in case of a Noctowl. Interestingly, we see Beach swap out into the Galvantula, getting a little bit of an energy advantage, recognizing that Final Boss AJ doesn't really have like a hard counter to Galvantula, but this Wormadam is going to do a pretty good job. Whoa, just letting that all come through. Oh my gosh. What's going on here, Ninja?
I don't know, but then switching into their own Cradilly with, I mean, I guess they're going for a resisted move farm down here. They're going to tank that lunge and hopefully be able to bullet seed down before the next lunge. One turn away there. You have to have the extra turn afterwards, and then the Zweilous coming back in. This is a one stage down Stone Edge, so the Zweilous can survive this if it wants, and the Zweilous did swap out with a move loaded. So Zweilous probably just going to farm up here, counting the Cradilly's moves, throw right about here. Zweilous wins CMP? No.
Just going for the Seed Bomb, which I don't think, actually, I think Zweilous might hang on.
Oh, gets the shield. So it didn't matter which move they throw there, but Zweilous opting to burn that shield to farm all the way down. Now probably almost at 2 moves. And neither of these Mons, like, Zweilous is really strong in a situation where nothing pressures it with fast move damage, right? That Dragon Breath just keeps adding up. Double resist confusions or resisted volt switches, not going to be able to farm it down. No shields the first move. It's a body slam bait. Really big call there from Final Boss AJ.
Really nicely done. I mean, I'm kind of looking at Beach's back line, and I mean, maybe there's a good, I feel like there's a good chance that it's another Noctowl, and then Galvantula would be in a really strong position in the back, and it is the Noctowl, and Final Boss AJ, just for good measure, called another body slam from this Zweilous. We see the swap into Galvantula here, going to get to these discharges super fast. Unfortunately, because the swap was a little slow, that Sky Attack is going to come through first, but AJ still has 2 shields here to burn, so going to burn the first one here. Going to go for the discharge. Oh, actually going to be able to farm even more now. Oh, can actually get to 2 moves and then... Oh, no, we're not. We're not going to get there.
So you shield up this one, and then you farm 2 more Volt Switches. The third Volt Switch takes you over 100 energy. Oh, just 1 more. Okay.
Okay.
Throwing here... They're 1 confusion away, or did they have a move load on the Worm? I think they're 1 confusion away on the Wormadam.
I don't think that a move.
I think that was the debate there in their mind was, do I go up to another move here before I swap out or not? And they decided they couldn't afford to stay in that long.
Yeah.
So we get the lunge here. That's the last shield.
There's a chance to catch a move. Don't take it.
No catch. So the question here is the Zweilous at 2 moves? So there's a body slam coming in. It is lethal. 1 confusion away. It is at 2 moves. I don't think
it's gonna be
body slam KOs from here, but I think the subsequent Dragon Breath might, because they have to survive 5 Dragon Breaths after this body slam. And they just can't get there.
That's a heartbreak.
Yeah. If they'd swapped out 1 confusion later... I think they could have gotten there. They would have had the move loaded then in that case. The move would have been lethal on the Zweilous. And the Galv would have had 1 less Volt Switch. But the Galv was 1 Volt Switch past 2 moves when it threw at the Noctowl.
Yeah.
So if instead of throwing that Volt Switch on Galv, they'd thrown 1 more confusion on the Wormadam, I think they could have closed that game out. No, but I mean, that's a really hard read to make in the moment. You don't want that Noctowl farming that extra energy because you don't want them getting to a 3rd move before you do. Beach playing it, some of those swaps were a little bit of aggressive, and Final Boss AJ just not quite able, saving the 2 shields for the Galv, really good play, but just not having enough health to survive the wing attacks and the Dragon Breaths.
Look, she really played well the entire game. Like, it was a really solidly well played game, but just that decision at the end, that just the 1 move difference that could have flipped things. I think you are spot on with that. I think that because I guess maybe AJ was sort of hoping to get that extra energy on Galvantula to try and put pressure onto Zweilous after as well, and they're like, if I hang around for another confusion, then the Noctowl is I'm not going to be able to farm as much on this Noctowl. Then Zweilous might be able to farm me down because my switch time is not going to be up. So I definitely see the logic. We're quitting away, and I'm moving that outie.
Yeah.
Just check the Discord. I'm not sure if there's nothing in the disputes, so not sure what happened there.
The other option would have been throwing at the Noctowl earlier, if you'd thrown before it got to the second move. But the Zweilous has energy, and you don't have shields. So if you kill the Noctowl before you have 2 moves loaded, it's kind of an awkward spot. The Galvantula and the Zweilous pace to moves at the exact same rate. Both of them get there in 12 turns. The Zweilous actually gets to the third body slam in 11 turns. If you do kind of save your shield by throwing at the Noctowl earlier, I think you're just at risk of getting body slammed down with 2 body slams, or the opponent can shield your lunge, farm up until you're just short of another move, and then throw 2 at you. So I think some people were mentioning that as a possible option in the chat, but I think discharging the Noctowl earlier doesn't actually create a better winning situation, because the Zweilous had so much move loaded, had so much energy loaded, and your Galv can never volt switch it down. We're going into game 3 here. We got Wormadam back again versus Galvantula. This is a pretty neutral matchup. Galv with the more efficient moves and stab, but Wormadam with the extra bulk. And we'll see here if Beach goes for a lunge bait or goes straight for the discharge, and if AJ shields or not. AJ opting to no shield the first move. It is that discharge.
Take a look at what AJ's got in the back, though, Ninja. We're seeing our first fighter.
It has come out, and it's really happy the Galv is here, right? The Galv is the biggest threat on Beach's team to that Poliwrath. And so AJ probably very happy here. I mean, maybe just let this Wormadam go and farm down, although you don't really want it into the Noctowl, which may still be lurking in the back. But I like the no shield here to set up a farm down on one of these 2 Mons. Going with the Galvantula first, 1 volt switch is enough, and now you have a Galvantula with a 1 volt switch lead.
Yeah, and so now you get to go into that Zweilous matchup. Still, you would prefer to have Poliwrath here, especially if that Noctowl is lurking in the back, but it still puts Galvantula in a nice spot where it's able to put on a lot of pressure with these lunges, reduce the attack as well. Now we see the swap into Poliwrath, and it's actually Roserade in the back, which is really interesting because Roserade is actually going to take a little while to actually get any grass damage off. It's got Poison Jab. Its fastest move is a Fire Weather Ball, which is going to do...
Oh, look at that Ice Punch damage.
Shadow Ice Punch. That is so perfect. And at this point,
just shield this and farm down.
Yeah, and AJ knows that this Poliwrath is also going to be good against Zweilous in the back. Oh my gosh, you've got an Ice Punch ready to go.
Here. You just got to get the 2 Ice Punches. The name of the game is 2 Ice Punches. The Zweilous can't throw its big move here. The Dark Pulse is resisted, so it's just a matter of the Dragon Breaths and Body Slams. And even I think just getting this, that's big damage. So they don't get the shield here. Beach being very cautious with that last shield. The big call here from AJ is, do you shield here to throw this Ice Punch, or do you save it for the Galv? Saving the shield for the Galv doesn't survive the Body Slam. And now essentially, I think you're just trying to Volt Switch down.
Yeah, do you go...
You still throw the lunge, maybe?
Yeah, just in case there's going to be some sort of bulk point, break point going on, maybe. But it's going to be
the
really
Dragon
tight.
Breaths.
I'm worried.
1 more Volt Switch. No! The Zweilous is at 2 moves.
Oh, man. Heartbreak after
heartbreak.
The
Zweilous that's more than 1 HP. That also is a consideration sometimes in these late games. If you throw the charge move, even if they have the shield, it can do 1 HP of damage. But I think that Zweilous was closer to 3 HP. And that was just a little too much. AJ playing that one really well. Making a read there. The Poliwrath doing a lot of work. But Beach, the decision on what to shield, really sealed that. Being able to save the shield for the Zweilous, no shield the Ice Punch. I mean, that was a big Ice Punch, but it's less than the lunge. And so being able to save that shield for that final matchup and just Dragon Breath down. Well, Dragon Breath up to 2 Body Slams.
Yeah. Oh my god. Beach has just had energy all over the place in both of the last 2 games, I think. That's why it's really, really causing some issues. AJ just messaged saying, "I'm very glad I was on mute." Yeah, it was still she played really well,
Yeah.
especially in that second round. Like they were some really close battles. Those 2 out of the 3 of those really could have easily gone in AJ's favor with the simplest little swap.
Hmm.
So again, it is sort of that place where, oh my god, like, she's had a rough go at it because she's gone from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th highest ranked player in the tournament to having to play the 4th ranked tournament, 4th ranked player in the tournament. So, she's certainly gone into an absolutely massive gauntlet in the first 2 rounds. So,
Hmm.
absolutely no credit taken away from AJ because she really did do incredibly well. And I'm not going to be surprised if we see her start to win up some more games after she gets into some teams that are maybe a little bit more favorable to how she's built hers up as we go. But yeah, thanks again.
Yeah, if she can find some Frostless Wallring teams, I'm sure they're out there, and that will definitely. I mean, we saw the Frostless did keep the Roserade away in game 1 and 2.
Bench pressure.
But then going into game 3, Beach like, well, I guess I'm going to bring the Roserade this time. And as happy as AJ was that the Poliwrath didn't get lined up on the Galv, that Roserade was probably really happy the Wormadam Trash was in the lead.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of this comes down to like making those reads on your opponent's team and like, oh, they haven't brought this. These are the things they are bringing. Like, I guess I can, sneak this into the back. I think it'll be strong against, probably thinking about that Roserade into like the Cradilly or even the Galvantula where it resists the Volt switches and it's doing neutral damage with poison jabs,
Mm-hmm.
super effective Weather Ball Fire. And having not seen that Frost last for 2 rounds, you don't have to worry about throwing poison jabs into a ghost type or the avalanches coming back at you.
Yeah. No, I don't think that Beach would be assuming that it's a Hex Frostlass, just because I do think that is very wild in this meta. But yeah, I think that Beach did get that sort of get the comfort from just not seeing that Frostlass in the matches before.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, with that said, yeah, thanks again to AJ for sharing her screen for the first 2 rounds. I did, she was a very late rope in for that round 1 screen share, so very much appreciated for the quick turnaround on that. But we can take a look at some of the other results. Whoosh. I had a thingy that I wanted to use there, but unfortunately I didn't get it onto this computer in time. If only I look, Ninja, the stream's all yours for half an hour. I'm just going to go run over there and get it sorted. Yeah, so results coming through. We've got Stone Collection keeping his number 1 spot going through round 2 against FreakyBot 9. We've got I'm going to use the word upset, even though in a tournament as big as this, I don't think that upset's really the right terminology, but an upset with Dan WWW going down against Oreo Cereza. Arbanav going into round 2. Lalo taking out Shady Equation, who we're actually going to be taking a look at next round, if I have that correct. I think we're going to be seeing Shady Equation's round 3 battles. Still waiting on a Bomber versus Dialap. We've got Bukk taking the win, Richie Beckett, and lots of really good battlers here. Some other results that I'm assuming this. There's never any disputes in this tournament. Let's just open up. Okay, there has been no additional message. Oh, yes, there has. It just hadn't loaded up yet. Okay.
Looks like some of the additional results have come in. We're just waiting on 2 matchups now. Bomber 01 versus Dialap and Hot Pocket versus Dakusama.
Okay.
The 2 matchups remaining here to report in before round 3.
This matchup down here at table 22 messaged in the dispute chat 8 minutes ago. Whether that was before or after this bit, not sure. So maybe this will change, maybe it won't. But I can't imagine, with the way that rematches work, generally you try to rematch immediately after the game that you played. So maybe this would change from like a 3-0 to a 2-1 if they are rematching. So I can't imagine there's 2 games that are being rematched there. But yeah, Final Boss AJ has put in her result. And then, yeah, Hot Pocket. This slowest battler in the world. I mean, look, so someone you keep an eye on him. Maybe he has to like do his chores while he's battling.
He's playing these matches while mowing the backyard.
Got to pack the dishwasher, fold the laundry. He's working on it. He's doing his best.
But if you take your time between rounds within the round, like there's a round timer, and if you're allowed to take time between rounds to think about things and plan things, and there's nothing wrong with being the last one to finish as long as you're inside the round time. I know often it's tempting to try to speed things up, but these high-level battlers, giving them time to think about it and take their time to make the decisions that give them the best chance to win is what we want to see, right? Because then we get to see the best possible games. And ultimately, there's some randomness involved to it. It's not always that the best battler with the best team is the one that wins the tournament, but it's the person that showed up and had the best tournament today. And we want them to, put on their best tournament game face and do their best. And some people that takes a little bit longer than others. But we still have about 12 minutes left on the round timer. So as long as they get those results in by then, should be good. We can look now, if we go points, right? We can look at the top, the teams of the, so how do we can search for.
You can type in like Peter and Benav and.
Okay, I'll feed them to you.
Okay.
You type them in, I'll feed them to you.
Got it.
Wait, I need to take the Peter out. There we go, points. Peter and Oreo.
A-U?
A-U-R-E-O.
Got it.
And Stone.
Yep. And
the C2U.
C2U. Got it. And
you already have Abhinav in there.
Yep.
XX Rub. XXRUB.
Got it.
It's Rubik's Master, but we're shortening it for searching purposes. Big Green, B1G Green, B1G.
Yep, got it.
Bulk 88.
Got it.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Let's go for, probably doesn't have to be the beginning. How about Beckett? Beckett. Beckett.
Yep,
Got that. Yep.
Oh, yeah, Richie Beckett. Got it.
Richie Beckett. I just wasn't sure if that was a 1, an I, or an L at the beginning. At Lalo, L-A-L-O. L-A-L-O.
L-A-L-O. Got it.
And at W-Lad.
W-Lad. Okay, we've got everyone. So
those are the players that have reported so far and show as undefeated.
Straight away, the Blaziken is way overrepresented in these winning teams.
Yes, because there were 10 Blazikens, 18 Quags, and 12 Polyraths.
5 Blazikens are here right now, Ninja.
And there are 5 Blazikens there. So yeah, I mean, that's something we've been noticing in those matchups, right? There was a lot of mons that couldn't put fast move pressure on each other.
Yeah. No, you're right.
And when you can't put fast move pressure on a Zuelos or a Cradily or some of these other mons, like they're throwing these big nukes at you. And so it's not super surprising to me that one of the only actual fighter that does counter damage and doesn't take super effective damage from counter damage, Blaziken, is overrepresented here.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I mean, it is very funny to see. And there's a couple of other ones in there. There's 2 Shadow Polyraths, both Shadow. So maybe AJ had the right idea there. 1 Excadrill, and then 3 Quagsires. 3 of them being 4 of the top people in this tournament. But look, Avanav is still in here with the Hisuian, Electrode, and Kingdra. So what you had everyone else. There's actually a lot of variety in the anti-fighter slot here, though. So we've got Noctowl, Frostlass, Mawile, Gorgeist, Dedenne, Gengar. So there's, 5 different options out of the 10? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's 5 of the... Oh, 6 even. Hang on. Gorgeist, Noctowl, Gengar, Dedenne, Frostlass, Mawile.
Yeah.
That's 6. 6 out of 10.
And a pretty balanced distribution of them, too. Like a few more Frostlasses. There's 2 Gorgeist, 2 Frostlass, 3, 4 Dedennes? 3 Dedennes. I see 3 right now. Was there one up higher?
3
no,
Dedennes.
3 Dedennes. And then the 1 Gengar, the 1 Mawile.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of variety there, and even the rest of these teams, it's looking pretty. I mean, I'm looking at a Victini, a Celio.
Whoa, there's 3 Victinis.
3
Where's
Victinis
Victini come from?
I mean, it's a confusion user with a fire move. V-Crate, very powerful move. Does debuff you after you use it, so kind of good in a either closing out games or being able to throw it and dip out. But I mean, confusion damage we've seen be pretty reasonable in this meta. Mostly we've seen Wormadam so far from the players we've been seeing, but looks like if you show up at a fighter tournament and you can run an anti-fighter that isn't in your anti-fighter spot, kind of nice, right? Being able to run a confusion user and your Noctowl, or confusion user and your Dedenne.
Yeah, and I mean, the confusion users also, like, you're going to be doing super effective damage against those Wormadams that are everywhere. It's like,
yeah.
Interestingly, actually, all 3 Victinis are paired with Blaziken. I'm not sure if there's a relationship there. The big fire begets fire, I suppose. Actually, interestingly as well, 3 Blazikens are paired with Dedenne. So I think the Blaziken Dedenne core are also quite well represented. I guess Dedenne does give that traditional flyer coverage for the Noctowls that are running around that Blaziken might not love as much. Obviously, Blaziken does have access to that elite TM Stone Edge that some people might decide to run. That would give you that fly coverage as well, but for the most part, I think that Dedenne is really just sort of backing it up there. The other Blaziken here running Noctowl as a little bit of a mirror, but then also lots of fly coverage with the Crustle, with the Shadow Wall Rain, Credilli having some as well, and Victini not hating the flies either. And then this other one running Frostlass. Frostlass obviously having a really nice matchup up against the Noctowl. Noctowl does have Shadow Ball though, which is a little bit scarier than it used to be. But
yes,
Frostless is still able to put on a pretty big hurt onto that Noctowl and definitely provides a lot of that coverage that is, and it's a little bit better against the Dedenne. It's still not awesome against the Dedenne. The Dedenne is able to put on a lot of hurt to Frostless as well, but yeah, it's still pretty decent. The Celio interests me, Ninja. It's like Walrein, but it's not Walrein. You've got Body Slam Speed instead.
If you're expecting to be playing into a Walrein meta and you're the person bringing Celio, that's an advantage, right? Their cheap move there is the double resisted Icicle Spear, where Celio gets to throw those body slams. So body slam a little bit better into some of these matchups. And, I think also somewhat reflective of this is like when you see a Blaziken Dedenne, if you're expecting other people to be running Blaziken, Dedenne is a pretty good answer for that. The pacing on it is a little faster than Blaziken, and you resist the counters. And I think that when we see that other pairing as well, you're if you're expecting to see other Polyraths, Walrein's not as good there. Celio, able to spam those body slams against it. So maybe a little bit of that reasoning. Like, I think I'll see more of these. This is what I want to bring. Also, is that the only skunk tank in the top
in these top ones, yeah,
half of the bracket? Yeah. So a lot of unique, interesting to see a lot of the unique picks, the less common picks rising to the top of the bracket. I mean, there's a Magcargo there.
Yeah, there is. And the Quillfish as well. I think it goes out a little bit to, shout out again to the Silph Arena meta team, because I think that when this meta was first announced, I, along with many other people, were sort of a little bit scared that it was going to be incredibly RPS. You've got the fighter and anti-fighter roles literally carved out, and the bodyguard slots generally are sort of attuned to make it a little bit of a triangle sort of just one beats one type of thing. But and that generally comes with a lot of sort of teams that look identical to each other. And I think that even though look, there's actually variety all over the place. There's a really good variety in the fighters. There's a really good variety in the anti-fighters, and the bodyguard slot just has incredible variety. And I think that really helps to make this meta a lot of fun to sort of play. Because it's just a little bit boring when you're in one of those metas that we've all played through, Silph Arena and otherwise, where everyone is running the exact same team. They've swapped out one Pokemon instead of using Quagsire, they're using Whiscash. They've just swapped a Mudboy, and all other 5 are the same. It definitely happens, but when you get a meta like this where you're going to come up against so many different teams, it sort of really, not only does it make it more fun, more unique as the month goes on, but it also makes it, this could be a negative as well, it makes it a little bit harder to team build, because you've got a lot to prepare for.
Yes.
It's sort of hard to be ready for everything.
And it'll be interesting to see, I think that difficulty in team building and predicting how wide the meta is reflected here in seeing these weirder, spicier teams on the top half of a bracket of the best battlers in the world. Like they have done the research and the practice with these more niche picks, these spicier picks, and they're just weeding out the meta. Because the meta is not as people that brought meta, like the harder meta stuff. Like we don't see that many Drapions up here. There's a few, but not that many. There's some wall reigns, about half of them, but half the teams don't even have a wall reign on them. And so these people that practiced against the meta, understood what the meta was, and then went that one step past to bring things that, core broke meta things, or that, they did the research on it, and with their IVs, they hit a breakpoint against these common meta things. And then they're able to bring it to the table, show up against their opponent, and the opponent doesn't have a game plan for that. I think it's a really good place to be in, and it does also. I will just echo that speaks volume to the Silph meta team. This is no ferocious cup chat. There are a lot of different things here, and it's fun to see how that plays out. I'm looking forward to the subsequent rounds. Do we have the finish?
Refresh.
Looks like all of them are locked in, but the round has not been finalized yet.
So Hot Pocket's opponent needs to fill in their result, and then there's still this matchup with Pachirisu that may have popped up in the dispute channel. Opening it back up. Okay, they decided that. Okay, there was an invalid Pokemon used in that matchup between Pachirisu and Anish, so they're changing the result there. Okay. It looks like maybe it's a case of they've sort of been given the opportunity to go 3-0, but they sort of would prefer to just do a rematch and play it out. Not certain here, but they may still have one battle to go, even though the results are reported there. Maybe they decide to move it along just because it is the bottom of the round. Doku-sama has put in their result, so we are just waiting on this one single result. That they messaged in the dispute chat 1 minute ago saying that they're DMing the judge, as they did ask for. They said people could DM them, or usually in the Silph Arena they ask that you do not send DM to Silph staff.
We have a request in chat. Dilap does not have the Silph Showdown role. I don't know if that stops him from seeing certain channels that he needs to see.
He's been playing. Yeah, he has been playing. Okay, Dial-Up, what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to go to the welcome channel on the... Actually, hang on, let me just turn this off and make sure that I can... I'll literally show you, Dial-Up, as soon as I make sure that I'm not going to expose anything. So, boop.
But once we show you, Dial-Up, you need to leave chat because there is information shown during the stream that is unfair advantage for you.
Okay.
Steve will demonstrate this for you, and then once you get that set up, we had a couple other people pop in earlier to say hi from chat, and Mel instructed them that they should not be hanging out in the stream while they're participating in the tournament.
So, Dial-Up, you're going to want to come to the welcome channel on the Silph Arena Tournament server.
We still see...
Oh, no. Sorry, hang on.
We still see the gold screen.
There we go. Okay.
It's okay. We'll get this set up for you. And, if this is how we help you, it's how we help. But afterwards... you can jump out of watch and stream.
All right, hi guys, and welcome to my IT tutorial on how to join the Silph Arena Showdown channel. Now, the first step you're going to want to do, guys, is you're going to want to subscribe to my channel for future tech tips. So after that, maybe hit the like button as well. But then you're going to want to come to the Silph Arena Tournament server. Now, if you're not in the Silph Arena Tournament server, there's two places you can go to join this server. The first spot is in your Silph Arena Showdown invitation. Your invitation should have a link directly to the server that you can join straight in from. The other way that you can join this server is through the Silph Arena faction. So if you're in a Silph Arena faction, there's going to be a green button at the top of your faction page. Now, if you click that green button, it's going to link you directly into this Discord server. And then what you're going to do once you're in this server, guys, you're going to want to go to this a welcome channel at the very top. Once you go to this welcome channel, you're going to see 2 messages from Zooey's here. You see this top one has a bunch of words in here. I can't even read a lot of these words, but there's 5 different reactions here. 4 of these, don't worry about these. These are for factions. You can check out my how to join Silph Arena factions IT tutorial for more information about those 4 buttons. But for this video, we're going to be wanting to click this button right here if you want to join the Silph Arena Showdown. You click this button, and then you're going to be given access to this channel, Showdown Lobby. In this channel, you're going to want to go here, dial up, and you're going to want to enter your name here. So if I was trying to get into the channel, I would enter Steve 7, right? And I'd hit enter. Hi, dial app. How's it going, my friend? And then you're going to hit enter, and you're going to want one of the Silph Arena staff to add you in here. Maybe just give Abyss Actor a tag, because they are the one that is doing a lot of the figuring out on the back end of this tournament. But that's the end of my tutorial, guys. So smash like and subscribe for more tech tips from Pokemon Go right in here. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, especially that subscribe one, and I will see you in the next one. I'm going to actually wait until Dial-Up finishes typing, because I do love hi, Mr. Dial-Up Chang. Okay, over it. Now, hi, Ninja.
Let's see, round 3 not up yet. Still the Pachirisu Dodon Inish Golf Floppy. Still waiting to sort that out with the admins, TOs. Yep.
Okay, now Ninja, I'm gonna just bring it back to the us screen. I know that we sort of only scheduled on to have you in there for another 10 minutes, which, I mean, the way this is going, we may not quite get into the round 3 battle. So how are we feeling? What's the vibe check on?
I think I'm good to go through round 3, and that way I can do 3 rounds, then we can bring in the other casters for rounds 4, 5, and 6.
Brilliant.
Close out the tournament. But I should be good here to go for round 3 as well. Keep the party going. Interested to see the teams that we have one of our players for the next round. Do we know who we're following?
Yeah, so we're going to be following Shady Equation. So I'm actually going to
Shady
give
Equation.
a message now. Shady. Actually, one of the, I mean, we've been giving Dial-Up some tech tips, and now we're going to his fellow Deoxys Alberta form teammate. Shady Equation.
Shady Equation went 3-0 in round 1 and then lost round 2, 1-2. So currently sitting in the kind of the middle of the tournament, still 100% grit score, no sweeps. But his team, Quagsire, Noctowl, Cradily, Roserade, Galvantula, and Walrein. So a little more meta team, like some of the other ones that we were looking at earlier, that have kind of risen to the top. Were a little less meta, but Shady Equations. The Roserade, probably the most uncommon pick out of these 6.
Yeah, I've just shot Shady a message just to re-let him know that we're sort of dialing up. But I'll bring that back up on screen now. Click, 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 click. Shady. There we go. Okay, so yeah, 3-0, and then I lost 2-1 against Lalo. Welcome that Canada flag. Look, Canada has a nice flag. I don't know what to say. It's a really nice. I'm a fan of it.
It is. I also maple leafs are a cool. It's a nice touch.
Yeah,
and it comes across really clearly on that small icon. It's hard to see like all 50 stars, but the Canadian flag comes across really well at almost any size. It's nice. I like it. Shout out to our North American northern border friends. And I'll be up in Canada for the Vancouver Go Battle Regional. So looking forward to that. That's a Memorial Day weekend, last weekend of May. If anybody's going to be up there for that in Vancouver, British Columbia, more than happy to say hi, maybe bump elbows, COVID and all. But looking forward to meeting people there. But Shady Equation may also be there. I'm not sure what all other battlers will be showing up. I'm sure there is a very strong battling contingent from Canada. I think they, for the population of Canada, pretty overrepresented, I think, in a lot of competitive Pokemon Go stuff. And that speaks to their community and how much effort and practice they put in and their grind. And Shady Equation won one of those battlers. Ranked, what is that, the numbers on there? He's number 99 in the world right now.
Yeah, finished the month at number 99.
99.
Plus, carrying the North American Continental Champion title. Always fun to carry around. Actually, and everyone who plays Shady Equation in this tournament will receive a badge for playing against the North American Continental Champion. So people should be happy to have to face the champ. I think that's the case for all 4 Continental Champions, and then also Bukk as the World Champion if they face them at any time during this Silph season. So if anyone's hunting for Shady Equation, try and just win at his exact level to try and balance out and follow exactly him. Just target Shady Equation, get that Silph badge. Oh dear, how are we doing on the results? Have we got that last one? Boop.
So the Cradily and Rosary bringing 2 grass types. I don't think we saw many of the other teams with 2 grass types. No. So a pretty interesting choice there. Grass types, we've seen how common Galvantula is, and that Quagsire and Poliwrath were the 2 most common fighters. We'll put some air quotes around that one. And so bringing grass types feels really strong. Cradily, really balanced mon, not a lot of weaknesses outside of really counter. I mean, it has a few others, but they're pretty uncommon in this tournament. I guess the lunges from Galvantula, rock not resisting bug, always one of the weirder typings. But bringing those 2 grass mons to try to target the fighters that are more common in the tournament, and Cradily also then having that coverage for the anti-fighters with Stone Edge for the Noctowls, the Frostlasses, and the like. Yep. But this team, like, really charge move. Like, really good pacing across this team. The mud shot to Stone Edge on Quagsire, wing attack to sky attack on Noctowl, Cradily with the bullet seeds getting to the Stone Edges and seed bombs. Rose Raid, the last Rose Raid we saw was Poison Jab, not Bullet Seed, but has some move set flexibility there on the Rose Raid, which makes it a strong choice. Most likely probably also Poison Jab here, just because there's so, I think, ground type specifically is banned outside of the fighters that have the ground type.
Yeah. So
very little resist the poison jabs in the tournament, and still able to get to those weather balls relatively quickly. It's just 5 poison jabs to weather ball. Yeah, that's still pretty good pacing. The Galvantula and the Walrein also, we've seen some of those, and the speed they get to, lunges, discharge, icicle spear. So a really pretty well balanced and good paced team here from Shady Equation. A couple mons with a little bit of fast move pressure, but really mostly about charge moves and having good coverage in those typings.
Yeah. Okay, we've got Dr. Trotter lined up to join on once round 3 does end up as well. Just so that this party continues to keep on running. But I'm gonna, if we take a look at Shady, so he played Hikami and Lalo in those last 2 rounds. So in round 1, they took on Hikami, who's interesting how unranked works. I guess you still earn Silph Arena ranking, and it is nice that you do still get to compete in these tournaments, I suppose. But so first round came up against an Alolan Sandslash, still one of those typings that is generally not around. It's not specifically banned, but it is not specifically allowed. So you need to have one of those other typings that does let you come into the tournament, or be something like Mawile that is specifically allowed in that anti-fighter slot, or Lucario in the fighter slot as well. But they've gone double ice, which is not awesome when you have to face a double grass, but also like ice is still ice is going to be doing a lot of damage there, even though Warrior has the water typing. I've got Bridger with the bug typing as well. Noctowl able to put on a lot of hurt there. So I have a feeling that maybe the grass types didn't get as much use up against Hikami's lineup. But again,
potentially still Cradily. Cradily still has a lot of play there.
Yeah, true.
Between Stone Edge and it's Grass Knot, I think, actually, on Cradily. Am I crazy? Cradily, yeah, it's Grass Knot. Yeah. Between Stone Edge and Grass Knot, it hits everything on that team for neutral or super effective. The Sandslash Stone Edge is neutral, but Cradily the both moves are neutral. Beedrill Stone Edge just one shots Shadow Beedrill, I think. Wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Shadow Beedrill Stone Edge, 116%. Does a lot of damage to Noctowl, and then having the Grass Knot for the Poliwrath. So I wouldn't have been surprised if Cradily came out in most of the games in that series, but I think the Roserade probably not much play there. We're switching it. Where are we?
Yep, we are into round 3.
Ooh, round 3 is up.
Shady Equation is going to be taking on Unreal P77, a trainer from Colombia, who again, we're back in the spot where we've managed to find ourselves in a spot where we've got very similar teams. Not as similar as we saw before, but can you count how many differences there are here, Ninja?
We have a Cradily versus a Shadow Drapion. We saw the Poliwrath come out one time. We have not seen a Quagsire yet. It's like one of the 3 most common things in the tournament. But we haven't seen one actually come out to play. And those are just the battles we're casting. I'm sure some of these other games that are happening off stream, yes. Quagsire has been absolutely crushing it. But it has been not our experience in following the battles we have that Quagsire has come out much, or the Poliwraths in the first couple series. I mean, look at these teams. There's a huge Galvantula issue for both teams. Your Quagsire is the only thing that really hangs with it particularly well. The Cradily and the Drapion have play against Galv, and so I kind of expect to see both of those. The Stone Edge from Cradily and it resisting the Volt switches is pretty nice. Drapion outpacing the Galvantula, and Galvantula really not liking taking crunches. So I expect those are pretty flexible picks. Both these players have a Walrein on their team, which is a little bit of a deterrent for potential Noctowl, as is the Galv. So maybe these games happen a little lower to the ground. I mean, the Drapion just has play against all the things. I would be shocked if Unreal does not bring the Drapion. Yeah. It's a little bit scary against a Quag or a Walrein in a low shield situation. But if you're like safe swapping the Drapion, for example, it really is a threat to almost the entire line from a Shady Equation. So it'll be interesting to see what Shady Equation wants to bring to try to counteract that Drapion, because there's no direct answer in his line.
Yeah, you might, and I guess that's sort of.
You have Beach 7's team on the top.
Hang on, I didn't hit the save button. My bad. Boop.
It's okay.
Okay, I think
we'll get it there where you can see it here in just a second, chat.
Yep, team has swapped, and now we'll plug in the correct player name.
Chat, it's really hard to cast and produce at the same time. Big shout out to PvP Steve for putting these on, hosting them, and also like doing the production at the same time. I'm just here talking about Pokemon. Steve has to do a lot of the technical stuff that he's goes into making this stream at the same time. What's up, Trainer Rem? Oh. Good to see you here today. So now we've got Unreal P77's team on the top, and you can see that Shadow Drapion I was talking about. And you see Shady Equation, like shields down, you can nuke that Drapion out of existence, but when the Drapion has at least one shield, it is a significant threat to most of Shady Equation's team. So going the other way, Quagsire, a little scary against the Roserade. You don't know if it's Bullet Seed or Poison Jab. Bullet Seed, Roserade, pretty bad for Quagsire, but Poison Jab you can handle decently. So maybe Shade Equation wants to try to find that information if he can somehow in game 1. Maybe the Roserade comes out. If not, I think maybe you still have to run the Quag here. Because it's your best answer for Galvan Drapion, and the rest of your team's kind of afraid of those.
Yeah, I think you might be. Oh no, I just got a message from Shady. His opponent is taking a 10-minute lunch break. What's the round timer again? 45 minutes, I think. Oh dear. Okay. Well, I think that seals the deal as we are not getting into the battles for a while. I mean, look, Ninja, once again, open invitation to run away if you would like to run away.
No, I'm committed to staying through round 3. I'm going to quick water break. Remember, chat, it's important to stay hydrated as you either participate or enjoy watching Pokemon Go tournaments. So I encourage you to hydrate.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to bring up the points because we didn't have all of the results before. I'll just read out the list of people who are in. We've got Peter Von Bernal.
We had a couple other people that made it into the top, right?
Yeah, we can take a look at their teams just because we know that we're going to be waiting a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got Peter Von Bernal who has come up on the top, as well as do we have Dial-Up up before?
No, we did not. He was one of the last rounds to finish.
Peter, Dial-Up,
battles finish.
Hot Pocket. Those are the 3. So, Peter and Dial-Up and Hot Pocket.
Actually, I think I'm going to beat you to it because I'm making a string.
I have a string of only the 3, not all of them. But 2 more Excadrills actually joining in, and 1 more Gengar. Oh wait. We did have this Gengar team up before. We had Peter's team. Peter is not new. Boop boop. Okay. Just Dial-Up and Hot Pocket. So 1 more Excadrill.
I think that'll work.
Hang on, turning this off because I don't know what I have open on Discord. It's big struggles. Big struggles all around. Click. Okay, and boom, 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 click, and copy, paste. Hey, there we go. Okay, so turn this back on. There we go.
And we're back.
And we're back. And we can actually also see all of their matchup because most of them are against each other. Sternal Collection versus Rubik's, Arbanav versus Peter, Lalo versus Oro, Bukk versus Big Green, Hot Pocket versus Dial-Up, the CTU versus Richie Peckett, and then W Lad taking on Dan WWW, who is not on 2 wins, but is the 2nd highest ranked person in this tournament. So W Lad is not exactly getting an easy win in this round 3 at all. But these are the names to watch, but it's not the only names, because everyone that is still on 1-1 has a very good shot at also getting to this the top. One, because we have an uneven number of participants, we've only got 51 players, the numbers just work out, so there is actually a pretty good chance that we do see a tied victory as such, which sort of lets people like one Shady Equation to be able to do pretty well in this tournament as well if he sweeps the rest of the tourney. But the two big new ones that we got here, the first one was Dial-Up, right along the bottom here, who's also one of the Quagsire users, bringing the Noctowl, the Galvantula, Fortress, Rose Red, Walrein. Pretty standard as far as like the other stuff that's being run around. Fortress is a little bit it's not a super common pick, but it is a relatively common pick. I mean, you were commenting earlier, Ninja, that Fortress is 2nd on the PV Poke rankings for this cup. So it's definitely around. And then the other one, scroll, was Hot Pocket, who is running interestingly bringing that Excadrill in. Also got that Frostlass, the Drapion, Empoleon actually coming in, who you haven't been able to see yet. There's only 2 Empoleons in this top sort of grouping. Shadow Beedrill, who is also technically unique. There is 1 regular Beedrill. Oh no, there's one immediately right above him. Buk's team has a Shadow Beedrill. And then Malamar as well, who is a very interesting pick. Which does become a little bit better. Like, I know, I think it was you that was saying earlier that Malamar, a little bit of an interesting pick when you are in a meta with a bunch of counter users, but counter users, not too many of them. It is only Blaziken. That is
there's no Obstagoons here, although it does have superpower for Obstagoons, so it makes sense as a play, even in a meta where there are Obstagoons and Lucarios, they have to be afraid of that superpower. But Malamar just, Psycho Cut to foul play is you throw out a lot of charge moves, and it's really neutral against most of the meta. As we explore through Steve's Discord, we're going infinite chat.
We've got Dr. Trotter here, just making sure everything's set up while we were waiting for Shady Equation.
We've gone infinite. let's see what else stands. I mean, the it is interesting to see something like Fortress that is so highly rated and yet so on like, and you have 4 spots you can fill with any of those unrestricted mons, and yet it shows up on so few of the teams. A lot of people opting for the Wormadam Trash. They do a very similar thing typing wise, but offensively their move sets are very different. Fortress with the Bug Bite really helping against things like we saw earlier, how hard it felt for Wormadam into Drapion and Zwelos, where Fortress does a lot better in those matchups with the super effective Bug Bite against dark types. The poison typing resistance was only neutral into Drapion, but still puts a lot more fast move pressure on it than Confusion. And then being able to Wormadam, the pacing on it, it's 20 turns to your first charge move. You can get to the second one in 16 turns if you're going Ironhead. But Fortress able to get to those if you're running Mirror Shot, which is the most common moveset is Mirror Shot Earthquake. You're able to get to those Mirror Shots in 12 turns. It's not a very efficient move damage-wise, but if you're just trying to finish something off, and in this meta, a lot of things we're seeing at half health that get to moves pretty quick, like it's important to be able to finish things off so they don't get to that extra move on you. Being able to get that extra, just a Mirror Shot even a lot of times enough. And also that potential for baiting with a Mirror Shot and then landing an Earthquake against a lot of these mons that there just aren't very many flyers other than the Noctowls, because it's one of those limiting things to that anti-fighter slot. And so Fortress, I mean, it's high in the PvP poke rankings, and it has been in other Silph metas in the past where it's kind of, we talked about earlier, like the number one thing in the rankings is Lucario, and Lucario and Fortress kind of share that like sim hero in the 0s and 1s, where like you bait with a cheap move and then you land this like big nuke that just kills most of the meta. And so Fortress, if you can bait with a Mirror Shot, land an EQ, you kill most things. If you're a Lucario baiting with a pup and landing a Shadow Ball, you kill most things. So it's a little overrepresented in the rankings. And these high-level battlers coming in this, we see a little bit less of here than you expect from a number 2 mon, and we see no Lucarios, even though it's rated ranked number 1. But still, Fortress having that value of being able to close out games and that defensive typing, really good here in a meta where there's just so few fire types.
Which I guess is how you end up with a Blaziken really just running a blaze.
Yeah.
These top things really just gives it another benefit as to why you would bring a Blaziken on as your fighting role. And I guess also gives Victini a little bit more hype when it can, getting a V create from Victini onto an unshielded Fortress is just, I think it's a walk. I don't think it's allowed. It's improper. It's just wrong. It's really disrespectful of your opponent. But regardless, we'll see if any of that does sort of eventuate here. We can. Oh no, never mind. I was going to do a thing, but I can't do a thing. I guess players can also you've got play against things like Ferrothorn around, Mawile, Credilli, Walrein, Crustle. Gorgeist even, because you've got that fire damage for the Gorgeist anti-fighters.
Yeah, I mean, I played a lot of Blaziken in Ultra League because the prevalence of the Walrein Trevenant core, and in these ones, I guess it's a little more like some Walrein Gorgeist. We see a Celio Gorgeist there from the CDU. If you're expecting that kind of a core, Blaziken's really strong there because its ability to farm down the thing weak to counter, and then throw the fire damage or the rock damage if you're running Stone Edge at whatever their anti-fighter is. So it's a really strong counterplay to those, the Walreins, the Celios, the Ferrothorns, even something like a Zwelos. Zwelos will do quite a bit of damage with the Dragon Breaths, but Blaziken, the super effective counter is just kind of being able to punch it down, and then it just has such good coverage for the anti-fighters. I think that's what makes Blaziken so valuable. And it's that's why we see a lot of them here, and we see a lot of those. Like, nobody's running Fortress and Wormadam, and there's not like a lot of Fortresses or a lot of Wormadams. But when you look at those together, is like how many Steel Bugs there are. It looks like it's over half the teams.
They're sort of everywhere.
Yeah, and so that's a pretty good situation to be in for these fire types, right?
Mm-hmm. No, you're absolutely right. So, I mean, maybe at some point we'll finally see a Blaziken in action. But it looks like Shady Equation may be getting ready to go here. So we'll pop back over onto this screen while we get Shady Equation's stream up. He was having some issues where it was freezing beforehand, so we're just checking to make sure that it's all good. Okay, I'll let him know it isn't frozen. Don't break it, please.
While we wait for that chat, we have a special guest. Oh, come say hi.
Yes, special
Come
guest.
say hi.
Special guest.
Special guest in the dojo. We're joined by Gracie, the dojo dog.
Hi, Gracie.
Wait for the chat. She's been hanging out in the stream with us today because the rest of the family is out and about, and there's safer in here from the cats. Gracie hanging out with us today. She wanted to come say hi to stream. We're going into round 3, Morphus. We're 2 rounds in. This is round 3, following a Shady Equation and Unreal P77. And I'm here for this one last round, and then we'll be transitioning the cast to Dr. Trotter. And
I think we're locking in, so I think we're going to be jumping straight into it by the scenes of things. Dun dun dun.
Gracie is hyped for the battle. Chad, are you hyped for the battle? Woo!
Gracie casting hype.
Kisses? We need some kisses, and it's battle time. All right, back down to the bed. There we go.
Bye, Gracie. And what have we got?
And there's that
away?
Quagsire.
We've got Quagsire. Finally getting some action, but it runs straight away because it got caught in a Roserade lead. So we do see the Credilli swap back in. Doesn't love the poison jabs. Does take the fire weather balls okay because they are only neutral. But still doesn't love them. Something like the Leaf Storm could be devastating here. So Shady Equation does decide to shield up there, but it was only a weather ball, so not the end of the world if that did come through. But we get a Stonage off here, which could also be big going the other way if it does land.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, yeah, Shield's coming up again. I'm curious what Unreal has in the back as another answer for that Quagsire, given that they're staying in here with the Roserade.
Yeah, that is a good point. There's not really anything that's as good of an answer. I mean, I get that like, you're not in a bad match. Like, maybe it's a case they don't really have anything else for Credilli. Like, maybe they've got Quagsire as well. Maybe they've got Walrein.
Oh, Credilli, hang on. Ooh.
Okay.
Now you have a Roserade with energy. You have 1 shield still, but you're in a very scary position if that Roserade baits you at all.
Yeah. No matter what you bring in here, Shady is going to want to shield the correct move. Shield the Leaf Storm or Grass Knot, not shield the Weather Ball. It does shield up the Grass Knot, so that is definitely a good shield. But having Grass Knot means that it is a little bit, it gets it a little bit faster. But Drapion swapping in here. So Drapion still got some play up against this Walrein. Walrein has that Earthquake, though, that is going to absolutely devastate if it does get through here. There's no more shields on the battlefield either side. We actually see a swap
saves the Earthquake and swaps out. That's a pretty interesting choice. I felt like you could have overfarmed a little bit there and then thrown the EQ. But, you know, the crunches only do about half to either of these Mons. And maybe thinking that the Walrein is much better against that Roserade that's still fairly healthy. And he's going to have to wrangle with that soon. And so having that energy on the Walrein and recognizing there's nothing else on Unreal's team. I mean, their Walrein would be the thing that you're most concerned about. Farming to the edge of death. I mean, you don't want to give that Roserade much of a farm down here. And you're not going to get to 2 moves anyways.
He's confident in his counting. Oh my gosh.
But did he count exactly what this Roserade is at? Yes. Oh, and it is the Walrein back. And just 1 Earthquake of energy lead, I don't think is going to be enough to be able to knock out this Walrein and the Roserade. Because you can see there exactly how much damage that Earthquake does. Actually might outpace the second Earthquake.
Yeah, will outpace the second Earthquake, but it does get there. Unreal, I guess if Unreal threw the Icicle Spear, then a Shady Equation would have been able to farm up even more. But now...
But the Icicle Spear doesn't do very much double resisted. And he's just hoping he can get to this. Oh, just a little bit short. I mean, the pacing there is essentially the same, right? 5 poison jabs to a Weather Ball and 5 powder snows to a Icicle Spear, and the Roserade just having that little bit of energy from the one poison jab before it switched out, able to outpace there in that closing matchup.
Ninja,
Yeah.
are we a curse?
What?
We've seen 0-7 so far. Is there something wrong with it? Is there the stream curse going on?
I don't think that's what it is. I mean, we're just seeing very strong battlers and happening to be from the 1%. I don't know. Shady Equation is a tough lead matchup, especially now he knows the Roserade's on grass, not Leaf Storm, which is valuable information. He saw his opponent bring the Drapion, which we kind of expected, and he probably did as well. And it's just a question of trying to get a little better lead situation. Having to swap the Cradily into the Roserade, which also isn't a great matchup. Maybe it's bringing something else for the Roserade or trying to line it up better.
Okay.
And we get Quagsire into Galvantula. Now there's a better lead situation. Galvantula immediately swapping out into Walrein. I expect maybe a Stone Edge and switch, or maybe he just stays in here. But his backline doesn't really want to see that Galv unless he can get shields, right? Cradily versus Galv, okay, if the Galv is behind on shields. Then you can land the Stone Edge. But in most situations, that's not a matchup you like going. Tried to catch maybe on the Walrein, or maybe he's just bringing in here, recognizing he can sacrifice the Walrein because he has that shield advantage now for his Quagsire.
Yeah, maybe he was trying to just farm up like as much energy as possible so that if that Quagsire versus Galvantula matchup comes up a little bit later, then he'll be in a really good spot. Or maybe Roserade as well to try and get a Stone Edge off, but regardless, Shield's
an Icicle Spear bait. Oh, that's a brave bait from the opponent, because it was, conceivable that this Walrein would just no shield. The Quag would come back in, farm up a little bit more than Stone Edge. So really brave bait here from Unreal, and rewarded, right, by a Shady Equation throwing that shield to save the Walrein.
Yeah, I mean, it does have to contend with this Walrein from Shady Equation, putting this Walrein... Oh, no, it's just going to hang on. It's going to get its move off. But this isn't going to KO in turn, I suppose.
If it's an Earthquake, it will KO.
Oh, it is the Earthquake.
It is Earthquake, and Shady Equation giving up his last shield here, gets a farm down, but now the Galv comes back in. 2, 3, throws the Stone Edge in the middle of the Volt Switch. Will the Galv shield, or is he saving the shield for the Backmon? That's the big question here.
Does shield.
Shielding the Galvantula goes to 4. Is this
Energy Ball?
Is this an Energy Ball Galvantula?
No.
Okay, just a lunge. He's playing with our hearts and minds by throwing 4 Volt Switches. Stone Edge coming out here from the Quag, now 1 stage down, but still super effective Stone Edge. I expect to KO a Galvantula from here.
Yeah. Even with the lunge.
The Walrein is very low, and we see Drapion come in.
Ooh.
It can throw 6 Poison Stings here before throwing... Oh, throws 1 early. Doesn't want to risk CMP shenanigans.
Which is fair.
Finish off this Quag. And now you have Cradily or Walrein. Goes into the Cradily here. How much... I don't know if I've ever seen a Cradily hit a Shadow Drapion with a Stone Edge. I don't expect that it's lethal, but it should hurt.
Oh!
But recognizes the catch attempt from Unreal and taps through. Beautiful patience by a Shady Equation. Absolutely beautiful patience. Tanks this Crunch, throws this Stone Edge. We'll see how much damage it does.
Yeah, I think you're probably on.
And there's still a Walrein in the back, so I don't think the Drapion can close this one out. That's damage. And immediately switches, knowing he's closer to a move. Very well played by Shady. That patience there, not to get that Stone Edge caught, securing that game.
Yeah, look, Unreal P, definitely a very strong battler, and knew where their win condition was. They knew they needed to make that catch to try and make something happen, and timed it really well as well. But yeah, Shady Equation understood Unreal P's win condition as well, and made sure that it did not eventuate. So really, really well played from Shady Equation, which does put it at 1-1. That is our first win on stream, guys. It is not. There's no stream curse.
Thank you, a Shady Equation. You do not have to be gone anymore. You have brought a win to this stream.
Honor's been restored. But so it's anyone's game here. And again, this is a spot where both of these battlers, I believe, are at 1-1 in this tournament so far. And because of how the numbers work, there is a good chance that the winner is going to be one round down. So the winner might be at 5-1. So both of these battlers still have a chance to get that auto invite into our Continentals this year. Although in saying that, SqeakyEquation, there is potential as the Continental champion that he could get an automatic invite just for being Continental champ last year. I'm not sure if that's how that might have been how it worked last year. I feel like
I don't know.
I can't quite remember, but it is possible that SqeakyEquation could get an invite.
There's Silph's rules and we all play with them.
Yeah, we'll just sit here and wait till we get told who gets an invite to what. But regardless, I'm sure that info will come out soon enough. Because I think the season is coming up pretty shortly. The whole regionals continental circuit. But SqeakyEquation currently just locking in his back lineup. I think that the Credilli definitely showed itself as a really powerful Pokemon against pretty much Unreal's entire team. Nothing on that team likes to be up against Credilli. Even things they're going to be doing super effective damage back to it, still going to have to deal with a lot of damage, especially the big damage that can come from that Stone Edge, as we saw against that Shadow Drapion. We actually see a pretty unfortunate lead here for SqeakyEquation with the Walrein going up against the Quagsire. It's able to get those Stone Edges off pretty fast that do a lot of damage to the Walrein. Okay, really nice candy from Unreal just before the Earthquake had come through. Do we see a swap out from Quagsire? No, surely just shield. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't expect the Quagsire to swap out. I was curious if a SqeakyEquation would go for catching, because this is a pretty telegraphed Stone Edge from the Quagsire. If you catch that on your Quagsire, it really reduces the damage output of that move. But we're seeing them both stay in here and just throwing the Icicle Spear is a little more efficient in the matchup than Earthquake. They're both neutral, but you have that stab on the Icicle Spear. And putting that Quag very low. Maybe it goes down 2 shields here to oops, they both switch out.
Oh my god. Okay,
tried to go for that play. Tried to catch the Stone Edge on the Quag, but the Quag recognizing it. I think maybe who wins CMP between Quag and Walrein? They're probably pretty close in bulk.
Yeah, I think they must be close. Because Walrein goes all the way up to... Oh, actually, I think Quagsire might be a little bit bulkier, which might mean...
Quags is a little bit lower by default, but it could be IV dependent. Oh my God. So not wanting to risk CMPing the Walrein, both of them swap out here. Now we see second Icicle Spear coming out. This won't be lethal. We saw earlier this puts the Quagsire quite low, but SqeakyEquation being patient here before throwing this EQ. Maybe want to get as low as possible, but you don't want the Quag getting the Walrein to get to a third Icicle Spear before you throw.
We saw a SqeakyEquation do a similar thing in that last game, bringing Quagsire right down to the wire health-wise to make sure that a farm couldn't come through. Would be really nice to get this Stone Edge off, and we do see it get off. Is that CMP? Is that?
I don't think so. I think the Walrein was going for a farm down, thinking that last Powder Snow would be lethal here.
Oh.
And Walrein tanks a big Stone Edge to the face. Move coming out here. Interesting. I mean, it felt like he caught that, but why would you throw it that low of a health Mon? Stone Edge coming through does about 30% there. And Rose Raid the Mon in the back, but without a shield, it's going to be in a tough spot here. Because I think that Walrein still had a fair amount of health on it for a SqeakyEquation.
Yeah, absolutely. It did. This is really not a great spot for Unreal P here. Don't want to call it yet, because there's plenty of matches in the past we've thought have been done that have not been done. So don't want to call anything yet, but this Weather Ball is going to take Credilli out. And then...
Weather Ball's 35 energy. If you were at 100... I mean, this should be the Grass Knot, because they're just not going to get to 2, and his win condition would be a SqeakyEquation for getting to shield. But it is a Weather Ball. Should be at least 3 more Poison Jabs to get to a move, and just not enough health to get there. And... Icicle Spear coming out. SqeakyEquation losing game 1, adjusting, and coming back and winning games 2 and 3.
Unless lag condition. Hello. Oh dear. GG's SqeakyEquation taking out round 3 and puts him at 2-1 in the tournament overall. So really, really well played by both opponents there. You know, Unreal P definitely did his darndest. But SqeakyEquation able to get things going in exactly his favor, I suppose.
Yeah, that Quagsire surviving that Powder Snow and getting that last Stone Edge off, just totally flipping that game around. Otherwise, there's a very healthy wall rain over there with 2 icicle spears loaded. Would have been a very, very tight game if that powder snow down had worked out. But Shady Equation, the IVs on his quag, they don't matter until they do, chat.
As we all know so well at this point, it's a very, very common occurrence. But I mean, with that, the 6'4 Ninja, it does bring us to the end of your time on stream. It has been an absolute pleasure to have you with me again. It's been a while since we've casted something. It's been a couple months, I think. So really nice to get back in the saddle with you. And after we got to hang out just a couple days ago on your stream. I mean, there is a link to 6'4 Ninja's Twitch channel in the description down below. So do go give that a follow as well, because he is a fantastic content creator, doing a bunch of streams every week, really consistently as well. So it is definitely a lot of fun if you're doing a head over into the dojo. I mean, Ninja, before you ride off into the sunset and we bring in our next batch of casters, is there anything you'd like to say to the people at home? Anything you need to shout out, or just
Sure. I mean, appreciate everybody coming in and hang out with us today. Appreciate these battlers being willing to come and participate in these showdowns. I know that they have something to gain from it, but also gives a lot to us in the community as well, being able to see their battles, being able to look at, we're still kind of, halfway into Nemesis Cup, being able to see their teams, learn from them. Appreciate the staff putting on this tournament. Thank you, Steve, for doing the production, inviting me on today. Mel and the other TOs running things. Appreciate just Silph for just what it does for the Pokemon Go community, right? They're giving us this amazing structure to learn and grow as battlers in, and bring us together as a community. And appreciate them inviting me on today to help cast this. I'm looking forward to maybe more opportunities in the future to hang out with Steve or other casters and do some Silph tournaments. And with that, I think we're going to vanish into the shadows.
No, Ninja, I don't want you to go. Can't you just stay? Oh, really? Thank you so much for coming on, Ninja. It really has been a lot of fun. Always a pleasure to get to work with you. So I'm sure we'll see each other again very soon. Very soon.
Indeed.
So have a lovely rest of your day, and we will see you in
you as well. And good luck and have fun with the rest of the rest tournament. I'm looking forward to probably going back and watching the last 3 rounds later, because this Nemesis Cup's looking pretty interesting, and these mons, these battles have been great.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming on, and we'll see you next time, Ninja. Bye. Into the ether with you. Whoosh. Oh, he's gone. And so with that, we may have lost one the 6'4 Ninja, but as said before, we are going to be picking up a fresh new face, 2 fresh new faces actually, as we head into this next round, as we head into round 4 of the Silph Arena Showdown. And that, I mean, okay, I'm just going to show this very live. The one, the only, what I can see on my screen, Dr. Trotter! Hey! How's it going, Dr. T, who has taken the form of some very strange OBS Ninja-esque looking devices? How's it going?
Oh, man, I don't know how you do these streams at this time, Steve. It is early.
Practice.
Dr. Trotter is a sleepy bear, but we're here and we're ready. And it's really interesting to see that it's like, is it just like Quagsire, Poliwrath, and Blaziken in that fighter slot? Like, is there anything else being run there? Or did I see that bracket wrong?
Look, there are actually there's some other variety. There's a few Obstagoons, there's a few Flygons, some Gallades, but none of it's some Lucarys as well, but none of them are in the sort of winner's circle. None of them are, in that undefeated slot. In the undefeated, it is all Blaziken, Poliwrath, other one, Quagsire.
Yeah, look, I must admit, I'm in that Blaziken camp at the moment. That's sort of the mon I'm using. And the main reason is that there's so many things you can 2-shield and counter down with Blaziken. Like, it's crazy how strong it is. So, like, you'd think Quacks are hard counter, right? Not in the 2-shield. Not in the 2 shield. So if you can go up to either the Brave Bird or Stone Edge and threaten that, and then catch a shield throwing a Blaze Kick or something, you can then farm down with 2 shields. Sure, you're down a shield, but what is happy to either take a Blaze Kick or a Stone Edge or a Brave Bird afterwards? You're probably getting that shield back.
Yeah.
So then you just need to have a bulky enough team in the background. So it's not always the case that it works. But it's nice to have that option, especially if you're a little weak to Quagsire, which a lot of teams with, a lot of those bug steals and things, they can be a little bit weak to Quagsire. So it's just nice having that option that you can just counter. You can counter a Quagsire down with Blaziken. Who would have thought?
Yep, one of the many benefits of these, I think that these are the sorts of Pokemon that I do like the most. Things like Blaziken, things like Credilli, that you are sort of threatening a shield from pretty much everything. Like, nothing loves to be in those matchups. They're all a little bit scared. But Dr. T, I think that we might have to do some live tech tips here. You might have still been asleep before. But we had to give Dial-Up some tips as to how to get himself into the Showdown channel live on stream. But at the moment, I am not seeing your camera. I'm seeing this little share your I don't know. Do you have a share your camera button on your screen that you haven't clicked?
No, it's up on my screen.
Oh man, look. One thing we
disable,
one thing
or
I can
enable.
just do it again. Boom, boom. The old turn it off again, on again strategy, which always works very well.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. And no, it hasn't worked. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Sorry. Look, can chat just confirm that we can hear Dr. Trotter, though? Because I'm assuming we can. But just let me know for sure. Because you never know. I did mute Ninja earlier. Just... and thanks to Phil for the share bit as well, because this is basically Twitch, right? And we still got 2 matches left in round 3, so we're not up against the clock quite yet, or either. Yep. Okay, Ninja. Thank you for the confirmation. Audio does work. I'll give you that.
Yay.
Yeah, brilliant.
That must be nice. Audio wasn't working on my stream the other night, so we had a 45-minute delay. That was fun.
But which still seemed to work strange when it came to the VOD. But
that was interesting. That was interesting. But this is Nemesis Cup. Man, what a wild and weird cup this one's been.
One way to put it.
Like those highly ranked mons, the Lucario, like the Beedrill. There's so many things that I don't know. I'm in my battle so far, I'm not seeing a whole lot of, and the things I'm seeing are things I'm scared of. So like the Quagsire is always scary. There's lots of people running that Drapion. There's that sort of safe swap. Galvantulas are just running rampant, and I completely forgot that Galvantula has cross poison. So, if you're like, oh, my Dedenne absolutely walls this thing and it's got cross poison. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Oh, my Quagsire walls this. Oh, it's running Energy Ball. Why have they given Galvantula such a varied and effective moveset? It's already so oppressive. Like, I want to dominate this thing somehow. The only option I have to dominate it is something like a Crustle. And even then, I don't want to take an Energy Ball.
Nope, you do not. It's a very strange meta where it feels like you can't have everything prepared for everything. In a way, it's sort of like you can have, like, you can't really go down the. It's even hard to just RPS it, as you were saying. It's hard to go, I've got my counter for this, because there's pretty much always a way that they can fight back against you. There's all of the fighters that fight back against the anti-fighter slot that is like, destined by Silph to be the this group beats this group type of thing, which is definitely not how it works out in practice at all. It's very heavy. I haven't done a Nemesis Cup tournament yet. Mine's starting probably today, tomorrow, but I'm scared. It feels like
I think
consistent.
I think that's where the best battlers in the world have their advantage because they don't need to RPS. No one likes to rely on an RPS scenario unless you're a really big RPS player and that's the way you play, and that's perfectly fine. You're not fun, but that's perfectly fine. So having the ability to play around these things, like we saw in that last match, trying to catch an icicle spear on the wall rain, these little things that just waste the opponent's energy that then let you set yourself up for your win conditions. So you're not trying to just beat the Pokemon in front of you. You're trying to beat their entire team. And there are different ways you can go about it. And that's what I think these higher tier players understand much better, is predicting things in the back based off of what they're seeing in front of them, and like calling win conditions and things that they need to do early to potentially get to that stage. And I think you really saw in that last matchup, just that extra shield, having that shield in the back for Shady Equation was the entire reason they won. They were able to get the opponent's shields down, and then they were fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Roserade needs shields. Like, it's so hard. You feel like you need to, win matchups and things for oh gosh, I've forgotten the other opponent's name.
Against Shady Equation.
Yeah. I'm just scrolling. Unreal P, it can be tempting to shield so that you can beat the Pokemon in front of you. But it's not always the best way to win the match. So not saying that was the worst thing ever.
I figured out the issue, Dr. T. You are in the wrong OBS Ninja thingamajiggy. So I think you've set up a room, maybe, when instead you want to click add your camera to OBS. So the link should be question mark view instead of question mark push.
So add your camera to OBS is the button I want to press?
Yeah.
That's the one I pressed.
Okay. And then do the sherry thing, because the link should be video.ninja/view is the one that I want to be plugging in so people can see your sleep deprived mug.
Look, I'll be honest, Steve. The big problem was I just sent you the wrong link.
Perfecto. Good morning.
I'll take that one. I'll take that one on me, not on you. As tempting as it is, just make everything your fault.
May as well be.
There we go.
Hey. Oh, hang on. If you want to mute yourself in OBS Ninja now that you've rejoined it, because there would have just been a little bit of double up audio, I think. Just for a second.
Done and done.
Yep. Okay.
Can you make me look better too, Steve? Can you make me look pretty? Is there some filters we can add to this?
Look, hang on. We'll get the makeup team sent over right now. Sound and lighting crew is going to be on their way. But we actually
Newey and Townsville are so close together.
Yeah. No, we'll be right there. But we're actually going to be joined by join the voice chat if you aren't already in. Smiley face. I can open up the voice chat. I can just look at myself. Yeah, okay. We're actually going to be joined by Twastel as well. So let me just check that we haven't moved on to round 4. We aren't behind. We have not moved on to round 4. This is the perfect time for things to take time. Okay.
Disputes.
Keep the disputes going, guys. Come on, we've got things to get sorted out here. So we're gonna actually move into the 3-caster sort of setup that I've dodgily put all together. I think I'm reusing this from the Clash of the Champions stream, actually. I think.
Steve, they don't need to know that. You do this fresh. This is really hard. You're doing it all on the fly.
Yeah. I'm working very hard. I mean, look, if people could give me some more credit, I could really use an ego boost. So let me know how awesome I am, and it'll be much appreciated. But regardless.
Well, Steve, you know that's not coming from me.
Dang it. Oh, man, I should have invited someone else. Someone that's more willing to kiss butt.
The little brother we never wanted, PvP Steve.
But you can't get rid of me. Woo! It's a lot of fun to hang around. Okay, I think we've almost got 2 of us set up. I just need to move your name over here. And ta-da! We have 2. I can probably reduce the size of my name, though. Hey, there we go. Hey, that's 2 out of 3. We're all sorted. And round 4 hasn't even started yet.
Hasn't even started. Now, I don't know. Is this Stone Collection Rubik's Master a dispute potentially happening in the background that we can't see?
Thanks, Mel.
Because I know there's nothing more annoying than like the Silph tournament, especially this sort of thing, where it's like somebody's up 2-0 and then they dispute the loss in the third. It's I think those sorts of situations.
I actually
so annoying.
I see no dispute for this top one, this Stone Collection matchup, but there is a dispute in this Aerosol versus Yen solo matchup that they are awarding a rematch for. So they've just started that rematch 2 minutes ago. So we've got plenty of time to sort. Oh, hang on. Please mute in OBS and unmute in Discord. We're changing how this production is working on the fly.
It sounds like you're doing this all in like HTML. You're like coding live. This thing. It's not. It's not OBS. It's the Well, it's 1994 or 92, the Hackers movie. Yeah. That's what this is.
This is. I've built this entire set just based. Oh, I didn't even. I forgot to hit cut. I've built this all in CSS. This entire stream's been built really pretty. You see all of those little particles that are flying behind us in the background? They're actually a live modeling of particles running around in a reactor right now. It's all very, very formally done.
Is this your interpretation of the Big Bang slowed down, right?
Exactly, to a very tiny scale. So because this is the dawn of the end of the season, it's the start, it's the beginning, it's the fresh. Someone's getting a continental invite. It's all so metaphorical.
This is so bad.
Yeah, please get me off this stream. I shouldn't be here. This is a mistake. But we do have one additional video that can now see. Oh, and he's joining the thingamajiggy, and I'm just going to cut it straight on so everyone can see the man as well. But Torstel, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. Let me just clean these bits up a little. Did you do?
How's the tournament been so far?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun for sure. With 3 rounds in, we saw there was a little bit of fear that we may have been putting on a little bit of a streaming curse because the first 7 matchups that were on stream were all losses, unfortunately. But Shady Equation did end up taking out that last round with a 2-1, taking out games 2 and 3. So it ended up working out in the end. But now we're actually going to be. With this round, actually, have I just... Oh, I have. Oopsies. Now we're going to be hopping into round 4 where we're going to be taking a look at... I'm blanking. I pre-prepared this, guys, and I don't even remember.
Is it written down somewhere?
I've got it on the note. Okay, we're going to be taking a look at Yarn Solo at 19, one of the battlers from the European region. So I'll hit him up just to let him know that he can sort of... Because he's in the rematch that is currently going on. He's in the dispute that is presently going on. So I will not message him yet. He's busy. But regardless, Torstel, just because you're a little bit fresher onto the stream, how's your sort of Nemesis Cup experience been so far? Have you done any tournaments yet? Have you just been watching from the sidelines so far?
I'm in a couple extended tournaments right now. I think I've played like 6 or 7 matches total between all of them. I think it's an interesting meta. It's kind of weird because there's a lot of concentration in some picks. Like you see a lot of Galvantula and Wailerin, for example. But then there's also some other diversity, and I've definitely seen some spicy Pokemon in here as well over the course of some of my matches. So it's kind of an interesting cup. I don't necessarily love the team I've been running, so might be looking to some of these competitors for some inspiration on how to mix it up. I just feel like sometimes some of the matchups end up a little too RPS for my liking, because you get some of those like, water grass interactions, and then you have some fire with like Macargo and Mawile, and so that can kind of create a little bit of an RPS triangle sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think...
Yeah, I was having a little trouble with that early with my first team, and I like completely rebuilt it, went in a totally different direction, and I was still having the same issues. So I couldn't get Drapion to work with my first team. That was my issue. And I like Drapion there. It's very spammy. It's very fast. It's kind of safe-ish in a lot of matchups and things, obviously, except for the ground Pokemon. But then by changing like my other backline and one of my, my anti-fighter, I was in a situation where I was running Empoleon, and it just felt not right. And then, but because of all my other Pokemon, I subbed back in Drapion, and all of a sudden it was just like money. So, like sometimes you go, oh, we'll go for a whole new direction in team, but it's only sometimes you just need to switch up like 1, 2, 3 Pokemon, and then all of a sudden you just get that synergy, right? When you find that team that you just like, oh, things are slotting in, like you do bad here and there, but you end up just finding those win cons with those certain mons and those certain teams and certain move sets as well. It can just be really nice.
Yeah, but I definitely like that there is a decent bit of diversity overall, especially in some of the, like that slot 2, for example. A lot of bit different things people are running. I think Dedenne is probably most popular, but I've seen a fair bit of, other things too. Frostlass, Noctowl, Mawile, like I mentioned. A couple Gorgeist, a couple Jumpluff, so it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, Twistel, Mel is in chat demanding, where is the fan? I brought you on with full expectation that we were going to get fan action, but...
Oh, that expectation was not communicated.
Oh, man. I thought it was a given.
I mean, I'd have to move back to LA for that.
You telling me you didn't go somewhere that specifically had a fan ready to go? Look, priorities, I guess. But regardless, it looks like we've only got this one matchup left to go. Oh, there actually was a dispute in that top matchup, but they've ruled that there is no rematch on that game. So we may see a result come through very shortly, and then we'll get to jump in for Yarn Solo. So Yarn Solo is currently 2-1 in this tournament, has taken on some really strong... I mean, look, this whole tournament's really strong, but Yarn Solo has actually taken on Verdugo 20 centimeters in round 1, went down in round 2 to W-Lad 41, but then won round 3 against Aerosol 2505. Two names there in the people that is defeated that should definitely be recognized by some people in the Silph Arena space for sure. But I'll bring up the teams on screen now. What I'm actually going to do, just because people have had to hear my voice for the last couple hours, I'm going to skedoodle for this round, and it'll just be the two of you for this round while we bring... Actually, we won't be able to bring the second team up on screen until this result comes through, which could be up now. It's not up yet. Come on, round 4. Put in the results. Okay.
Yeah, so while we're waiting, we can look at Yarn Solo's team at least. So it looks like they've picked Poliwrath for their fighter, which is a little less common, but I think it's a pretty good pick here, especially because it does tend to win that head-to-head against Quagsire that's quite popular, and also wins that head-to-head against Blaziken, which is relatively popular as well. It'll be interesting to see what 2 charge moves they've selected. I think Dynamic Punch is a given here, but I think there's a lot of merit to both Ice Punch and Scald, so it'll be interesting to see which route they take with that. Noctowl is an interesting choice to me. I don't love it with all the... I feel like there's a lot of Ice and Electric and Steel here, but it's just so bulky. So it's always going to have some play. Then we have the Shadow Drapion, which I know Dr. Trotter was saying. I don't know are you running a Shadow or a non-Shadow?
Unfortunately, I'm running the non-shadow. I just don't have an IV that I feel comfortable with Shadow Drapion. So just running the standard. But sometimes that little bit of extra bulk can sort of get you over the line.
Yeah, there's definitely trade-offs. The extra bulk, sometimes you get to an extra charge move, but the shadow, you're just dealing more damage with those moves, so sometimes you can kill in one less charge move.
Yeah, and much more likely to get shields with those shadows as well.
Exactly. And that's another one it'll be interesting to see on the charge moves, what they're running. I think there is a little bit of merit for the quicker Aqua Tail here, especially with like some things like Blaziken and such, but I would guess more likely Crunch and Sludge Bomb, but we could see it go either way.
I think
Then we have the Galvantula. Or what do you say?
I think that all of the Drapions we've seen so far have actually been Crunch Aqua Tail. So far, I think. Obviously, that's a very small sample size.
Interesting. I mean, that makes some sense. It's just the biggest thing you're risking is if you don't have that Sludge Bomb, you don't really have much for a Poliwrath.
Or that Dedenne as well, if you happen to sneak up against the Dedenne.
Right, yeah, the Dedenne. I mean, you do have Aqua Tail for a little bit of damage, but yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely some trade-offs there. And then we got Galvantula, which is quite popular. Just really good all-around Pokemon here. I think it's on a lot of teams. Wormadam, which I really like in this meta, actually, because the Dark types aren't too popular. I mean, there's some Drapion and some Zweilous, but not like a ton. And there's not a ton of Fire either. So Wormadam is just pretty safe, has good bulk. It has Confusion for those fighters. It's a Steel type, so it's going to resist some Dragon damage from like the odd Kingdra or something. And it's got a decent Quagsire matchup, pretty neutral there. And then the ice resistance it has is really nice for all the Whaleren, because it's going to resist those ice moves, and it's still taking neutral from Earthquake. And since it's so bulky, you can often afford to no shield an Earthquake because you still have a decent chunk of health left. And it looks like round 4 is live.
Oh, live. So we've got our opponent hit that refresh button. Smash that refresh button.
And then it looks like their last Pokemon, by the way, is a Shadow Whaleren, which again is a kind of a staple in this meta, it feels like.
Oh man, we're going to be up against Peter von Bernal. Peter's a name that's been coming up a few times in this stream. Was up 2-0, but last round did end up going down to the one great Arvenav. Definitely a tough matchup for sure in that number 2 seeded table. But Peter is running a very interesting team here, to say the least. Probably one of my favorite teams of the entire tournament. We've got Excadrill, we've got Gengar, we've got Macargo, and we've got Quillfish that I was demanded in chat that I refer to it as Quill God. But I will do no such thing until it is proven otherwise in this round. But regardless, I'm going to be throwing it over to you guys to take this battle away. And I mean, I think I'll actually just throw you guys straight on. The teams are going to be incorrect for a sec, but they're going to fix in the next minute or so. So see you guys in a bit. Bye.
See you, brother. Now, man, just looking at Peter von Bernal's team, my gosh, it is going to have the best shield usage you're ever going to see, because Excadrill, Gengar, Galvantula, pretty squishy Pokemon overall.
Yeah, there's not a lot of bulk there. The bulk's mostly coming from the Whalering and the Macargo, but the problem with Macargo is it's just such a polarizing Pokemon that you can't always take advantage of that bulk, because you have a lot of hard wins and hard losses in this meta. I think it's a pretty interesting anti-meta pick, because there's a lot of bug types and some grass types and even steel types that are all weak to that fire damage, and its main counters are going to be coming from those slot 1 picks. So I think it's pretty good in this meta, but again, it's very polarizing. It's hard losing to those Blazikens and Quagsires and Poliwraths, but hard winning a lot of those other matchups.
I mean, it's got some pretty good matchups, right, against Yan Solo here. That Mag Cargo. I mean, Poliwrath's obviously the biggest threat out of all of them. And then, like, what's it got? Drapion, the spamminess of Drapion, if it's running Aquatail for Yan Solo. If it's not running that Aquatail, Mag Cargo just feels really comfortable for Peter Von Bernal, and I'd expect to see it 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, because it's got a solid Noctowl matchup, a great Galvantula matchup. Wormadam doesn't want to see it at all. It'll die in, like, I don't know, only a couple Incinerates. The Wailerin matchup's favorable, but it has to make sure it doesn't get hit by an Earthquake. So you got to be a little careful with that shield bait game and making sure you save a shield, because I think it loses the 0 shield just because Wailerin gets to that Earthquake so quick. But
Ooh,
yeah.
Is it? What's it? How many powder snows to an Earthquake? Because if Magcargo is only 15 moves, if it's running the Stone Edge, the Shadow Walrein, I'm guessing after 3 Incinerates may not survive a Stone Edge. It'd be very close. I assume 16 turns versus 15 turns, wouldn't it be? 8.
Yeah, it gets to the Earthquake a little later, but it looks like it still lives that Stone Edge.
Wow, it's that bulky.
I mean, they're both pretty bulky Pokemon. Oh wait, I'm assuming that incorrectly. That was the wrong league. Okay, so it does lose to the Stone Edge variant, but I would not necessarily expect to see Stone Edge.
Okay.
Oh, I guess it loses to even an Overheat. Okay.
Overheat's that risk, though. You know, you don't want to debuff yourself and then be locked in. You can debuff and dip, but yeah, and being locked in. Oh, look at Steve.
Shiny Noctowl here we got. Maybe not seen play, but shiny Noctowl 1498. That's a pretty cool flex, gotta say.
All right, so obviously teams are being locked in now. The stream can't see what's coming out. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see this Extrial Gengar. Can you bring them both? Can you actually bring them both in a team of 3, or are they need to stay apart?
I think it's doable. You just have to. I just don't know. I don't think we see the Gengar though. There's a Noctowl, a Drapion, and a Wormadam here. I just don't think that the Gengar is really a good play in this matchup. I'm sure it's done some work in other matchups, but I just think that this team comp is just too tough for it. The normal typing of Noctowl double resisting Ghost is pretty big detriment for Gengar.
Yeah, so then you're really leaning on Galvantula and even potentially Quillfish to manage that Poliwrath. Because Quillfish will resist all the Poliwrath's charge moves.
Yeah, you do need to land those Sludge Waves, though. It's an interesting matchup because it's still... I know Mudshot doesn't do a ton of damage, but it still chips away. And that Dynamic Punch still hits kind of hard, even though it's resisted.
Yeah. No, definitely all about landing that sludge. I think Sludge Wave plus an Aquatail, would that be enough? I'm not sure, plus the fast move damage. But we'll find out shortly. It looks like we're locked in here, Tostel.
All right, and we have a Wailerin lead into a Magcargo, so it'll be interesting to see if they stay in or switch out. Like I said, that Earthquake does one-shot, but it becomes a bit of a bait game here. And shielding this move, and it is the Rock Tomb. I think Rock Tomb is just a safer play on Magcargo, because it debuffs the attack. And we're going for a shield bait here. Would you expect to see a shield or no?
Oh, I mean, depending on the backline, we've got no shield. What a call!
No shield.
And here, and now I would expect a shield here. Like, you don't want to get too greedy, right? I feel like if Magcargo can take both shields and then dip. Oh, well, let's go.
Oh, just no shield.
That is very unexpected. I mean, here's an Icicle Spear. So they're going to get the shield back here.
It is debuffed, though. So maybe not. But at some point, you got to throw up the... Wow, just saving these shields. What interesting play. I'm curious what they have in the back.
I mean, it's got to be something like Extra Girl or Gengar. Yeah, it's got to be something that needs those extra shields. Potentially, Excadrill could sweep from this point onwards if for Peter Von Bernal. No shielded lunge.
And it is the Excadrill. Good call, good call. And they're able to catch this lunge on the Excadrill. And now it comes down to what moveset does... Oh, this Drapion does have the Aqua Tail, though.
But, I mean, in the 2 shield, they're going to need to get to 3 Aqua Tails before the Excadrill can get to 2 drill runs. It's looking pretty solid thus far, Peter Von Bernal.
Oh.
I mean, I'm getting a bit of delay here on some of the videos, so I can't really keep up with the count. But out comes the first shield for the Drapion, and I mean, this looks good for Excadrill, right?
Yeah, I just don't see this Drapion. Oh, yeah. That's GG right there.
Okay, yeah, I really can't count because, wow.
Yeah, that came out faster than I thought. There might have been a slight delay or a little bit of lag there, but I don't see that. If there was any, it doesn't affect that because the Excadrill has a shield advantage. And it just needs to get to two drill runs before the Drapion gets to 3 Aqua Tails. And it had a little bit of an energy lead, I think, because they swapped it in first.
I think they only needed a 1 mudshot lead to beat the Drapion. And then, sneaks, right? There's always sneaks and denials and all that sort of stuff, which unfortunately flips some games. But I think once they're up by 1 mudshot, there was no coming back. Excadrill sweep. Wow.
Yeah, good call on the Excadrill in the back why they would save those shields because, the no shielding 3 moves in a row just seemed so risky, but it ended up paying off quite well for them.
Now, I'm expecting we see Yarn Solo bring that Poliwrath now. We didn't see it last match, and they're locked in. And
yeah, I'm curious how Peter would have done against that Poliwrath because they had a bit of an ABA against a Poliwrath, so their only Poliwrath answer really was the Galvantula. So if they didn't line that up right, but I guess it was a risk they felt comfortable taking.
Yeah, and I mean, Poliwrath was something that we identified early on in the matchup as being, almost not essential, but really important and, potentially game-winning for Yarn Solo. So let's see what we get here. Excadrill into Drapion. My gosh, Von Bernal has this one on a string. What a lead. And no Poliwrath. Excadrill has play everywhere here.
Yeah, this Excadrill is very threatening for this line. I'm surprised we didn't see any sort of adjustments, considering kind of how weak I feel that this line is.
Ooh.
And the Excadrill is...
Oh!
They try to catch a move, but do you think that's the right play here?
I mean, if...
Wow, that drill run still did a lot.
Yeah. Oh, and the Volt Switch comes through, so add a shield here. And this Galvantula is sitting nice. Yeah, I do think I would have stayed in there because you're outpaced with the Aqua Tails. Get the shields, and hopefully then you can win the matchup from there because shields are so critical for Peter Von Bernal's line.
Right, and this Galvantula is going to be tough to deal with too.
Yeah, I mean this is looking pretty good. Yeah, a no shield, I don't mind that. Save those shields for that Drapion because it's got good matches. And a CMP.
They have to put it all on the Drapion here. Because this Galvantula is just gets so walled by the Excadrill.
And now you can let this go. And I mean, I'm expecting the opponent switches out immediately. Otherwise, the potential Drapion farm down here. Yeah, there we go. Straight into this. And now you're up a shield, and all of a sudden, this is a very different match.
Yeah. I wonder if they could have farmed a little extra energy, though, just because they did catch that drill run earlier. But electing to play it safe, they want to have both shields still for this Drapion. Don't want to risk having to burn one. Oh, and they're into this Quillfish. This is going to be tough because this Quillfish is so spammy that it's a little harder to maximize the usage of these shields here.
Defense fall on the first crunch. That is a big moment here. Now, I guess Quillfish can drop that debuff by trying to catch a move on that Galvantula that they have in the back. But yeah, well, this is maybe this is one of those times where you don't mind having a normal Drapion to survive another Aquatal. And there it is. There's the drop. Oh, is it going to get farm down? It's a full farm down now. But I mean, we're within Aquatal range here now, right?
Oh, easily. Yeah, this is a Shadow Drapion. The next charge move, this next Aquatal is definitely going to KO. But wow, and they go. I think they could have killed with an Aquatail there, but they elect to play it safe and they get to that crunch.
Well played. I thought Quillfish would have outpaced, but their catch really didn't work. The catch was not the play.
Exactly. Well, yeah, because the problem was they tried to catch and also clear the debuff, but they got farmed down and they gave that Drapion so much extra energy.
Would have been good to have seen exactly how much energy we were seeing.
And the thing is, I don't know if they need to clear that debuff because I don't think that a crunch would have KO'd at that range, even with the debuff. I think the Drapion still needed 2 charge moves. So I think it's just a little too heavy. And interesting so far, the person who has won has been the person that saved both their shields.
Yeah, shields like so important, especially with those sort of squishy ones that Peter von Bernal has. It's really a game of shields and things like that. Ooh, I look like we've lost Twastel, but we've got the Galvantula mirror match here coming out, and it is one of those ones where, I mean, who wins MP? Oh, a lunge immediately jumping over there to catch the lunge on the Excadrill. And I mean, this potential, and swapping into this Walrein, recognizing that at this point, Icicle Spear is a KO, because that Excadrill is so squishy. So squishy. Oh, I'm not really hearing Twastel too well. Sorry, mate. Steve?
I'm also getting Robo Twastel. Maybe worth disconnecting and reconnecting, mate.
Thank you, Steve. Producer Steve, always here to save a day. All right, this will definitely KO from here. Let's it go. Good move. You don't want to go down 2 to no shields. And out comes the Quillfish. Quillfish is going to be so spammy, and it's going to try and get as much energy as it can. Welcome back to Estelle. Not so, seems all good now to me, but we'll see. And down it goes, and an instant swap out into the Galvantula. And now we've got Drapion against the Galv. Up a shield, down on energy. It's and then no shield. That is a big call. And out goes a Volt Switch. So only 2 more Volt Switches, and that Galvantula will be at another move. Could potentially shield farm down from here. No, letting everything go here. And now, understandably, now you know shield on on Solo's side. Out comes the Vulture's farm down. I mean, this is pretty nice. You got 2 shields. You just need to double discharge. Actually, you could lunge from here. There's no need to do anything else. And sneaks. Question is, does Quillfish get to 3 Aquatails? Or did you just throw? No. Going for the discharges. And if you CMP this next one here, you're fine. Yep. Wins because Quillfish does not beat Galvantula into CMP. And this is going to be a big dub for Yarn Solo, taking out match 3 without using the Poliwrath. Did not need to worry about it, even though we thought it was so critical to the match. I guess thinking Poliwrath.
Impressed. I'm impressed they were able to handle that X drill despite running Galvantula every single game, and then, the Drapion and the Whaleren, which are a little risky against it too, even.
I think the key was both times they when the Excadrill lost the matchups, it was when it caught a lunge and then it was debuffed. Potentially just gives that little bit of an edge because it's so fast, so spammy, but it's so squishy. Catching the lunge actually is enough to put the health low enough that all the other Mons can manage it. And that's what it's about. Like the Walrein, you saw him brought out the Walrein to manage the Excadrill. Once it's debuffed, it doesn't need to shield, and Excadrill at that point has to shield, those icicle spears. So
exactly. And also the other thing is, even though lunge is resisted, Excadrill is so squishy, it's doing like 37% of its health. It's doing over a third of its health.
So yeah, it is an odd way to use Excadrill to catch a move, but I guess that was the strategy. And yeah, just with only having 2 shields, I mean, if you had 6 shields, you'd run Excadrill all day.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Steve.
And once again, that last matchup was decided by the person who, saved both their shields for the end as well. So all 3 games, just the way it played out with some of these squishy Pokemon, it ended up being that whoever burned his shield first ended up losing, which is kind of funny. The other person just saved 2 shields and kind of rode their back mon to a win.
It's a really smart way of playing, right? As long as you get something that's got neutral or super effective damage, if you can ride that backmon, like the Drapion was ridden, in that second game, in the last game, it's Galvantula, just got through it. As long as Galvantula wasn't stuck on that Excadrill, it was able to, ride the energy and the matchup through. So very well played there.
I mean, there really are a lot of closers in this meta that you can sort of use that really do sort of, I guess, lend themselves to that strategy sort of working, I guess. Like Galvantula, like Cradilly, things that can really pack that punch if you're sort of at that sort of little bit of an advantage at the end. And I suppose that it's a little bit of a, I guess, as you were saying, try to just, as long as it's not a hard counter situation, and when it all just goes belly up. But as long as you've got a bit of a neutral play or a positive play, then you can really sort of close it out by grabbing that advantage early on, which seems to work for Yan Solo. But what we can do is we can take a look at the updated results. Click, click, click. Okay, so we've got results still not too frequent here, but we've got Arbanav still moving up the ladder, going into round 5 undefeated. Hot Pocket 777 also going in undefeated. Then we've got Verdugo. We just saw Yan Solo, FreakyBot, Hikami taking out Big Green. Dane WWW unfortunately gets pushed down another round. Aerosol going down as well. Final Boss AJ unfortunately going down as well. I think we've set Final Boss AJ on a terrible path by featuring her for the first 2 rounds of the stream. We've just embedded her with too much.
This is your fault, Steve.
I take full blame. And Final Boss AJ should be very proud.
I just wanted to correct you real quick. Hot Pocket did lose round 3.
Yeah, he lost round 3.
You are correct. My bad. Because Dial-Up took me out. And little teaser, by the way, Dial-Up is actually the battler who we are going to be watching going into round 5. So whether he is undefeated or has only lost 1 round, we will find out shortly up against Bulk 88. But we will be taking a look at Dial-Up's battles. next up. So I
Oh
guess
wow! And Dialab 3-0'd Beach and he 3-0'd Hot Pocket, so he's on a bit of a tear right now.
Yeah, and actually, Bomber 1 was the battle that we watched defeat final boss AJ in round 1 as well in a 3-0 fashion. So also very strong battler. Dialab is definitely not... He's not afraid of these big tournaments. He's won a lot of cash prizes in a lot of tournaments around. I think both in like the antimatter tournaments and the Mazer tournaments. I believe Dialab he's been able to cash some checks, to say the least. So I think he's definitely in his element in these big tournament environments. So he's up for the challenge, to say the least. He's running a fairly standard team here with like Quagsire Noctowl pairing, and then you've got the Galvantula, the Fortress, the Roserade, and the Walrein. Roserade is probably the quote-unquote spiciest mon of the 6, although I wouldn't go as far as to call it spice. It definitely has a lot of strengths in this meta for sure. It's able to do a lot of things. It's able to beat a lot of the big meta picks. Plus, it has that Leaf Storm that is able to really threaten shields against a lot of the meta. It is one that can get a little bit walled. So something like if it's against like a Noctowl, it can be a little bit rough. But against a lot of the meta, it definitely has a lot of strength there.
Noctowl, and then and then like a Blaziken is not great for it either. Though they are both squishy enough that the Leaf Storm probably still hurts Blaziken pretty bad.
Yeah, it's just that's one of those. Even Poison Jab. Actually, I think even Poison Jab is the bigger problem for Blaziken, because it gets the Blaze kicks pretty fast, but I think even in the 2 shield, like straight Weather Ball Poison Jab could potentially get the job done for Roserade in that matchup. So it's never a comfortable place to be. Like, I mean, even if you get like a Wormadam, it's not comfortable because you can just barely survive one Weather Ball with that nice strong XL trash Wormadam. So I think Roserade's something that needs shields but takes shields as well. And it's good to see it paired up with some bulky Pokemon like Noctowl, Quagsire, Walrein, Fortress. Potentially things that could catch and then still be dead at the end.
Right, of course, yeah. I think there's a lot of merit to Bullet Seed on Roserade in this meta though, as well. I think getting to those charge moves faster, as well as that grass damage for a lot of the water types you see here, the Quagsires and the Poliwraths and the Whalerains. It's helpful to have that Bullet Seed, in my opinion. Though, like you said, the Poison Jab can be helpful against things like Blaziken, for example, and gives you like better Galvantula, I know.
Yeah, and Dedenays as well, really put some hurt on. Because it is still stab as well, that's the thing. It's a stab Poison Jab. It's like it's stab counter for a Pokemon that's, got a really, really high attack stat. So
yeah, that's true.
Definitely one that I wish I could make work better.
The Dedenne is you're resisting all its charge moves though, so you don't necessarily need that Poison Jab as much, but you're right, you could go for an aggressive farm down if you had that Poison Jab.
Super aggressive. I mean, that's why you're bringing it, right? You're bringing Roserade to be aggressive. It's that kind of Pokemon.
I mean, plus you've got that Weather Ball to do some nice spammy damage as well. Just put on pressure. Oh, I think we've actually got a result. Dial-Up has unfortunately gone down to Bulk 88. He sent me a message when I asked him if he was cool to screen share round 5. He said, "Yep, just let me beat up Bulk first." But that is not how it's gone. He said he spoke too soon. So we will be following Dial-Up. Still, with the way this tournament's actually gone, we still have a pretty good shot of a potential tie break situation. So we have Bulk. Bulk is undefeated, Arbonave is undefeated, and one of these two, Stone Collection or WLD, is going to be undefeated. And actually, the C2U is also undefeated.
The C2.
Actually, does that mean that we're going to have a guaranteed winner? I think it does, actually. We're going to have 4 people going into round 5, and then, we'll have 2 people.
If 2 and then 1. But you have to keep in mind, I believe that 3 people from this showdown are getting Continentals invites.
You were actually
So-
completely correct, which I have not mentioned this entire stream. Because this is the last Silph Arena Showdown, and I think there was supposed to be one next month, they are actually giving out 3 Continentals invites, not just the one. So there's actually a lot up for grabs, and a lot of reason to play as high as you can to even try and get to that 5-1 spot, which Dial-Up is now going to be playing for to try and land one of those Continental invites. Thanks for the pickup, Tostel.
Yeah, I think you're right, because they canceled 1 or 2 additional showdowns. They decided to give more invites to this one. So yeah, there's still a lot to play for, even if you can't finish first. If you finish 5-1, you're in play for one of those invites. I don't know if there's a tiebreaker like rounds, or if they just use. I don't know how they break that tie. That'd be something I'd love to find out if anyone knows or can tell us. But
don't they just go off of the scores, matches won, and Bukk? I don't know how you pronounce it.
Yeah, I think they just go off. I think there's no tiebreakers, and they just go off this leaderboard. I think that's how it's worked in the past with some of the other showdowns that have finished in a tied victory. So it is important to sort of stay up at the sort of top of the. I guess what it sort of does in a way is it rewards people who are higher ranked ish, because they are generally going to be playing higher ranked opponents who generally are sort of, I guess, expected to get more wins, sort of. But I mean, if we take a look at the sort of score, actually, I'll just refresh it so we might get these last couple. Okay, we've still got the top match up to go between Stone Collection and Wold. But these other 3 that are all on 4 wins, Battles 1, 10, 9, 8, and then the Boojols is 7, 9, 9. So it's all sort of close and very easy to sort of go one way or the other. It could really just come down to, 3-0ing around as opposed to 2-1ing around. So I think in this tournament more than the other ones, just because there are the 3 invites up for grabs, getting those 3-0s is a little bit more important than it is in other scenarios. A little bit of like factions in that regard, I suppose, which is where I feel like
those game 3s can be pretty important in big tournaments like this. We saw it with things like Continentals as well, because of those tiebreakers. Oftentimes it's a big deal if you're able to get a 3-0 win instead of 2-1, and also if you're able to flip that loss and snag that win as opposed to getting 3-0'd. And so, I think Dial-Up is actually in a pretty good spot right now in terms of the tiebreaker, because he has 9 battles won, because he managed to get 2 3-0s, and his only loss was a 1-2. So he's in a pretty good spot right now. He just has to keep it up.
Yep. Sorry, I muted myself again. I'm a professional. I'll just refresh it one more time, because we might get a winner between Stone Collection and we're not getting a winner yet. Is that the only? Okay, there's also Shady Equation versus Pachirisu, and we're just waiting on those 2. There was a dispute in the last round, but with Pachirisu and also with Stone Collection. So we might need to check the disputes channel to see if there's something that might be holding this round up potentially. Let's give it a little peek.
It looks like Pachirisu did have a dispute. And Stone Collection.
Stone Collection was. Oh yeah, they're both in this round. Okay, so they do both have a dispute. It looks like we haven't seen a result given for either of those disputes yet, so we're waiting on the arena referees at this point.
It looks like they raised the disputes fairly recently, so the referees do need some time to make sure they all watch the video, maybe watch it again, discuss it, and make sure they can come to a fair consensus before giving a ruling. So they do need some time so that they can make sure they do a thorough job and give a good ruling.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, you have to wait for the videos to get uploaded. That's often the biggest delay and the biggest problem in Pokemon, right? With these digital tournaments, is you can't just press play and hand it to your judge. I know I'm really looking forward to the potential for those in-person tournaments. Obviously, regionals probably not possible to be doing that at this point, but maybe one day we can dream, right?
I mean, I think Silph has said like the Silph regionals are allowed to be hosted in person. I'm pretty sure the New South Wales ones at the very least are still going to be online. And COVID is certainly still an evolving situation, so it might just turn around and everyone will just be doing online ones. But there might be a few in persons around, and then of course the Play Pokemon regionals, all in person. So I guess you sort of get that environment, and I might finally get to meet one particular Dr. Trotter, maybe, if we play our cards right.
You bet your flight, Steve. My flights and accommodation are already booked. So if you're not there, it's your fault.
I'll hitchhike all the way there. What's the drive time? I was about to type into Google Maps, but I'm not about to dox myself. I'm not a fool.
I'm looking at 6-hour drive time from where you live, mate. It's it'd probably be 30 hours. Well, it'd be a 30-hour drive from where I live, so
yeah. We can do it. I'll be there.
Better be. We got that lucky trade too.
Oh, we do. How long have we been sitting on that one for?
A good 12 months at least.
I was just waiting for Australia to get a Safari Zone or something, but I think COVID killed any opportunity for that. Also, even more so than might have been.
Yeah. Now it's interesting. We were talking before about like the they're battling against the higher ranked people, but I mean these are all the high ranked people, right? This is the top ranked people minus those who weren't able to battle or interested in battling. So I mean the Bukk score doesn't usually come in as much as those because it's battles won first, and then if that's also tied, they go to the next one.
Yeah, no, definitely a good point. It's probably a good thing that it is more focused in on that battles win in that regard as well, because these matchups are all really good, and if you can 3-0 against any of these battlers, that's an accomplishment. It's not like anyone's had a chance to get an easy 3-0 or anything like that. It's definitely going to be down to the wire. I think we'll get a better idea about how these 3 Continentals invites are going to sort of shake out once we get to the end of round 5. Once we sort of see where people are placed, what matchups are going to be the most important. We don't have anyone lined up to screen share for round 6 yet. We're hopefully going to be jumping into potentially one of the final players. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll wait and see there. Still no word on the dispute to this point. So we'll just... there's typing from one of the arena referees right now. We could be getting a result. Dun dun.
We're getting a play-by-play here from Steve on the typing.
Typing right now. We're seeing a ... on the screen. There are 2 people typing in the disputes chat at the exact same time. This is absolutely wild, folks. Maybe there's 2 different referees. Maybe there's 2 people coming with 2 different results. The referee has stopped typing in the chat. They've decided to rethink their decision. Maybe they're just letting the other person type in. I'm not even sure if this is a referee. I have no idea, but the typing is going ... We could be seeing something. So maybe it's a new dispute. Maybe someone's decided, hey, no, I know I put the results in. I know that I've entered this into the 3-0, but I'm disputing right now because I had time, because these disputes were going on, I had time to just relook at my footage. I'm going, hey, this is not cool. This is not on. We now have 2 different people typing in chat. This is not the original person that was typing. Oh, but we've seen them disappear. They are no longer typing. We are back to one single person typing. This is
Seems like you may have gotten baited here, Steve.
What?
You fell for the shield bait.
People are just typing to prank me now.
I feel like, Steve, you keep that up, you're going to have a stroke, mate.
Yeah. Back to relax, feel. Happy Easter, Dr. Trotter.
How's it going, Steve?
It's going all right. We have one result. Oh, wow. They're granting a death win. I didn't realize that Silph did that. I guess maybe it's a showdown specific thing.
Do they do that in factions?
I don't think so.
No, I believe it's a showdown specific thing. It hasn't been very well publicized, but yeah, they've been doing that for the showdowns this season.
I think it's a really good thing.
I mean, especially when you're in these sorts of like live scenarios where like you don't like, if you have to rematch, you're delaying the entire tournament. You're delaying a lot of different people, a lot of big rounds. And when like it can be very clear when there is a def win, and I guess Silph Arena can be happy that these are being adjudicated by Silph referees. So I think the sort of biggest reason to not give def wins in like all tournaments, I suppose, is that it might be, one person might see something as a def win that isn't really the case. In some
Right,
sort of
and the other issue is, some local groups maybe only have one or two TOs, and oftentimes if you're going to be giving a def win, you want to have, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 people, 6 people all in consensus kind of a deal, just to make sure, be completely sure that it's, definitely would have been a win. But it's really helpful for times where maybe a Pokemon, it shields down and a Pokemon would have for sure reached a charge move that would KO, but they lagged out, or maybe they weren't able to hit all the bubbles because of the lag, something like that, where it would have for sure been a win, but the lag kind of took it away from them. It's just kind of the most fair ruling. If you can be entirely sure that it was a win, without any doubt, just because it's not super fair to the other player. If they would have won for sure, and then they have to rematch and maybe they lose, like that kind of sucks. So, it's nice for tournaments like this where we have a lot of referees who are a bit more knowledgeable about the game, able to make rulings on that.
Yeah, with consensus.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I really like that Silph are considering implementing this. And I think it's really important for especially those really unfair situations where, like, maybe an opponent actually made a mistake earlier in the match that led them to this point that then they can correct in a rematch. And then, like they made the mistake earlier, they should have lost, but now they can correct that and just know all of the win cons. Maybe there's a spicy move set, right? Energy ball on Galvantula that now about that you can adjust for as your opponent. So yeah,
right, or like a big shield bait or something like that. But also, the opponent is able to pick the rematch rules too. So, if the team comps weren't great for them, they can pick the one where they're able to change their back two, and make an adjustment. Maybe they didn't have an answer to a safe swap or something.
But if you're the person who's going to win the match, yeah, it can be a bit rough, especially if it's your opponent that lags. So you're going to win the match, your opponent lags, and then there's a rematch granted.
Yeah,
because there's no def win in the standard rules. So yeah.
In the factions quarterfinals, there was one of those sorts of scenarios in EU Emperors versus Infinity Go White. I think it was Infinity Go White as opposed to Infinity Go Black, where there was sort of someone had an Umbreon in the lead, and Umbreon was sort of like it needed to stay in the lead if they wanted to sort of win. But they swapped it out. They ended up getting in a spot where it was versus Inadequance, and an Inadequance would have won the matchup. I think it would have been a def win, but lag happened. Inadequance wasn't able to win that matchup. It went the other way. They disputed it. They did a rematch, and then in the rematch, because the opponent knew the lineup, they knew the line of 3 because they could pick the rematch rules. They kept the line of 3. They then were just able to leave Umbreon in the lead, not swap out, not make that single mistake, and was able to take that matchup out. Now, EU Emperors did end up winning the bout regardless, but it's sort of one of those places where rematches are just dirty all around, and I wish they didn't happen because you don't feel good when you lose because of a rematch, and you don't feel good when you win because of a rematch. It's only a hope to try and restore justice, I guess. I should have won, but maybe I guess that's where def wins do come in handy and sort of help the scenario, help things be a little bit more fair.
Yeah, rematches just kind of suck across the board. No one likes it. but it's a bit of a necessary evil to try to make things more fair. I know they're not perfect. There's issues with every possible rematch rule, but
Yeah.
it's better to be able to have a rematch than to just be in GBL where you crash out or you lag and you just get an auto loss. No one likes that.
Yeah. So the overarching theme is if the game worked, we would all be much happier.
Yep. But
So it's unfortunately one of those things, especially these high level battlers where it's like one sneak in can determine the game,
yeah, I mean, we do have Niantic has said that they're working on GBL fixes at the moment. Would have been nice if that was maybe like all done before any of the regionals happened, I suppose. But we'll see how they go, I guess, if there's going to be any more big fixes. I mean, wait, does the GBL season, is it another month and a half or is it only another half a month?
The GBL season goes through
let me have a look.
June, I think.
It's
February,
45
March,
days
April, May.
till the end of
yeah.
season.
Was that a Leak Duck special?
Okay, so it's the end of May.
Yeah, okay. So that's sort of the time they've set out as we're spending this much time. Wait, have I? Oh, whoops, sorry. I thought that I did an oopsie, but I didn't do an oopsie. It's all good.
Was that top match decided?
Yes, Stone Collection has won 3-0. So I guess it was 2-0 and WLAD disputed. Oh, Stone Collection disputed the third game, which was ruled a def win in Stone Collection's favor. Which, again, as you said before, the wins actually do matter in this tournament more than other tournaments because Stone Collection is now up at 10 battles won in this tournament, which puts him in a really strong position to get one of those Continentals invites.
Right, exactly. Even if he ends up dropping around, if he can manage to only lose 2-1, and then maybe pick up a 2-1 win or a 3-0 win in the other round, that puts him in a great spot for an invite, even if he doesn't sweep. So, like you said, every single battle matters, and I've seen that. Continentals. I haven't followed the other regions as closely, but I know Continentals in North America the last 2 years, the invite slots have, like for the second phase of Continentals, there's often been, one or two slots that were decided by a single battle won, where the last person had however many wins, and there was one or two people just one win below that just barely missed out. So again, that's the difference between a 2-1 and a 3-0.
Yeah. Do we have? Oh, hang on. I closed my Discord thingamajiggy that had the disputes channel open. Have we got a result on that last one yet? Boom, boom.
No, nothing's been announced.
They're probably still just looking at it, still, deliberating and make sure they can reach a consensus on a fair ruling there.
God, I don't know who was disadvantaged or who was advantaged here, but I'm hoping for no rematch so we can get on to round 5.
Or a def win. Or a def win.
The thing is, those def wins are usually pretty easy to call and be decided, right? So
yeah. Maybe if it's taking this long, it means that it is not a def win scenario.
I'm not saying it's not or it is, but can someone tell me why Charm always sneaks through? That's what I want to know.
It is a mystery. I don't understand. The animation must be like slightly off or something because it seems to always come through. It's ridiculous.
Always. 60% of the time, it always comes through.
It is the one move, like, all of the confusions, volt switches, they're fairly easy to sort of time your one-turn moves against. But somehow Charm is just I think that we might just need to like sit and just like do soul practice on fighting against Charm to try and figure out when to time your moves, because it seems to just always go the incorrect way.
It must be the animation time versus the actual time are very different.
Yeah. Something worth studying.
I'm doing GBL while we wait, just FYI. That's what that's all about.
Quick, share your screen and we can cast that instead.
Oh, no one wants to see my little cup team. No one wants to watch Bronzors.
Uh-oh.
I mean, there's just a great thing called Great League.
Who's that?
Yeah, I should be practicing Great League, shouldn't I?
Would be smart. There's I guess, yeah. I think, who was it? It was the person who came second in the Liverpool regionals. Statustan. Yeah, Statustan was practicing in GBL using Logan Rocket's Pokemon after losing to him in the Liverpool regionals. Silph gets the invite, but GBL does give you an easy spot to just keep practicing with those Pokemon. I think it was using Diggersby in particular to sort of get an idea about how to use it. Because it's a bit of a case, if you can't beat him, join him. So if you do want to go into GBL to practice some big Pokemans, his team might be a good little spot. Ooh, okay. Another little thing that I think we've issue squashed. So we'll just refresh again. And I mean, it could be as far as like the casting is concerned. We've been sitting here a while. Time's expired in the round. We've got 2 rounds to go. I mean, Dr. Trotter, you've still got over 2 hours to hang around, so I think we might be good through the end of the tournament. That may have been a bad thing to say.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah. Don't jinx it, Steve. Hopefully that's the case.
It's hang on. There we go. Knock on wood.
Is that what that was?
FBI, open up.
Mom, not now. I'm in the middle of a game.
Mom, I'm streaming.
Steve, what did you do if you have the FBI coming all the way to Australia?
Yeah, AFP, Steve, AFP.
Yeah, well, I did get a tax form in the mail from America the other day, and I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do with it, because I kind of thought that we were all sort of sorted, because I think there was like an Australia-America treaty so that you don't get double taxed. And there was no information attached in those tax forms that arrived at my doorstep, so I don't know what to do with them. Something to find out later. Probably sooner rather than later, I guess. One day. I don't know. Maybe the FBI is coming. Tick, 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 tick. Do we have an idea about who Dial-Up is going to be facing? Because he's 1 round down, so he's presumably going to be facing another 3-1. Someone of this slot.
I mean, we could try to figure it out, but it'd be complicated because you have to figure out because it's paired based on like round wins, but then after that it's based on like your rank with like the slice pairing. So it's like you'd have to look through all the people with 3 wins and then put them in order of their current rank, and then see like first would play like, I don't know, like it'd be the whole like slice pairing thing. So it'd probably be a lot of work to do.
But I mean, we're guaranteed a outright winner because we've got 4 undefeated people. So
I believe this is our. You have to take out the 3, take out the 3, take out the boom, 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 and boom. I didn't know you could just not type and also. This is a new discovery. Boom, boom. You can literally just copy paste the thing in, and now these are all the players that are on 3-1.
Wait, what do you do?
I copy pasted literally just this into the search bar.
Oh.
And so now Dial-Up Chang would be appearing. So is the player square bracket 9 square bracket. Both will be appearing in this search. And you just have it all as a list and they all come up. So we can actually go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, was the shady equation also a potential? Shady.
Now, there should be 11 people with 3 wins. Wait, is it 12? Wait, 1, 2.
Shady is also in contention if he wins. What about Pachirisu? Pachirisu.
Yeah, both of them. The winner of that.
Okay. So
yeah, so the winner of that would shift who gets it.
Oh no, they're right next to each other. They're the closest ranked competitors. So it actually changes nothing. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Dial-Up is number 10 here, so he'll be facing the 4th player from the top, which will be 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. Rubio Master?
Wait, so there's
Master?
12 people, right?
Yeah, so it'll be 6 and 6.
So it goes. So it's 1 versus 7, 2 versus 8, 3 versus 9, 4 versus 10.
Which I think is Rubik's Master versus Dial-Up.
That would make sense.
You've heard it here first, folks. This could be the matchup. It could not be the matchup. But there are 2 teams on screen, and it could mean that we get to finally see some Blaziken Victini play, which I'm actually pretty excited to see.
Victini? I didn't even know Victini was in this meta.
There's like 3 of these battlers that are using Victini. It seems like it's got something viable to use, I suppose. Very interesting.
I mean, it's got confusion for the fighters, and then it has that fire damage, which is pretty good in this meta. Because there's just so much like grass and bug and steel and stuff floating around.
Yeah,
ice.
Fire's definitely something underrated in this meta.
Yeah, if you look, there's a lot of teams that like 4 or 5 of their Pokemon sometimes lose to like a Magcargo or a Mawile or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, even just looking at these 2 teams here, like, you're seeing Galvantula is weak to it, Fortress is weak to it, Roserade's weak to it. Even Walrein, though it has the water typing, doesn't love it. So I think when you pair that with something like Credilli, who can hit Walrein, who can hit Quagsire, who can hit Noctowl, you've sort of got a really rough team for Dial-Up to have to deal with.
Yeah, the thing with the Victini, though, against the Fortress is that's not such a clear-cut matchup because Victini's running Confusion as a fast move, so that's getting resisted, and Victini's part Psychic type, so it's taking neutral from Bug Bite. And then it's going to be weak to, either like an Earthquake or a Sand Tomb or something. So, it's not as clean of a matchup as another Fire type versus Fortress.
Sure.
Because Victini really has to land those V-Creates. And obviously that's also going to be dropping its attack. And it doesn't necessarily have a great bait move either. So, again, it's not as clean of a matchup against Fortress as most other Fire types would have.
Something like an Incinerate Magcargo, for example.
Right, or even a Blaziken,
Mm-hmm. Actually, Magcargo would be really nice against Dial-Up's team, just saying. Like, really nice. You'd really be forcing Quagsire to come out at that point.
Yeah, you'd be forcing Quagsire, and the Whaleran would have to come, like, every game, basically.
Wow.
I mean, maybe the Noctowl could have some play because of Shadow Ball now. It's only taking neutral from Incinerate, but something like a Magcargo, Cradilly combo would be real tough for Dial-Up.
Yeah, actually, because he just lost to Bulk. What was Bulk running? Bulk.
He had Cradilly, but no. Bulk had Cradilly, but no Magcargo.
Yeah, okay. So Credilli, I mean, I still think that Credilli's got a pretty good shot at popping up here against Dial-Up for sure. It's looking pretty nice. Actually, I haven't checked the chat in a bit again. Showdown disputes. I see no update. Oh man.
We're just hanging out, mate.
just chill bang. I mean, there's always the chance that it is a video delay issue. It's still uploading. Is there like there's no really real time limit for that, is there? There's no, I mean, it's sort of hard to put a time limit on it, I guess. Well, you must upload it in this amount of time.
Yeah.
So I hope my stomach isn't too loud, because it is going off like nothing else. It is ready for Easter breakfast.
Oh, I need those Weet-Bix, Steve. Oh, Easter breakfast, really?
Yeah, Easter breakfast.
Easter breakfast, Lindt chocolate balls, and
I am ready. There's 2 rounds, Dr. Trotter, that stand between me and an Easter breakfast, so I'm ready.
yeah.
Oh, right, it's Sunday over there.
Yeah,
It is. Happy Easter
Happy
from
Easter.
the future.
Happy Easter Eve to those who are not in the future.
We made our own Easter eggs in the Dr. Trotter household.
Really?
So yeah, we decided to melt some chocolate and make our own, sort of, draw out the fun. It's supposed to be made for Easter, but 3/4 of them have already been consumed. So
I won't.
you try and stop a 3-year-old around melted chocolate. It's not easy.
You take your wins with your losses, I think, on that one. Well.
I think I'd have a harder time trying to stop you though, Steve.
Oh yeah, I'm on my way right now. You mentioned homemade Easter eggs, and I'm on my way.
Yeah, we made one of those big eggs and then like rolled it in sprinkles with some melted chocolate around the edge. It looks pretty
snap! This is sounding better and better. You're making me hungry.
Yeah. Well, surely you'd be having your Vegemite on toast, Steve, right?
No, we're having a proper Easter breakfast. We're going to the grandparents' place, having a lovely time. Bit of sausages, bacon, all the good stuff. Lovely extended family meal that I may be late to, depending on how long this tournament goes.
Are you streaming it, Steve, or?
Oh yeah. No, this stream's actually just going to be a continuance. So this stream won't end. The showdown will end, but then I'm going to take it vlog style, and I'm going to bring you in the car with me. We're going to go all the way. It's going to be like a 20-25 minute drive. We'll have breakfast together. We'll have an eating stream. There'll probably still be something in the oven, so we can watch the oven cook it out.
Are we going to have a sleeping stream afterwards with that like food nap?
Food coma. Yeah.
And then can we get a Steve editing factions battle stream leading into the actual faction stream?
I'm just going to be streaming my full next week. You come a week in the life of Steve.
No way. We might actually find out what you do.
Oh, actually, no. Sorry. A life in the week of Steve stream cancelled. No, not on anymore. No secrets being revealed here. Beep boop.
Yeah. I'm convinced Steve is like the son of like a very high ranking like of diplomat or official in some sort of government. Might not even be Australian government. There's conspiracy theories here.
I can neither confirm.
I mean, maybe Steve's a spy.
Wait a sec, Steve. Can you say hello with a Russian accent for us?
Sorry. I think you're just breaking up a little bit. I couldn't quite catch that. Anyway, though, I'm hearing Mel in the chat. She's
hello.
Belated cat birthday celebrations. Oh heck yeah. Oh yeah. Patreon only benefit. Sorry. Paywall. It's the ultimate paywall. You need Patreon, YouTube member, the Twitch subscription. Even though I don't really use Twitch.
I remember when you used to use Twitch.
And my OnlyFans subscription. You need the full Infinity Stones gauntlet.
All right, Steve, you're slacking on your dispute shoutcasting.
Oh no! Do we have results? We do have results. A rematch will not be granted. Well, there you go. That might mean that we get results very quickly here. Refresh, refresh, refresh. Dun, 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 dun. Round 5 is coming. Oh, okay. Shady Equation up 2-1 by the looks of things. So as soon as Pachirisu enters their result, we'll take a look and see whether our prediction as to whether it's going to be Dial-Up versus Rubik's Master was correct. Oh, I've been ignoring messages from Dial-Up.
Steve, surely you don't ignore anyone.
Oh, never. There are approximately 4 people who have sent me DMs that I've not opened while the stream's been going on. And that is not including Dial-Up. Look, my messages have become terrible for the last few months. I've been a lot worse at this. Feel free to message me twice in the future.
I'll make it 5. I'll make it 5 people who've DM'd you.
Thanks. I'm not opening it. Oh, okay. So Dial-Up has said that if someone with an invite already wins, then the invite will actually get passed down to the next person. So Abhinav, has actually already won a Silph Showdown before. So if Abhinav is in the top 3, it'll actually go down to the 4th place, the Continentals invite. According to Dial-Up.
Abhinav won this. I can't keep track. I thought, did he win this season or last season or both?
This season at some point, I think.
Okay. I feel like there's just been a lot of Chicago Stars to win showdowns, and I can't keep track of which season that was because they just keep winning.
Okay, let's take a look. Abhinav. Control F. Showdown. 5-1 in Obsidian. 7-0 in Guardian. Yeah, okay, so pretty strong. Already got a Continentals invite from the Guardian Cup Showdown. Has just come here for an absolute stack of ranking points by taking out a bunch of really top batters. Look at this glowing trophy case. This is ridiculous. Any hoops. Dial-Up. He is taking on Rubik's Master. We did it, chat. Hooray.
You, Steve, is the algorithm.
Confirmed. I've actually hand matched all of these battlers up. Regardless, though, I'm going to pop it back over to the caster screen just so I can go ahead and grab Dial-Up's footage once he ends up joining the chat, which he should do soon enough. He knows where to be. He's familiar with this.
He popped in earlier and then realized that it wasn't time yet. I don't know if you noticed, but he popped in the voice chat like maybe 20 minutes ago or something.
Yeah, I saw him pop in.
Oh no, now Mel's messaging me as well. I've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 unopened DMs sitting on my left-hand side now. How big will this get by the time the stream is over? I don't know. But
well, now you're announcing it. You're guaranteed a lot bigger.
I just want to feel popular. Oh no, I've got a message from Twastel. Okay. Okay. Dial-Up says, okay, he says, okay, he's going to join. He wasn't certain whether it was going to be live, the battles, or if he was going to do it after, I suppose. But he will be joining soon enough. He knows the drill as far as not screen recording at the same time, yada, 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 yada. Wait, there's additional showdown announcements that I haven't opened. Oh, no, they just put a... Okay, I just am bad at this. My bad. Actually, what I'm gonna do, I'll bring us over to the next screen. So I'll cast this next one with Dr. T, and then round. Oh, actually, there's only 2 rounds left.
There's 2 rounds left.
You know what? I've casted 3 battles. I might just pass it over to the 3 of you. The 3 of you.
The 3 of us.
Oh my!
Is there a ghost? Twastel, do you have a ghost at your house?
I mean,
do you guys not see?
Maybe.
He's right there. Do you guys not see him? Oh no! Oh, I need to go to bed. Get me out of here. I'm gonna pass.
See, you go to sleep at like 7 p.m. What are you talking about?
I actually did go to bed at like 7 p.m. last night. I was out very early. But hey, in my defense, the night before I was also up very. There was like it was a very early morning. Let's just put it that way. But I'll throw it back to y'all, and we'll take a look at the teams. And while I get dial-up set up on the back end, I think. So see you guys in a bit. Au revoir, bye.
All right, bye, Steve.
Thank
Like
goodness.
said,
I know.
Doug. Okay, so we said he's playing Rubik's Master. And yeah, we did talk about Rubik Master's team a little bit. He does have that double fire, which is very interesting with the Blaziken and the Victini. Though likely neither of them are running a fire fast move. And then he has the Dedenne, the Wormadam Trash, a Cradily, and a Zweilous. So a pretty interesting team here. He's got 2 Confusion users. And then he's got, the Cradily and the Zweilous, both weak to fighting. So seems fairly balanced here. What do you think about Rubik Master's team here, Dr. Charter?
I think it's fun. Like, I think it looks fun to play. It's not the standard. We have seen a few Zweilouses, but I think Zweilous could be pretty tough to play when you've got a Galvantula or Fortress, which I'm assuming Bug Bite Fortress, although I have seen other, what is it?
What class one does it even get?
It has Struggle Bug. I'm not sure if it has Infestation as well.
No, if it had Infestation, it would be running that.
Yeah. And then the Walrein. So, I mean, Zweilous is risky. I mean, I think Victini's going to have a lot of use here, right? Except it's reasonably manageable with everything except for that Quagsire. I think Noctowl is going to be really important for Rubik's Master. Sorry.
Yeah, the Victini, even the Quagsire, it still has Confusion is the thing. So it's going to be a bit better than some other fire types because it's at least hitting Quagsire from neutral. So I agree. The Victini does seem like it has a lot of play here. But again, it's a little interesting just because its fire damage is all coming from the charge moves. So again, the Fortress and the Galvantula are going to have more play against it than they would against, say, a Macargo. Because, Galv's taking neutral from the Confusion, Fortress is resisting that. And like you were saying, the Noctowl does seem like a pretty good bet, though, because it is a pretty neutral fight against the Victini. And pretty neutral across the board, actually. The Dedenne is going to be the worst matchup for the Noctowl. Cradily is a pretty neutral fight. So yeah, I would agree. I would expect to see a lot of Noctowl.
And the thing is, running Dedenne's a little bit risky for Rubik's Master. Like, it's got that Quagsire there. If it's Poison Jab, Roserade, it's not nice. Cross Poison Galvantula. I don't know if we've seen Dilap's movesets. There's a lot of potential flexibility there with what's going on. So,
right.
It's always risky. Until you have some of that information, things like that can be risky.
Definitely. I do kind of like the Dedenne though. Unless the Galvantula has, a spicy moveset with like an Energy Ball or Cross Poison, the Dedenne is going to be resisting the electric and bug moves. And then it'll also resist the Bug Bite from the Fortress. And then it has those electric moves for the Noctowl and the Whaleren. But again, that Roserade is a pretty polarizing matchup for it. Even without the Poison Jab, it's getting, Grass resists Electric and Poison resists Fairy. So that Roserade could be tough. But
I mean, as well, like,
do you think he can bring that Roserade though? There's a Blaziken, there's a Wormadam, there's a Victini, and there's a Zweilous.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad against Wormadam. Like, you're going to force some shields from it. But I mean, that's Zweilous, I think, is the big problem there for that Roserade. So is it going to be one of those matchups where we see like those, everyone goes for those neutral picks, or does somebody go for those hard counters and really try and force the issue?
Yeah, I mean, the thing though with the Wormadam matchup is interesting. Wormadam, I believe, wins all even shields against Roserade. it's just so bulky that it can live a Weather Ball. And Bullet Seed and Poison Jab are both double resisted, doing almost no damage.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you can chip damage the Wormadam first, then yeah, you can get it in KO range with the Weather Ball, but otherwise it's able to live even though it's double super effective. And then again, the Victini and the Blaziken are going to be resisting all those charge moves. So I wouldn't necessarily expect to see the Wormadam. I mean, not the Wormadam, the Roserade, unless he feels like he really needs that Dedenne coverage.
Yeah. And I mean, the Quagsire offers that Dedenne coverage. Sorry, I'm going to adopt the way you say it just for continuity. I think in Australia we kind of call it the Dene, but we're pretty simple over here. And then, I mean, then Cradley has a lot of good play against, the Galvantula. I mean, not so good against the Walrein, but Stone Edge is threatening everything on Dialap's team. So it'll be fun. I think this is a fun matchup. I think we'll see some things that aren't used to, and I really hope we see some Victini. I want to see some Victini play.
I could definitely see it. And I agree though that Cradilly looks pretty safe, pretty neutral.
But then I guess if you run the Cradilly and you don't get it on the Quagsire, like what else? And then Quagsire's in the back. How that's a tough situation to manage for a Rubik's Master. So I think that could even be the key. The Dialap is maybe is there anything he can do to draw out that Cradilly? Probably not. Quagsire is the only thing that's going to draw it out. So you can't ABB it. So you just got to manage it.
Galv can maybe draw it out. I mean, but you risk drawing out the Dedenne, I think.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. So we're just waiting for the opponents to select these teams. It's Steve Delirious running with the joke from 5 minutes ago. Ooh, we got a lock in, Steve. We got a lock.
All right, so I think we're just going to let this Ghost catch the match then. All right, so we got Wailerin lead into the Victini. There's your Victini.
Yes, Victini hype. Now, this is going to be pretty good for Victini, I assume. Like, it's a bait game, right? It's this bait game we're playing.
It's a bait game, but also it's a timing game a little bit because that V-Create's going to hit hard, but it debuffs itself. And he does get the bait, so that's pretty huge here. Oh, wow, these Confusions are chunking more than I expected.
Victini is a bit of a squishy mon, but yeah, wow. Are we going to see a double up V-Create here?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
And he's electing to double shield here. Has too much energy on the Wailerin to want to let it go at this point. And wow, he's going for another bait. Do you think that's the right play?
I think you can, because if they don't shield, you've got, you beat it to the third one. Oh, wow.
And the Blaziken comes in. He gets the Earthquake, though. So that's how they're going to get a shield or a KO here. Oh, he one-shots the Blaziken.
Is he going to go for another Victini farm down here? Can he? Surely Icicle
Steel. But now he's switch locked. And he gets the full switch down.
This Cradilly has bad.
Yeah, this Cradilly just has too much work to do, especially because it's going to get debuffed. So even if it manages to take out the Galvantula, there's a full health Noctowl in the back that's pretty bulky.
Yeah. Noctowl is going to be pretty nice. It can take a Stone Edge.
Yeah, it can take a Stone Edge, especially with the debuff already in play.
I mean, you outpace to the next Icicle Spear. I just come in with Walrein, get the shield, and then you don't have to worry. But
no, I think I like this play better because you don't want to risk getting farmed down. The Cradilly can't farm down Noctowl because Bullet Seed's resisted. So I think this is a safer play. And yeah, at this point, if he can get to a Sky Tech or swap out and get to that Icicle Spear, it's game over.
They're at. Yeah. I mean, it's game over. You can wing attack down even if you lose this. Like if somehow there's extra energy. So
yeah, I do like that play better because, like I said, you avoid the risk of getting farmed down.
True, very true. And that one going to dial up. So yeah, I mean, Victini just a little bit of a shield liability there. Really, you saw how much that Icicle Spear did. It was like, close to a third of the Victini's health.
Right, and exactly. And the problem was pairing that with a Blaziken, which is also kind of shield needy, was a little risky.
Especially running it in that ABA format. Maybe if you run it in an ABB, it's a little less risky. It's still not risky, but a little less because there's Quag in the back. It's not pretty.
Right.
You'd almost have to run, the Credilli lead, Blaziken, Victini, and then, go from there, I guess. If you're looking at that, that Quag, you wanted to run the double fire. So, I mean, yeah, not much of the dial-up needs to really change. That Walrein, felt pretty comfortable. It's spamminess, it's speed, so will they keep that Walrein?
And it's bulk,
Yeah, it is quite unique in that fact that it's bulky and spammy, but the Icicle Spear still hits for an absolute ton if it's not resisted.
Definitely. And it has that, currently perfect coverage in the game where nothing resists both ice and ground. I mean, besides Surskit, but no one's running the Great League Surskit.
What, you're not? The content. Trostel, you got to run Surskit for the content.
I don't make content. You got to run it for the content.
No, I'm too much of a meta player. I don't try and pretend to be anything else. Leave that to Butters. All right, we are locked in.
And it looks like he's running the same team back, so it'll be interesting to see what adjustments Rubik's Master might make.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they think they're running it back, that Dedenne has a lot of play. Walrein, Galvantula. We saw the moveset.
Right. Well, we didn't see the other move. We only saw lunch.
Yeah. Well, we saw it because we've got Dialabs.
Oh yeah. I meant the opponent.
Yeah, the opponent. Yeah.
Yeah, Whalering, Galv, and the Noctowl don't love seeing Dedenne. But actually, Whalering is not too bad against Dedenne. If it lands that Earthquake, it's gonzo. And even those Icicle Spears do a bunch of damage.
Yeah, the spamminess of those Icicle Spears, right? I think Dedenne would probably just take the 2 shield because it doesn't get to 4 Icicle Spears and it can probably just survive 1.
Yeah, I think Whalering can double bait into an Earthquake in the 2 shield still, though.
Ooh,
if I remember correctly.
Really?
But even if I don't remember for sure, but even if it goes triple Icicle Spear, I think it gets Dedenne down to like 10, 20 health, something like that. So probably pretty farmable at that point.
All right. Well, since we're waiting here for a little while, I'll quickly jump on PvPoke. And Dedenne does win the 2 shield. It doesn't get to the Earthquake.
Okay,
I guess the last discharge comes through. It's close. It's only I think it needs 1 extra powder snow, but then it would lose CMP anyway. But yeah, obviously in the 1 and 2 shields, if it lands the Earthquake, that's good night, Irene. But a close match. Yeah, not your dominant electric versus water matchup that you'd be hoping for.
Right, exactly. Yeah, because even in the 2 shield, the Whalering's getting it pretty low on health.
And in the one shield, it survives a discharge just by the time it gets to the earthquake. It's only on 3 HP, but it's close. And we've seen shields in the back have been massive for winning these battles so far. I'm guessing this is one of those lag locked, like the battle's not going to happen. They need to exit out and jump back in scenarios.
Probably. Or the opponent could just be taking their time picking their team, trying to figure out what the heck to do, because obviously that first match or first battle didn't go so well for them.
And it is a bit do or die for these competitors at this point, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, because they both have that one loss, so if they're gunning for that Continentals invite, they gotta win this round.
Yeah. I mean, Fortress even has a fair bit of play for dial up. Like it's going to do well against Credilli, Victini, depending on shields and wireless. So yeah, there we go. They've worked it out.
Yeah, it's just that Blaziken matchup is real rough though.
Yeah.
Because that bug bite gets double resisted, so you're doing nothing unless you land an earthquake.
It is true. It's true. That's that polarizing thing. So, and I think dial up is much more happy with these sort of neutral and spammy, just getting ahead on energy and shields to sort of win these matches.
Yeah, especially when you're already up a game, it's just not always the best idea to risk it on a very RPS Pokemon.
True. Very true. All right. I think are we relocked back in, Steve, now, or?
That is a great question.
Do we know what's happening? What is this? What's happening?
All I know is that everything's good on Dial-Up's end. Got a message from him, not sure where the opponent's at, but maybe Rubik's Master just decided to take lunch.
That would be nice.
I wouldn't mind one game's good.
Right about now. One game.
Oh, my stomach has stopped screaming at me, so I think it's forgotten about breakfast, at least for now.
You snuck an Easter egg, didn't you, Steve?
Nah, the Easter Bunny's goodies are all locked far away from me. A full 10 meters away. All right, we're outie. Here we go again.
Here we go again.
Oh, I think we might. It looks like we're actually at dispute territory.
Oh, really? I didn't.
Yep. Okay. There is a potential dispute. I don't think they've brought it up with the referees yet. I think they're just talking about it internally at this point.
I think
I'm assuming his opponent messaged him, and so he's looking at the recording. What were you saying, Dr. Trotter?
I the only thing I could think of was that Victini, when Galv came in, it could have been lag from the opponent's side because they would have been at another V create. But it looked like I saw two confusions, so it's that question of, is it over tap or was there lag?
Right.
Okay, the opponent is saying that they claim that Dial-Up only got 16 powder snows when he had 17 for 2 icicle spears and 1 earthquake. So maybe that could have just been a lag thing. It could have just been a visual thing, potentially. But
yeah, I mean they might have just miscounted. It's not really.
Yeah, I mean, we can't review the footage properly ourselves, but
yeah, like we're watching Dial-Up, watching it back on their own screen, and it looked fine to me. So unless they just miscounted when they swapped the Blaziken in, because Blaziken definitely got 2 counters, and I didn't see anything delayed on Dial-Up's side.
Yeah, I mean, the opponent's side might have looked differently, but it looked clean on Dial-Up's side.
I mean, even look just there, the opponent just got 2 bullet seeds to 1 Volt Switch. So you guys can't see this. I do apologize, but yeah.
We don't want to accidentally expose Dial-Up's phone gallery too much.
Yeah. Smart play.
I think it might have been on screen for a sec.
Yeah, it was on screen, but that was all PG, nothing nothing to worry about there. Sorry, PC. I actually meant to say PC, not PG.
I think it was all G, actually. But
Anyway.
Although, yeah, actually, Dial-Up did still have that full health Noctowl in the back as well. So
The thing is, if there was actually lag, it's that early that you need a replay there. You know, there's 2 shields on both sides still up. You can't. You have to make the ruling, and then you can't rule a death win either way from that point. You know, Earthquake on Blaziken versus not. You know.
Yeah, there's just too many decisions to play out at that point that early in the match.
You know, if you shield the Blaziken, it's a totally different game from there, you know?
Right, exactly, yeah. Especially because we don't know what moves Blaziken has. Like, does it have Stone Edge for that Noctowl? Because, you know, if it shields that Earthquake, you have to imagine there's going to be a instant swap to Noctowl. But does it have a Stone Edge maybe for the Noctowl? Like, how does it all play out from there? So yeah, just with multiple Pokemon, you know, option to switch, stuff like that. You know, it's too hard to really rule one way or another that early in the battle.
But yeah,
again, I didn't see anything from Dial-Up's side. Obviously, the opponent's side might have looked differently, but it's also possible they just didn't see a fast move come through or lost count or something.
Yeah, I mean that's something I do a lot especially when there's a swap, right? You swap and you miss something, you know. You don't see the animations perfectly on swaps. You know, these are all things that hopefully Niantic take on board when they're talking about redesigning PvP. Like my biggest bugbear is that you see the typings, but you don't see the name of the Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, if someone's running like say Fortress Wormadam, which is possible in this meta, not as likely, but possible. You know, you can't insta swap into Blaziken because it could be either, you know. So you insta swap into Blaziken and it's Wormadam, well, you're in trouble. Especially if there's a shield. It's a 1 shield farm down for that Wormadam.
Okay, I'm not quite sure what's going on. Dial-Up messaged me saying, we coming back.
I assume that means no rematch, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it looks like they might have decided no rematch here.
Okay, that's good. It's best, and I think that's something for people to consider as well. When you're like, oh, I had lag, I need a rematch. As soon as you go to your TO, they have a defined set of rules that they can operate in. You as a battler can discuss it with your opponent, and if you can both agree to a conclusion, yeah, that could be better than what.
I mean, you should be discussing with you should be discussing with your opponent anyways. And here we go. And we have a Whaleren into Cradily here. This is going to favor the Whaleren, but it is a pretty neutral matchup. They're both doing super effective damage to each other.
Whoa!
Oh, and does he catch the Grass Knot on the Noctowl?
Or did they go for the Stone Edge nuke? No, Grass Knot. What a catch. And Dedenne.
There's that Dedenne, yeah.
Wow. Shadow Ball time, right?
Oh, definitely, yeah. That Shadow Ball addition to Noctowl is huge. It gives it really good coverage. And is able to draw the shield here.
but it it wasn't, they knocked out loses CMP, but it allows a lot of farm on that Dean. So hopefully looking at getting that shield back here and a
Oh
bit more
wow,
farm at
yeah,
the
and the
end.
discharge doesn't even KO there. I don't know if that was an undercharge or not, but yeah, it got a lot of farm. So probably going to be getting that shield back.
And do we see the earthquake straight away? No, they're not at the earthquake, so this is going to force a shield at this point, right?
Oh, definitely. Just too risky, I think, to potentially lose that energy. Oh, and they get CMP'd there. That's tough. But like you said before, this can live a discharge.
Yeah.
Um,
Now, is that telling? Is that no shield telling that I'm throwing the EQ now? It was.
it
Wow,
was,
really,
yeah.
really interesting. And a switch straight into Blaziken. And Blaziken with no shields will win
Oh,
CMP against Scalv, but they didn't throw. Dialab didn't throw there.
I think he was maybe expecting the CMP and wants to farm extra energy here.
Yeah, it can get two full
Gotta
free
be
bolt switches
careful.
here.
Gotta be careful to not overtap.
Overtap would be the death of that poor Galvantula. So well done there. Critical. It's funny, isn't it? Those sometimes seemingly simple mechanics, and we can get them wrong so easily.
Right now, this Galvantula is going to be a big threat. Um,
Going for the
Interesting. Going for
discharge.
the discharge to do extra energy or extra damage rather. Um, I guess that makes some sense if you think you can. Oh, is this going to be? This is a player F that's over.
It
Is the
is
player
player,
F?
but it's a farm down here. Instant swap into Credilli. Oh, Credilli probably just has too much HP at this point. Yeah. Dial-up needed to get to the earthquake to even come close. And I think it'll probably wouldn't even KO the Credilli at that point, and Grassnot will take
I
this
don't
thing
think.
out.
Yeah, I
And
don't think. I'm pretty sure 2 icicle spears would do more than an earthquake.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Cordelia's just bulky enough that it can live a icicle spear.
Yeah, I love Credilli. I'm really enjoying a bit of Credilli play. Just watching it, not even using it. It's that, yeah, I don't know, that bulk and the nukes. It's just got excitement all for me.
Yeah, icicle spear is like 42, 43% to Cordelia.
Yeah.
Earthquake only does 44%.
Oh, really? The neutral
Yeah,
earthquake. Yeah, I guess it's non-stab. So.
yeah, non-stab and neutral.
Mm. But I think Dial-Up knew he had to double up there to get the KO.
Right, exactly.
So now a little bit of pressure back onto Dial-Up to adjust. Rubik's Master adjusted with the Dedenne. Used the Credilli with good effect and Blaziken as well. So I imagine that Rubik's Master goes with the Blaziken again, potentially the same lineup. So will Dial-Up risk the Quagsire or just stay with the Walrein?
I like the Wellerin. I just wonder if he needs to consider switching anything in the back line or even retooling to maybe put the Wellerin in the back or something. Because, like you said, that Dedim was pretty effective against his team.
Mm. It's funny how the ebb and flow of battle is after that first battle, Dial-Up winning in quite dominant fashion, really. You really you feel like it forces Rubik's Master to do something, and they did it. And then I wonder if this is going to force Dial-Up to change up their team and adjust, or what they're going to do. Or are they just going to look at running the same three and just being confident in their energy and their plays?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an option that he thinks that he can, you know, play better, make better decisions, and flip it. Or, the other thing is maybe he anticipates his opponent to expect him to change it up in response. And so he expects the opponent is going to make some sort of change, and so he thinks that with that maybe he can win by staying with the same team. You know, there's a lot of mind games and different considerations at play here.
The games can give, and that's why personally I love when you're doing an in-person tournament and you can just look your opponent in the eyes just for a minute. There's that little bit of maybe information that, you know, if you're a poker player, you like reading people, you can get. I think it's a really fun aspect of the game and something I really enjoyed in Season 1 Worlds. That was really cool to be able to do that. Here we go. And it's Wolverine into Victini. We're back to the Victini. What is this?
We are back to the Victini. This is the same as our Game 1 initial league matchup, but will either of these players play it any differently?
It doesn't appear to be so far. We've gone up to the Earthquake. We're throwing the Icicle Spear. Does Victini make this read and no shield? Rubik's Master? No.
He shields
Gets
again.
the shield, which almost immediately makes this quite a positive matchup for the Wolverine. But look, it's quite weak in the back to this Victini as well. So got to be quite careful here. There's another V-Create, but it's just a defenseful. Oh, and a swap into Blaziken. And not throwing the Earthquake. Being down 2 shields, you think this bait's got to come
Done
off.
1 shield, but yeah.
So yeah, 1 shield, apologies.
Oh, and he gets the Earthquake. Not much health left, but great play to bait the shield. But is he going to be able to deal with this Victini now?
Yeah, can Victini... You almost need to insta-swap, right? Yeah, there it is. Clicking that Galv. Because 1 V-Create will take out... Galv will take out...
Oh, the Cradilly is going to be really tough to deal with.
Oh, this is a hard combo. And
especially because he kind of wanted Gelb for the Victini. Right? Because now he has Roserade against Victini in the back.
And a little bit of extra energy here. Stone Edge coming out. And I mean, Stone Edge is going to do a ton to that Roserade as well.
Can he find a farm down with the Roserade? That's the question.
Oh,
but we got to switch out.
Oh no, it just wasn't there, unfortunately. You know, the timer wasn't there for the catch. I mean, this is just a confusion down. Dialap. Unfortunately, changing to that Roserade.
Yeah. You know, made that adjustment to the Roserade, expecting that Dedenne to come back, and ended up not being able to find it.
And I mean, that's the pressure of those matchups. So very, very well done by Rubik's Master there. Those adjustments just worked, you know, brought the double fire ABA back. It didn't work round 1. He made it work round 2. I guess not seeing the Quagsire as well sort of gave the confidence to run those double fire mons.
Right, exactly. Do you think there was any win con there with him throwing a Weather Ball, or you think he had to get to the Leaf Storm?
So I think... so Cradilly had 2 or 3 bullet seeds by this point, I think. So a Weather Ball wouldn't have KO'd anyway. I think he had to throw the Leaf Storm. It's resisted. I mean, Victini's kind of squishy, but at that point, Victini just needed a V-Create, and that was over. So, yeah, I think it needed the Leaf Storm to KO from that point.
The Weather Ball does like 21%. I think Victini had a little more health than that.
Yeah, I don't think that would have been close to enough. So that's red health, so it was not in the red even after it died. So yeah, amazing. I think the key there was Rubik's Master getting that final shield, and just somehow Victini's completely strong against the back line. You know, if Dialap had their time again, potentially insta-swapping out of the War Rain needed that energy on that War Rain in the back. You know, if they have the knockdown instead of the Roserade, you know, you're sitting really happy there. But without that, it's just a bit too big of a hurdle to overcome. Once War Rain had no energy, no health left, it was not much options really left in the back there.
Right, definitely. Yeah, that Victini was just really tough for that team comp to deal with, especially paired with that Blaziken.
And like you said, you wanted the Galvantula on the Victini with energy, not like from game 2. Sorry, no, that was game 3. Yeah, game 3. But yeah, it came out elsewhere, and yeah, Credilli Stone Edge, right? The bulk of Credilli and the Stone Edge just a bit too much to handle.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I just wonder. I think it was just a really tough spot, regardless, because of the team comp. But you have to wonder if Dial-Up would have had a slightly better chance of winning if he hadn't insta-swapped the Galv and had been able to switch the Roserade in on the Cradilly and then the Galv on the Victini. But it was real tough either way he lined it up.
Yeah. Steve, you're back.
Hello. I was muted the first hello, but I'm not muted this time. We're just doing some back end figuring out of who we're going to be featuring in round 6. Unfortunately, we are not going to be able to take a look at the finals, which is going to be Abhinav versus Bukk 88, which is big sad. But we may very well be following Dial-Up again, going into the next round, potentially the redemption round, pushing back to the top. Actually, we can take a look at the results. For a few
big results quickly. Up there. Have a look. Look at the top.
So we can see Stone Collection has been taking it down with a 2-1. It was coming right along the top. Number one seed all the way through, but has been just barely taken down in this last round. But again, there are 3 Continentals invites being given out in this tournament. So Stone Collection has.
And you said Abhinav already got one, right?
Yeah. So Stone Collection is almost guaranteed. Bukk 88 is almost guaranteed here to get a Continentals invite. I say almost.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Not necessarily though, because if Bukk 88 loses, he is at 10 battles won.
Yeah.
And if you look at the 4-win pool, Stone Collection has 11 battles won. Aro Caesar has 11. Big Dude has 11. The CTU has 11. And then even Rubik's Master has 10. Verdugo has 10.
Yeah, actually, Bukk pretty much needs to win, right? Because otherwise 2 people will jump in.
Yeah. No, you're actually exactly right. Because, literally 2 people will jump him. Yes.
I think so,
Bukk does need to win to get
But Abhinav won't use an invite, so he needs 3 people to jump him.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah, 3 people would have to jump him, but again, there's 4 people with 11 wins and 2 people with 10 wins. So that's 6 people, right? So if any 3 of those won their match, that's plus 2 battles won, right? So that'd be 13 or 14 minimum. Wait, no. Yeah. 13 or 12 minimum. And Bukk, if he loses, would only have 11. So, yeah, it seems likely that Bukk needs to win this if he wants the invite.
I mean, this is where you're questioning Abhinav's morals and your own, and be like, hey man, there's something in it for you if you want.
Hey Abhinav, so if you want to check your bank account maybe real quick, how much is a Continentals invite worth to you?
Here's a check. You write the numbers of zeros that you want, and we'll talk about it.
But look, Abhinav is going to want to get as many rank points as he can to push as high as he can on the leaderboard. Because, there's also chances that the ranking goes past just Continentals. I mean, we saw in the last season, Silph invited 16 of the top-ranked battlers based on their rank to that World Prelims tournament without even having to attend Continental. So there's a reason that Arvanav, if he's not confident in his Continental's performance, or if he just wants to have backups on backups, that there might be some reason to try and get as high of a rank as he possibly can. So maybe he will reject Bukk's idea of a check in favor of trying to take him out in this very final round. But I guess taking a look at these other ones, I mean, Stone Collection is sitting pretty nicely here. Like obviously on 11 battle wins, which can be jumped by these other three, especially if he gets 3-0'd. But the 16 in the Butchols really does set him up to win out any ties, basically. Actually, literally any ties. The Butchols is done. It's locked in stone. Oh, no, it isn't. We've still got to...
No, it's not. No.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, so it kind of depends on... Yeah, the Butchols can change a lot, actually, because it depends who gets paired up and who beats who. Because, like... if all his previous opponents like lose in the last round and all of someone else's previous opponents win in the last round, like there can be big swings there. And yeah, I wouldn't, even though he's sitting at 11 battles won, that's not even necessarily that safe of a lead, because if he only wins 2-1, but there's a handful of other people that 3-0, they can jump him on battles won too. So it's really all up in the air at this point.
Yeah, it's really anyone's game here. So we've got everyone from here. If you're on 10 wins, you're still in a chance. If you're on 9 wins, you're still in with a chance. You technically
maybe.
Actually, I think you might.
It might be a little too
much.
But...
out that you're not going to be in it. I think just because there's going to be too many of these top people that are going to get at least 2
Though,
wins.
remember, a lot of these people might play each other. Also, Steve, we have a question in the chat about joining your Discord or something.
Ooh, are we allowed to join the Aussie Discord even we aren't from Oz? Sorry, just discovered. Yeah. I think if in the Arena Australis video, the link for that Discord's in the description there. If you're talking about the Aussie Twitch Amigos Discord, which the link is in the description down below, you can click that one anytime. That's for anyone. Anyone is welcome to join. Yeah, sorry, I closed the chat down while I was looking at this bit. I hope I didn't reveal any big dangerous items there. I don't know.
Just a fair warning on my side. The family is waking up, so there will be times where I mute, but I'll be fine to cast.
Happy Easter, family.
What time is it there right now?
We're approaching 8 a.m.
Yeah, 7:45 in the morning.
Okay.
Sheesh.
I've just gone back to make sure I didn't reveal anything, and I didn't, so we're all good.
It sounds like the promise of an iPad in the bedroom was too much for the child to handle. God.
Refresh. There's only one matchup left, and I have an awful suspicion that it may be a dispute. Dispute channel has a new message since I last opened it.
Is a dispute, and there was a rematch granted, but that was a few minutes ago now.
Oh, yeah, that was 8 minutes ago, so they've presumably... Oh, I guess it could have been a case of, it could have been Battle 1 that they were rematching or whatnot. But...
Yeah, but usually in something like this, you would discuss it, submit the dispute, and then play the other battles. Yeah. So you'd have to think that they'll be reporting a score any minute now.
You would imagine. Time's expired on the round. Quick, kick them both out.
We can only hope.
Oh, and then I think that we're going to be following dial-up into the next round. I think. Should probably have super duper fact checked that.
So, I mean, not trying to be controversial here, gentlemen, but what do you guys think of this being a ranked, a weighted tournament? It kind of lets the heavy hitters get further away from everybody else, and doesn't give people who are sitting at that 250 sort of 200 rank, a chance to really get those double weighted tournaments for the month.
You don't get double weighted.
Yeah.
You can choose to use it as your 10x, but you're not getting a second weighted tournament.
Yeah, I guess it's just you're being given an opportunity to play in a tournament with a bunch of other high-ranked people. So it's like technically anyone could host this tournament. It's just that this tournament has a few more carrots involved with attracting people to actually participate in it.
Right. Yeah, so it counts the same as any other tournament. So like if it's in your first 6 tournaments of the month, you can use it for your 10x. If you don't do well, you can unweight it, and it would count as, depending on the order, it would be like your 2x or your 1.6 or your whatever 1.2 going down the list there. So it's not that these players are getting an additional weighted tournament or anything like that.
Was it weighted last season? Maybe
no, it was not. It was not. Yeah, it's I mean, it's a good opportunity for rank gain if you can do well, because obviously if you're able to, this is a 6-rounder, but if you're able to like 6-1 or 6-0 or 5-1 against, top 100, top 200 ranked opponents for the entire tournament, like that's going to be really good for your rank. But obviously you have to prove yourself, right? For every person that's going 6-0 or 5-1, there's someone else, unless they get removed, who's going 0-6 or 1-5. This is really, really tough here. And unfortunately someone has to lose every match. So again, you have to prove yourself here. And potential big games, right? If you 10x this, it'll be real great for your weight or your rank. But again, if you don't do so hot, it can definitely drag you down a little bit.
But regionals are weighted as well, right?
Yeah.
Well, I believe regionals are weighted, yeah.
So far. Although the one, I think it was season 3 when it was Voyager Cup. Oh no, that was a separate weighting. Yeah. I suppose that it kind of makes sense, I guess, because it's rewarding people a little bit more for being consistent through the start of the season. Like I think 2 of the Continental champions last year had only played 3 Silph Arena tournaments. I suppose maybe it's a way of giving more. Oh, because you don't really. There's not a chance to catch up after regionals, is there? Really?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think historically there's a bit of a reduction in the player base post regionals. If for those who are really gunning for want to make regionals to make continentals, if they don't make it.
Yeah, actually, I guess what it does do by giving regionals another weighting is, say you're like one of the top 3 in the United States, and you do your regionals, but you lose. But you do well, like you go 5-1 or something, and you don't get an invite. It does boost your ranking so that it makes you more likely to be number 1 in the US, who could be given a Continentals invite. So it's sort of, I guess, giving a consolation prize to good performances in regionals as well. So it's like you've done well all season and you've done well in regionals. I can see some justification in it as to why it's like a positive thing. Or they've asked them. Okay, we've got the reports in. So we just have to wait for Shadow Mimikyu to enter in their 2 wins, and we'll officially get number 6 open. And we will be following Dialab into round 6, who unfortunately is not able to get into the top 3 anymore. Big Sag. Refresh.
You're a big fan of dial-up then, Steve?
Well, we have to thank Mr. Dial-Up Chung for all of the... If you thank Mr. Dial-Up Chung in the chat right now, you'll go 3-2 or 4-1 in all of the rest of your GBL sets. So It is how it is. I don't make the rules. Okay, we've just had staff enter it in.
But in all the rest of our GBO sets, like if I thank him now, I'll for the rest of time.
Look, I don't know. I haven't read the fine print. I just trusted the monkey's paw.
Are we talking about Pokemon or Curse of Monkey Island now?
Both?
Yes. Anyway, we officially have round 6 open, so we can see there are some big matchups coming in here. The Bukk is all over the place, but Stone Collection is looking a little bit high. But regardless, we're going to be jumping in to Dialap versus Zardy. Oh, I've typed his name wrong. There we go.
Oh yeah, Stone Collection's Bukk has shot up, but
whoa!
Like,
look at this team.
Content.
Let's go. We've got Obstagoon, Shadow Mawile, Kingdra, Ferrothorn, Galvantula, and Victini coming in again.
Another Victini.
I think there were only like 3 Victinis in this whole tournament, but apparently this guy's just a magnet.
Yeah, so that Mawile is going to be pretty good against Dialap as well, actually. That fire damage is hitting 3 things on his team for super effective, and then that steel typing means it resists the flying from Noctowl and the ice from Wailing.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it has to be careful not to get earthquaked, and the Shadow Ball is going to hurt it because it's kind of squishy, but it has a lot of play here as long as he can keep it away from the Quack. And obviously, like we saw last round, that Victini can have a lot of play against him as well.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe it's another Victini. Okay, I think, yeah, Dialap is going to be joining in a sec. So once Dialap joins the chat, we'll move over to that other screen with the phone, just waiting for Dialap to lock in his team. But this will be the final round of the tournament. We'll see what the results end up coming out like, and then we'll ride away into the sunset. Happy days. But if you're liking the stream, then be sure to hit all of the links in the description to go follow the lovely casters in all of their lovely spots. We had the 6-4 Ninja earlier on, and of course Twastel and Dog Trotter here as well. But I think this is, are we going to get to see Obstagoon play? That is my one big question, and can you please force the answer to be yes?
So I don't know. I think it's a little tough because there's that Fortress there lurking, even the Galvantula.
I think if Obstagoon has Hyper Beam, you might be able to use it once and then bail. But otherwise, it's a little underwhelming, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think you're more likely to see the Mawile, Ferrothorn, Victini, Galvantula. Yeah, lesser Kingdra's, it is what it is, right?
Kingdra's not bad here. Besides the Fortress, it has a lot of neutral play, but not any strong wins by any means.
Yeah, but I mean that could be important, right? So strong wins mean strong losses as well, and afterwards usually.
Mm-hmm.
So having those neutral, like if you can Dragon Breath down a Roserade or Quag, that could be advantageous enough. Then, nothing really wants to take an Outrage after that.
Right, that's true. It's just Kingdra doesn't have the most bulk, so it can sometimes struggle in those neutral matchups a little bit. It probably doesn't really want to get hit by a Sky Attack from a Noctowl or anything from a Quag, and then it doesn't love those moves from Galvantula, for example. So
even Icicle Spear, right? It's going to pressure.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's a tough matchup for it because those ice moves come out so quick, and it really has to get to the Outrage, which is way slower than an Icicle Spear.
At Dialap. Okay. Oh, the man likes to keep it tense. I think he likes to do all his.
What was the thing you did to be able to How do you search to have both teams show up at the same time?
Just literally type both names into the search bar with a space between them.
Oh, a space. Okay.
I was using ampersand before, but you don't even need to do that.
Okay.
Out. Is it again? I've only discovered today. Look, every time you do one of these things, you learn something, and today I've learned that you can just do that.
I think that Dialab's Fortress actually looks not too bad. If you can keep it away from them a while, it's got a decent Ferrothorn matchup, but it has a great Kingdra matchup. It's pretty good against Obstagoon. And again, the Victini matchup isn't that bad if he can just shield the V creates.
You need two shields though, right, in that scenario.
Probably.
Because odds are, like, you can bug bite down a Victini in the 2 shield, but in the 1 shield, I mean, yeah 2 V creates gonna hurt.
It depends on what moveset he's running, though. I've seen some interesting Fortress movesets this month, including a Sand Tomb.
I mean, that's got play here, but I mean, that's the thing is, no one's building a Fortress in preparation for the Fortress Victini matchup in the 6th round of a Silph tournament, right?
Oh, I know. I'm just saying I've seen Sand Tomb anyways. I think it has a decent bit of merit here. It's getting that like super effective chip damage, and it's dropping the defense. And so instead they face a Rock Tomb Fortress. I think that also has merit. It's dropping their attack. So you can really see like any combination, I think, of like Mirror Shot, Rock Tomb, Sand Tomb, and Earthquake. So
all viable somewhere in the cup.
So yeah, I think the Fortress has a lot of play, but it's obviously a risky Pokemon. But
yeah, especially with that Firefang Shadow Mawile there, that's just...
Right, but Dialab might have to take some of those chances, though, just because the Mawile is really good against a lot of his team, and the Ferrothorn covers a lot of his best Mawile answers pretty well. So Zardy's team is going to be probably forcing a bit of RPS, potentially. So, you know, you can do your best to avoid the RPS, but sometimes you just have to play into it because depending on the way the team comps work, you sometimes don't really have a choice.
Yeah, I think Fortress and Quagsire, essentially, if you're in that RPS scenario, they sort of pair very well.
Right.
You know, Quag for the Mawile, Quag for the Victini. Although we've seen how much confusion can chunk on Victini.
Right, exactly.
Potentially going for a psychic debuff.
Right, yeah.
Oh, actually, I didn't even realize that Mel did point out that it is actually Chicago All-Stars versus Chicago All-Stars at the top in that round 1 seeding.
There's just too many All-Stars at the moment. You know, they're into the semi-finals and of factions, and they're just taking it out here. What's in the water in Chicago?
They've won a bunch of I think they've won a fair few of these showdowns as well. I mean, obviously Arvanav, but the other guys, they always seem to do really well in these tournaments. But
yeah, I think Chicago probably has more showdown wins than the rest of the world combined, potentially. If someone wants to check that, but it feels like that way anyways.
Yeah, I think that they definitely have something in the water. So I think we should just all move to Chicago and we'll instantly become better battlers.
Well, wait. Wasn't Season 1 Worlds in Chicago for NA?
Oh my gosh. It's a
like,
sign.
I'm not saying there's a Illuminati triangle here or anything, but...
All right, we're on our way, guys.
I mean, by in Chicago, you mean on the street in the rain at 2 a.m., right?
Where else would you want to be? Peak.
I mean, we got kicked out for the final of the Latin one as well. The competitors were inside, but all the viewers were outside in a little courtyard area, but it wasn't raining.
Not even facing the elements. Oh, you have dial-up joining the thing. So I'm going to pass it over to you, gentlemen. See you shortly. I'm sure you'll see a phone screen very soon. Bye.
All right. Steve he's not dead, but he's gone. We've talked about this matchup a fair bit, hopefully
I'm sure he's going to come back with some ghost noises soon anyways.
Beautiful. Yeah, I kind of feel like this is like one of those ones where both competitors
what is this team
can
he
win or
has
lose.
here?
Oh, is that a GBL team, you think?
It is, but that's some wild stuff there.
There we go. We can't reveal his GBL team, but that's yeah, something that's potentially not accessible to everyone. Can we say that? Yet? I mean, some people haven't just built some of those mons, that's all.
I don't even know what some of those mons are.
Well, they're evolution mons and a community day mon. Non-shinies, unfortunately. It's always disappointing.
Might have to tune into one of his streams sometime soon to see if he's running this right now.
We'll get the notepad out. All right. So Dial-Up's selecting their team. Hopefully he doesn't accidentally click a GBL team and get a loss for that. Something that Octavian pointed out in the chat is that when there's no counter user on the opponent's team, Obstagoon does function as a reasonably good safe swap.
I can see that. I just don't know.
With that
Dial-Up has the fortress though, and even the
Knockdown to resist. I mean, I guess neutral counters, neutral non-stab counters, but
yeah, I mean, Noctowl Obstagoon is a very neutral matchup, but the fortress with those super effective bug bites, and then the Galvantula resisting the counter and the super effective lunges. I don't know. I mean, obviously, those are obviously better matchups than if you saw a counter user, but those aren't matchups that Obstagoon really wants to see.
Yeah, I mean, even Roserade's going to resist the counters and non-resisted poison jabs that are stabbed from something like that.
Was it poison jab or was it bullet seed? I didn't actually catch which fast.
Oh gosh, I just assume poison jab, right? But yeah, you could be right. It could have been something different. All right, so Dial-Up's locked in their team. We're waiting for Zardy. Pick their team. I mean, do we see just that toxic Kingdra lead? Just goes to the straight Octazooka debuffs every time.
Problem is, Octazooka just doesn't do much damage, so you're bringing it down to a coin flip.
All right, Ferrothorn into what?
So this is RPS, and we are having a Wailerin safe swap. This isn't too bad of a matchup, but obviously Ferrothorn is going to be hitting for super effective, while Wailerin is only hitting for neutral. And he is electing to shield this Power Whip. I think that is a good play here. And he has one Icicle Spear almost at the second. And is the opponent going to swap out at some point? They do, and here is that Victini. And Dial-Up seems to like to bait a lot with this Wailerin. Do you think this bait is going to pay off?
I think it is. I think Victini's so squishy that it's so scary to not bait. But I mean, Victini's in a pretty good point here. Oh my gosh, it just CMP ties. Oh, wow, it has the Earthquake. It's throwing the Earthquake. He's going to shield. Really wants to take out this Victini or get it in the no shield. Potentially, He
wants that switch advantage. Remember, because we have Quag and Ferrothorn in the back, so playing for that switch advantage is actually really crucial, which is why that Victini is throwing up a shield here as well. They both know how important this switch advantage is.
Can Quagsire farm down a double defense debuffed Victini?
I think it's possible. It's risky, but that might be the play here. Because the opponent isn't going to want to switch out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to eat a psychic for its troubles, but that's what it's doing. That's what Dial-Up's going for. It's going for that win con.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's his only win con at this point.
But does it survive? Yeah, it survives the psychic. Wow.
Yeah, the double debuff. And is he going to throw the Earthquake, or is he going to swap out and save that energy?
He's throwing
Does throw the Earthquake.
And then you have to switch out, right? There's no hope.
You don't want to get farmed down.
Oh, wow. The opponent switched. Oh,
the Mawile.
Stone Edge chipping. It'll chip a little bit.
Stone Edge should put him in
Sky attack range.
Sky attack range, yeah.
Yeah, with the shadow.
I was gonna say Shadow Ball range, but actually Sky attack range.
Oh. And getting there before the play rough. So this is going to be... Oh, it is. It takes it out. What a swap. Oh my gosh. Dial-Up coming back from Ferrothorn into Quagsire lead. The farm down on Victini was 100% essential there.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But yeah, just, after it had to throw double V-Create, it's completely nerfed its attack. It's at a -4 attack at that point. So the Quag's able to live that Psychic and come out with 100 energy. So that aggressive farm down really paid off there.
I mean, and able to land a Stone Edge onto that Mawile as well was crazy. I would have thought Firefang from there was no dramas.
Yeah, I mean, it is a shadow, but again, it is resisted, and Quag has some decent bulk. It doesn't always feel like that because it's just so slow to the charge moves, but it's got some decent bulk to it. It can often tank a move, so I'm not too surprised.
Sorry, they are devastating charge moves, especially if they're super effective.
Right, and it has that near perfect coverage of not many things are resisting both grass and ground.
I'm looking at the team, and that was good. He really ran the Quagsire with the Ferrothorn coverage in the back. The Noctowl and the Walrein to sort of help cover that Ferrothorn. Although we saw that Walrein's probably not as good of coverage. Icicle Spear doesn't do that much. Compared to the Credilli, where it just
you have to wonder if the opponent had stayed in with the Ferrothorn, if they could have flipped switch and maybe had better alignment in the back.
Maybe it's hard to have Mawile and Victini against that Quagsire though. Oh, here we go. Nothing nice and neutral here. And I mean, Earthquake going to do a lot of damage, but yeah, it goes for the Stone Edge. It's not necessarily a bait because 2 Stone Edges will KO and 1 Earthquake doesn't KO, right? So you're probably better off throwing the Stone Edge in these scenarios and wasting less energy.
Yeah, definitely. The problem here is you're going to have to shield this likely Octazooka if you want to save this energy. And it kind of just feels bad shielding an Octazooka. Oh, it's an Outrage! Oh. Wow! I think an Octazooka would have killed or almost killed there. And here is that Obstagoon save swap that was being discussed in chat. How is he going to handle this? He goes for the Stone Edge, which does almost half. And now he's swapping into this Galvantula.
Which is interesting. Sorry, Galvantula is a reasonable answer for the Kingdra in the back. So
it's not that great because Electric's doing neutral. And I think he's probably worried about a Mawile in the back.
Oh, good point. It could be a really good read there from Dial-Up. We'll see. I mean, if it's Mawile, you think it comes out now to get some energy. Nope.
Dude, he's getting that debuff on the Kingdra. That's pretty big.
It's a very handy debuff because, I mean, if it goes unshielded, which it does...
Wow, that's a lot of damage too.
You can potentially just bring in Noctowl to farm down now if you want. But then you risk the. I guess you can reset the if they land an Octozooka, you can reset the debuff on Quag, and it's Pharaoh.
Is Pharaoh. You have to imagine it's running Thunder, but this is still a matchup that's going to favor the Noctowl.
It's so bulky. It can eat. It need 2 Thunders. Does 2 Thunders even KO? 2 non-stab Thunders?
Yeah, I'm not sure because they're both pretty bulky. You might need 2 Thunders and a Power Whip? And he shields the Thunder. That's huge. The only question is going to be, how much energy does that Kingdra have in the back? Right?
Yeah.
Because if he's able to land a Thunder and then an Octozooka, is that going to be enough?
I mean, do you go for the catch now or later?
No, I think... Oh! Catch.
Wait, no. Now, you can undercharge if it's Thunder and then just Bullet Seed down. No, went for the KO. Interesting.
Maybe he didn't realize it was a swap, though.
Oh, okay. But you saw how much energy was on that on the Quag. It was almost at another Stone Edge. So, Power.
He's throwing. I think he wants that chip damage because he wants to try to get it into range for a move from Kingdra. I have to wonder if he swapped out the Kingdra with energy.
Because now doesn't double up.
Yeah, if the Kingdra has an Octozooka, Dialap's going to take the loss here.
Oh, is it? Does it KO from here?
I think it has to. I'm pretty sure it does.
Oh, it's outrage! Oh,
man, yeah. If Dialap had doubled up there, I think he would have won. Because did you see how he threw a wing attack and then got CMP'd? I think he might have gotten that through.
Yeah, I after the Bullet Seed. No, sorry, the Grass Knots. No, Power Whip. Sorry, gosh. After the Power Whips were thrown, 2 Power Whips. You can farm. You could even farm down from that point. He's not getting to a 3rd Power Whip after that.
Yeah, he should have at least waited for the double up.
Interesting.
So now, how does Dialap adjust? Because we've kind of seen. I mean, I guess he did make one. No, did he run the same team back both? Or what was his 3rd one in the first game?
No, he ran the Walrein in the back instead of the.
Oh, right. Yeah, but he went Galv for the better Ferrothorn matchup because Galv walls it, right? But it'll be interesting to see how he adjusts now because, again, like we saw last time, he won game 1, mostly stuck to his guns game 2 and lost. Now, is he going to switch it up or not? The opponent gave him a very different look there. They dropped them a while. They dropped... What else did they drop?
Galvantula.
Did the opponent bring Galv?
No, Victini. Sorry, Victini.
Oh yeah, they dropped the Victini and they opted for the more neutral Obstagoon, and then the neutral Kingdra.
Dialap just needs to bring in that Fortress, and if it can get it onto Goon or Ferrothorn, it's in a much nicer position. Even though they're neutral matchups, they're generally neutral positive for the Fortress.
Right, exactly.
But everyone's taking their time. Dialap has locked in their team. And we've seen it, but here we go. We're on Quagsire into Victini.
Oh, this is a great lead for him. But like we said, these confusions are going to chunk, and we have an insta swap to the Obstagoon and a counter swap to the Galvantula. Again, I do like this counter swap because you are resisting the counters, and he's able to no shield this. Good call. And now he's going to farm a little extra energy before throwing this lunge. He's in a pretty decent spot at this point. It'll be interesting to see what's in the back. He does draw that shield. Again, switch advantage is going to be very important here.
Yes,
because
especially-
of that polarizing matchup in the lead, especially what?
Also, especially if Ferrothorn's in the back for Zardy, it's essentially the game
Right.
winner. But I mean, Galvantula is going to win this this mirror, this in the even shield. So yeah, letting it go, going to try and get a little bit of
Can
farm.
he get to that? Can he get to a lunge?
Yeah,
and there is the Ferrothorn. Yeah, that switch advantage was crucial here.
and this lunge is also super important because it's going to force the Ferrothorn to switch out when that knockdown comes in, because it just can't. It's going for the farm down. Yeah, it's so debuffed. It needs to store that energy, and it's got a lot of work to do, that Ferrothorn.
Yeah, it's so low on health now. It is loaded on energy. And it's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, so we have that insta swap, and how they both play this out is going to be very important because interesting. So Dial-Up goes straight for the move, which means his Quag is potentially farmable.
I think you can let this go here. Oh, they don't V-Crit. It's the Psychic. So potentially the Stone Edge would have been the correct move to throw there. But I guess you've got a shield on this. What's going to do more damage?
I think a V-Create.
The Psychic.
V-Create.
Yeah.
V-Create nukes. It has amazing DPE and gets stabbed from a fairly attack-weighted Pokemon. I think it's actually going to do more than the super effective Thunder.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get 2 super effective Thunders in. So it's a question of, is that enough?
No, I think they're going to need a Power Rip too. Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. No. Oh, that was super close. I think that wing attack would have KO'd.
Oh, man.
Was that BMing? Like, surely they had 2 Thunders. They were at 100 energy. They'd farmed down the Galvantula with like 6 to 10 bullet seeds. Was that just some gamesmanship we were seeing there from Zardy?
Maybe a little. Thunder is 60 energy though, so you can't stack 2.
Okay, so he might have needed the 2 bullet seeds. But wow, unfortunately for Dial-Up, going down there to Zardy because Ferrothorn strong.
Yeah, that's tough. Because, I mean, he played that really well. He made sure he won Switch. He debuffed the Ferrothorn, got it really low, but I have to wonder if he could have played that Quagsire-Victini matchup differently. But it's a really tough spot to be in because you don't want to be farmable, but you also need to try to potentially win that matchup.
I think if you throw the Stone Edge, you're probably okay. Because even if they farm your Quag down, they're already at 100 energy. So you already have to do that. And then, even just 1 or 2 mud shots would have been enough on that on the Ferrothorn to actually then the wing attacks would have been enough to KO it. So it's one of those hard ones. It's one of those, we made the call in the moment and then you have to like stew about it for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and it looks like Bukk swept this showdown. It looks like he beat Abinhav 2-1.
Steve, you're muted. Steve, we can't hear you.
Of course I was muted. I'm always muted. But yeah, you are right. We have a winner, Bukk88, taking out the Silph Arena Showdown, landing himself that Continentals invite. We were saying it was a little bit rough. Bukk sort of needed to win that round to make sure that he did end up with the invite. But now I've got some other results through Stone Collection being taken out by Verdugo, the CTU taking out Oreo. So I mean, there are still... Well, actually, we were watching one of the last two matchups. There's a potential for some butch holes changing here, but if we look at the leaderboard, it looks like we have a clear 3 winners of Continental invites here. We've got Bulk88 taking one out for winning the tournament 6-0, and then also Big Duke K78 and the CTU have won enough battles to get the Continentals invite as well, with Avanav coming in at 4th place, but he already had an invite, so he was just fine. But look at that, butch holes, by the way, 27. What's going on here? Avanav's taken out some titans, it seems, but actually, we can take a look at Big Dude and the CTU. Big Dude's only loss was to Avanav in round 1. And
same with the C2U, lost to Avanav.
Man, Avanav, really the slayer here, but regardless, they were able to get through and pick up a Continentals invite. So, I mean, good luck to all 3 of these battlers who are going to be going, well, I guess all 4 of these battlers who are going to be going through to Continentals, as well as a bunch of these people, I'm sure, as they take out their regionals competitions or just otherwise get invited through other means. But I mean, seriously, thanks to the people who did share the screen as well. Yan Solo earlier on, Dial for doing double duty, Shady Equation, Final Boss AJ as well earlier on in the tournament. It was really an absolute pleasure to see all these fantastic battles for the last Silph Arena Showdown of the season. This is it. There's no more this season. Now it just moves on to the great beyond. We move into regionals, we move into continentals, and then eventually Season 4 Worlds. But I mean, gentlemen, before we pack it up, is there anything you kind of wanted to say before I sing many praises and tell everyone to click the links in the description down below?
Tune back into Steve's channel sometime this next week, I think, for the faction stuff. Right? Something like that?
Maybe.
Are we doing are you doing faction, Steve?
There may be a faction semi-final stream coming up in the next 2 days, but Silph will properly announce that tomorrow, I think. So stay tuned, subscribe if you haven't already, because that will be coming through. Because semi-finals action, Chicago Stars versus Canadian Shield on, and Chicago Stars are apparently really good at showdowns, so we'll see if they're just as good at faction stuff.
Well, they're pretty good at factions too, from what I've seen, Steve.
I think they might be all right.
The other thing I will say is, anyone in the Seattle area, Pacific Northwest, hope to see some of you guys out next weekend. Going to be doing, we have a meetup for Community Day happening at Seattle Center. It's a Ghost Stadium event in conjunction with Alfindial, and I believe Niantic is also running a live event there. And then Mazer and Antimatter are collaborating on a really cool live in-person tournament next weekend on Sunday. So hope to see some of you guys out there if you're in the area.
Lots of stuff going on next weekend. Should be a very good time.
That would be a fun weekend if you're a Pogo player.
Yeah, exactly. Heaps of stuff going on.
And Melgood's even flying in from Pittsburgh for it. So
for the whole weekend, you can go.
She will be helping run all that. So
definitely going to be very fun. I unfortunately can't make it. It's very far away to the old US of A, but one time, maybe sooner than you think. But with all of that said, thanks again to Dr. Trotter and Twostel for coming on for the last number of hours, 3 hours plus, and 6-4 Ninja before that as well. Because seriously, all wonderful people. Links in the description to Dr. Trotter and 6-4 Ninja's Twitch channels. Go give them a follow because it is free. Subscribing is not as free over there, but you can do that too. And then Twostel, retired, washed Twitch streamer. You can still go give him a follow over on Twitter and maybe Twitch as well. Maybe one day we see the Twostel return. Is that day coming?
No plans anytime at the moment, but you never know.
One day.
Never say never.
Never say never. But with that said, thank you all for coming out and watching this morning, this afternoon, this evening, whatever time it is for you. And happy Easter to everyone who's celebrating that. So time to go get some Easter breakfast. Hey, Dr. T?
Oh, yeah. My 2 Weet Bix. I can't wait.
All right. Thanks, everyone. See you next time.